kick off our lock-in tournament, we wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the people who have been impacted by the series of earthquakes that happened last week across Turkey, Syria, and its neighboring countries. With great sadness, we would also like to dedicate this moment to pay our respect to a member of the Riot Games community, Gazam Harmankaya, a professional Valorant player who sadly lost her life in the earthquakes. She was a trailblazer in women's esports in Turkey, playing for unknown pros in the Valorant Game Changers tournament, and was a valued and respected member of the esports community. Our condolences and thoughts are with her family and friends and others who are currently in mourning. If you want to help support the humanitarian efforts, scan the QR code on screen for more information. Riot Games is working alongside local and global charities through the Riot Social Impact Fund to raise money for disaster relief. Let's show the strength of the Valorant community when it's needed most. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Valorant is back, and we are kicking off the year with a bang! 32 teams will debut on the world stage and make their first steps towards a champions run. Hello everyone, and welcome to day one of Lock-In live in São Paulo, Brazil. I'm your host, Yingsu, and joining me for the first big three, it is Mimi and Achilles. Welcome back, you guys.
It's great to be here, always a pleasure. And happy to be here for the start of this epic tournament. 32 teams, it's going to be wild.
Start to the season, and also our first time in Brazil. Finally a chance for the Brazilian fans to see some international competition in their home country. This event is going to be amazing.
It is. We got a big event and a big desk as well.
Very
I feel like there's a lot of space we have.
For activities.
Yeah, and a lot of space we have to break down what's going to be happening, because you guys at home, I'm sure you know, but we are coming in with a lot of changes and a lot of new stuff, a lot of cool stuff as well. I think we got to break down the fact that we are going to be playing this game on the latest patch. Of course, a lot has changed since Champions. It is going to be patch 6.02. And I also got to say, we have Chamber, who was really, really prominent last time, is no more.
Yeah, they've done a pretty solid job at, I think, balancing out some of these agents. You can see the pick rates here. Chamber was picked in the majority of matches at Champions. That's gone downhill since to 0% at the most recent Challenger split in North America. And Fade 2, who was so dominant, has seen her pick decreased. I think we're going to get a lot more variety with these nerfs.
I'm so saddened about Chamber. I myself was a Chamber abuser on the ladder, and now I don't have him. Look what they did to my boy. But it was definitely a necessary change. He was off the rails, out of control, way too strong. So it's good to see. I'm actually kind of expecting a lot of the Pacific teams, particularly the Korean ones, to potentially bring out a bit more Fade as we get deeper into this tournament. So we'll see if that does come true.
Yeah, I also heard that Pansy and Hypoc felt like they weren't casting enough overtimes, so Riot decided to bring Split back into the pool. And Seth, as you know, with Split, we might just be here in this tournament forever.
We might be here in this tournament forever, but we also might have Zato winning it, because we've got Split back. I love this map. I think it's excellent to see it back into the pool. Out with the bind, in with a split, as they always say. I'm excited to see it.
That is a saying that a lot of people say very often.
For decades.
But this map, a couple little changes, but generally it's going to be pretty similar. I think it's just consistent with other changes that have already been made to Valorant, where it's simplifying geometry, cutting down on some of those weird 50-50s. I'm hoping it'll make the map a little more balanced, even if it does play similarly to it used to.
And I gotta say, my favorite map of this map pool is the new one, and it is Lotus. Mimi, what a beautiful map.
Yeah, it is a stunning one, and this one is fun. We have a crazy new gimmick with the spinning doors. It's another 3-site map, and this is a map that we have not gotten to see really in top-tier professional Valorant yet. This will be the first LAN debuting this map, and I'm so excited to see what these teams have cooked up.
Yeah, I mean, you have all of the Challenger leagues around the world basically playing on the older patch, still having Bind and Breeze in the pool, so we haven't been able to see that new split at the top level. We haven't been able to see Lotus. I, for one, have been really enjoying this when it does come up in my just ladder play. I love the 3-site maps, that and Haven, so I'm excited to see what the pros can do with it.
And depends what kind of pro where you are, you might be a little bit happy or upset with the Stinger changes as well. The Pew Pew, Seth, is not Pew Pewing as much.
This one, I smile. I'm very excited about this one because the Stinger, out of control. If we could do something to the Odin next, that might be a good little adjustment. I know that Yinsu is not on board with that. But yeah, Stinger does get increased in cost by 150. A little bit of change to the damage ranges and whatnot as well in there. Just a slight little nerf because it was getting out of hand with these force buys.
Yeah, we very briefly had the bad times where it was economically viable to just buy Stinger no armor after losing a round. Made it look like the previous Stinger meta, but thankfully that has been changed. So we should see a little bit more reasonable economic decision making.
Bring back the Bucky meta. I like that meta. That was a fun time.
You are just the weirdest person.
Yeah, I know.
Odins and Buckies.
Like,
I like to watch the world burn. But speaking of a good time, we have some great players, some new players coming to this tournament, and some returning players. And Seth, I'm going to give you the stage right off the bat to give me your player to watch. And let me guess, is it a DRX player by any chance?
It absolutely is a DRX player, and I think there's a couple different ones that you could go with, but it has to be the solid foundation for this team. It's Mako. The guy is an absolute god when it comes down to playing the controller role. We saw how pivotal he was to DRX's success, being able to break that 5th-6 curse, make it into the 3rd place spot at Champions. It was a lot of it on the back of this man right here.
Yeah, this is the upward swing for DRX. Top 3 last time. They're one of those teams that has stuck together and kept the core of their roster pretty much the same. So it's going to be really exciting to see this guy back in action. Obviously, so many highlight clips at Champions, so many impactful clutches that made that run possible.
Yeah, like you both said, this is a team that hasn't had to really deal with the sort of new players coming in, get them to get more climatized, but there is a team that had to do that. But Mimi, I know your player to watch is from the World Champions of last year.
Yeah, that it is. A man who is going to find himself at home here in Brazil, and that's no one but Aspas. This guy was insane in Champions last year, having such incredible impact to win loud that tournament. He's one of the absolute best dive players, playing on the Jet, playing on the Raze, and now we're in a meta where Chamber is pretty much gone, and it's really going to emphasize those players that can be flexible and slot into different roles on that duelist side. And on top of that, he's playing in his home country, right?
Yeah.
We saw how much that charged up Alpha Year in Turkey. Now this guy is at home in Brazil.
It's going to be electric when they do finally take the stage. Unfortunately, that's on Wednesday now, not today. But when it does happen, it won't. The wait will have been worth it because the crowd is going to go absolutely crazy, and I'm hoping to see him go absolutely crazy as well in that lobby. Maybe not. You know, Genji's in there, so I'm a little bit torn, but we'll get to that later.
I mean, can he do it back-to-back? That is the question here. But I want to throw out a name from the distance past, a name that we did not mention at all at an international event in 2022. But he lifted a trophy in 2021 because Nats is back. And I think this is one of the players that we're all very excited to see. He kind of pioneered the Ratty plays, the Lurks, the Cypher, the Viper, everything. He's an icon at this stage. And do you guys think that he can keep that up? He can bring something new from the last time we saw him?
It feels like the meta is right for him. With those chamber changes, a lot of players have been talking about how potent Killjoy and Cypher are in this meta. Those are the roles where this guy thrived. Now he's coming back in on a team that just looks absolutely filled with all-stars. It's been way too long.
Yeah, I mean, this was a guy who crawled so Mako could walk, and now I think that he's back and he's ready to go into a full-blown sprint. So I'm really excited to see him on his return, and I hope that with this meta behind him as well, we get those crazy performances that broke the hearts of so many other fandoms out there because they were so dominant.
I think it's going to happen. I feel like he's going to pull out something that we maybe haven't seen before, but we shall see. As you guys know, we are in São Paulo. It is a little bit hot here, but I think it's time to turn the heat up in overheating here. I want to hear you guys' hot takes before the tournament has even started. We haven't seen a single map, but Mimi, give it to me. Pitch it to me. What is your hot take?
That graphic doesn't seem safe. There's way too much going on. But I've got a good one for you. I've got a spicy, hot, warm take for you. And that's about a team that I think quite a few people have been sleeping on, and that is Evil Geniuses. I'm going to say something crazy. I think that this squad has a real chance of making it into top 4. Last year in NA, start out in Tier 2, make their way into the VCT, make waves there, continue to innovate and build up young NA talent. Now coming into this year, they've made even more changes. They've added some experienced players. They've kept their coach that did so much. we'll just talk about the 5. You know, they might have to roll up in their clown car, but the core is the players that we want to focus on. I think the bracket is ripe for this team to make a run.
Okay, I'm feeling a little bit of the temperature rising, but you guys, anything better, Seth?
Oh yeah, I'm about to drop like the bomb hot sauce on you. 2 teams from Korea are going to be in the grand final. It's going to happen. It's going to be DRX, and I don't know who the hell the other one's going to be. It's probably Gen G, I guess, maybe T1. But it's going to happen. It happened in League of Legends. This is a Riot game, so it's destined to happen again here at this event.
How it works.
That's exactly how it works. The script writers, they use the same ones for this tournament.
See, take means it's something you believe, and I don't know if you even believe that.
Oh, I'm all in. I'm off the goop.
I do love, it's the first time you've been able to say that, because it's the first time we've had more than one Korean team at international tournament.
Huzzah!
But
it's actually not true. We had F4Q.
Oh, true. Yeah, you're right about that. Well, this is not your typical VCT event with the restructure of the league. All of the new rosters, all of the teams are going to be here. We are here to showcase 32 teams from around the globe. Check out this video that breaks all of it down.
Hello, I'm Tichinha, shoutcaster in VCT Brazil, and welcome to Lock King, the first global event of the new VALORANT Champions Tour. Over the next 3 weeks, 32 teams will battle through the biggest tournament in VALORANT Esports history.
Ele quer demais e tá lá!
Every team from the Americas, Pacific, and EMEA leagues will be in attendance, as well as 2 representatives from China.
Meu Deus, o perigo!
To secure victory, teams will have to battle through a gauntlet of matches where there will be no room for error. The concept is brutally simple, a single elimination bracket all the way to the top. Teams will be drawn and placed into 2 groups that will build each side of the 32-team bracket.
Meu Deus!
It's best of 3 up into the final 4 and best of 5s to close out the tournament.
Chance do clutch! Olha aí!
That's it, you're not gonna want to miss a match.
É top 1 do mundo! Meu Deus, meu amigo!
Well, as you guys just saw there, we're kicking off with the first half of our teams here, the Alpha stage, the Alpha bracket. Of course, anything can happen, and I feel a couple of upsets coming.
Yeah,
It's bound to happen.
This is going to be a crazy one. You can see from our perfect circle here how this one is going to break down. Each of those arrows is a matchup that a team can win. It's single elim, you lose a BO3, you're out. You need a perfect run to win this event. That is so insanely difficult to do.
Yeah, you got to work your way from the outside all the way into the bullseye, and whoever can do it, Godspeed to them, because this is going to be grueling, even for the best teams out there, the ones that we've seen dominate in the past. Anything can happen in this format. You can get upset, and if that happens, you're going home.
I'm pretty sure the last time that we saw a team do a perfect run, and the only time we've seen it at an international event, was Sentinels at Reykjavik, and the game has changed a whole lot since then.
A long while ago.
Yeah.
I mean, they are on the other side of the bracket, so who knows? Who knows? Maybe we see them do it again. And speaking of the team that can do it again, this is it, guys. This is the part where we're going to get people on Twitter hella riled up, because I want to know who you think is going to take it all right now, right here, Seth. I'll start with you.
You'll never guess what
Yeah,
he's
any
gonna pick.
guesses?
Do you want to just move on? DRX. I'm going with DRX, of course. They have only added 1 player. They got Foxy9. The guy is a just absolute dynamite player when it comes down to the duelist role. Otherwise, they keep the same 5 together. They haven't undergone any really big shuffles or anything. So I think that with that strong core, they could be able to take this. They should be able to take this.
All right, I respect that. You stick into your craft, you'll get it right eventually. But I'm going to predict a team that I think has improved a lot during the offseason. That's 100 Thieves. They made a really solid run last year at Champions. In the offseason, they picked up Cryo, won that Red Bull event. I have a lot of faith in this team to do well, and I think the bracket looks ripe for them to maybe just win this one.
Their bracket looks right for them?
Yeah.
Damn, Mimi, that's real faith. That is real faith. Now, I'm going to take a page out of Seth's book and just, like, keep going until I get it right. 4th time lucky. 4th time is the charm. It is HyperX, of course. Shout out to all you paper boys and paper girls at home. We know that they're going to take a trophy home this year, and I feel like it's going to be this one. And I know both of you are going to, like, heavily disagree with me, but you're going to look stupid when it happens.
It could be anyone. It's single elimination. There's no way to know.
Yeah, exactly, and it's probably going to be HyperX. But
I'm
anyway,
a Pacific guy now, so So if you want to go for a Pacific team, that's fine by me.
Okay, we got this.
There we go.
We got something going on. But you guys at home actually will also have a chance to vote in the poll for today. Who do you think is going to be winning, securing even their regional extra spot at Masters Tokyo later this year? Tell us if it's Americas, Pacific, EMEA, or China in today's poll. Go and vote, and we're probably going to reveal the results in a bit. I actually don't know which way this is going to go this time around.
It's tough. I think probably Americas are going to take the poll.
It's Americas because we have the NA fans and the Brazilian fans and the LATAM fans all combined into one mass now. EMEA was already together.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I feel like the Brazilian fans might push this over the edge.
Yeah.
I think you two might be right here. But I can't help but feel like, imagine if China could just do it here. They have
cool.
2 teams. They only have 2. Everyone else has 10 teams in this tournament.
It would be wild if I was wrong and it's actually 2 Chinese teams in the grand final instead of 2 Korean ones. But hey, I would welcome that reality. Open arms.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be great.
It is doable. It is doable. We're going to go to a quick break here, but when we come back, we're going to break down our first match of lock-in. It is NRG versus Koi. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to day 1 of lock-in from São Paulo. It's time to talk about our kickoff match between Koi and NRG. Now, coming to this tournament, there's a lot of new things. We don't know what is going to happen. New meta, new teams, new maps, and so on. And Koi, Mimi, is one of those teams. We don't know what is going to happen with them.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions around this team. They've been kind of built off of the core of what used to be Guild last year, taking the leadership of Coldamenta and their coach Barbar and adding in one of their young players in Trex. But everyone else on this roster we haven't seen in a while. A former world champion and a former world finalist in Starkzo and Shados, and a really young brand new player with Wolfen.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to go, because aside from Wolfen, they're very much known quantities. Like you said, a former world champion, former finalist, there's a lot of experience on this team. But sometimes when you assemble parts this great, you can't quite put them together correctly. So I'm hoping to see that they've been able to do that and that they can get Wolfen up to speed as well.
Yeah, and we have not seen them play at all in the offseason. So this will be the very first match for this team in their form.
Well, this is the unknown entity you guys have spoken of, but there's one thing that is known, and that is Koi Dementa. He rebranded, guys. That's not a me joke. But when it comes to Koi Dementa, Mimi, look at this track record.
Yeah, he has a fantastic record at leading teams to qualify to big international events and doing well in them. He won the European Masters way back in the day. He's brought a team to Berlin, brought a team to Copenhagen, and now he's doing the same here with Koi.
Yeah, I'm ready to dive in and see how this is going to go, because coming into this, I've talked to a lot of players. How do you think this matchup is going to fare? How do you think that Koi have gotten things together? And everyone's saying that they look incredibly good in scrims, and a lot of that has to be Coldamenta being the cement to really bring this team together.
Yeah, and I think it is kind of interesting to parallel the story, because at Copenhagen, Trex was that brand new young player coming in. Koldo was trying to get him into a place where he could compete well at that tournament. He popped off, did amazing, and now it's going to be the same thing here with Wolfen coming into his very first LAN. So I think a lot of pressure is on Kolda to mold these strong pieces into a great team.
And speaking of Koldamenta, he is with Shados and Brandon Saisho as well right now for a quick catch-up before lock-in. Check this out.
Hey, Brendan Saisho here, joined by a couple of players from Koi. It is Shados and Koldamenta joining us here for an interview. First of all, thank you very much for sitting down with us. And the first question that I want to ask you is, we saw a tweet right before the tournament began from Ibe, boss, co-founder, streamer extraordinaire. And I got a quote here. He said, "Warning, Caparina. Warning, Carnival." Does he have some reason to be worried about, what you lot are going to be getting up to while you're here?
I mean, no, I don't think so. I think he heard me saying on a stream last night, because I was on the stream live with the Sergio Ferra. He's like one of the content creators for Koi, saying that I tried the caipirinha, but only once,
Right.
I said it was pretty strong, and I think he heard it, and that's why he said on Twitter afterwards.
Yeah, he was very determined that you guys are going to be try hard in the practice, try hard when it comes out on stage. I saw your follow-up tweet as well saying, "My boss is just my dad."
Yeah. That's like a Spanish thing to say, like my boss is like my boss, my father, yeah.
So I was listening to a recent interview with Starkzo, and he was explaining, this was a couple of weeks ago, that your team was still experimenting with what roles you were going to play, that kind of thing as well. Is this going to just end up being like a sub-goal or a poll or something that you just come in, you roll the dice, see what happens with the roles? Or have you actually got them cemented heading into the event now?
You want to answer?
In my opinion, I cannot answer on this question because we will see on São Paulo if we playing good on these roles. We will keep this. If not, we will change. So.
Right. Because you do have a very flexible team as well. Almost every player on the team has played tons of different stuff. I mean, you yourself, Shadows, you played all sorts, from duelist to initiator and everything else.
Yeah. I play on a lot of roles and I feel comfortable. Also, when Barber invited me in team, he said, "You will play on agent. Would you like?" So I like to play in this team and be part of it.
Okay, so this is still just like a bit of an experimental period. You're using Brazil as the testing grounds, or you're just trying to hide stuff for your upcoming match?
Well, I mean, since we only had 1 month, a couple of days apart from that, of practice, so it's kind of experimental, already. I mean, let's say we already set some basics on certain maps, and others we're still experimenting.
Okay, interesting. Shados, I wanted to talk to you as well, because it's been, I think, over a year since you played on the global stage at a big tournament. And now you're coming into this one, it's the first time in a while, but it's also one of the biggest tournaments we've seen in Valorant, right? And the big difference is there's a big crowd behind us this time, right? When you guys won in 2020 in Berlin, it was a lot different. There was no crowd. How do you feel about that coming into lock-in? Do you feel like it's going to make a big difference for you?
For me, I think it is not, because in previously game in CSGO I played with crowd on a couple tournaments, local tournaments, so I think it is fine for me.
Nice, okay.
And I mean, you've got such a winning roster of players. You yourself, you won in Berlin. Koldamenta, you've won like the Masters EMEA way back when, and the players on the team, you've all had various different parts of success. You've also been able to beat this NRG core whenever you've played against them, basically. So what's the secret? What's the key in your head, Koldamenta, as the IGL to winning this opening game?
I mean, to be fair, this tournament, no one really knows what the opponent is really going to show. So it's going to be harder, because one of our strengths, I could say, is analyzing opponents, knowing how they play, and then from that, knowing how to adapt our style to theirs. So now might be different, but I heard they actually have kind of the same style or something. So I think it's 50-50 at this point.
Do you think it gives you a bit of an edge in the tournament, the fact that your roster's coming together, all different pieces, and there's not much footage really for any sort of team? Do you feel like that gives you an advantage in the event?
Probably. But I mean, there is a core though, like Barbar, Coach, Trex, me. So it's kind of like same style, but with some new stuff. So it's 50-50 as well.
Okay, all right, well.
Yeah, well, we've managed to get 0 secrets out of you. Still no idea what roles you're going to be playing, but I'm excited to watch the opening game. I think it's still going to be a blast. And you can keep your secrets close to your chest. Good luck in that game, and thank you for sitting down with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, Josh and Bren, you tried your best. You tried your best. Now, I want to quickly address Shados real quick because I feel a little bit emotional. One of the Gambit boys returning to the stage. He was one of the most popular players, you know, not just in Europe, in the world as well. And Mimi, I know the roster, a lot of unknown, but he's won a trophy.
Yeah, he has, and he was fantastic individually when he did that. It felt like they just kind of fell off a face of a cliff in 2022 during that mech era, but now a good portion of that roster is back in action. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just, we know what these players are capable of. Can it all come together? We didn't garner too much from the interview just because they're just being so tight-lipped about it, but we'll have to wait and see if they can put it up on stage. But for now, their opposition and energy.
Yeah, this is not the unknown anymore, Mimi. It's the return of Optic 2.0.
Yes, that it is, but they've lost two players that I think a lot considered their two best. No more Marv or Ye for this roster, and that's really where the questions start with NRG.
It's tough. I mean, losing Ye in pretty much any capacity sounds like a terrible situation for the side of energy, but getting Artis is about as close as a one-to-one replacement as you could possibly get. Artis was absolutely insane last year for FPX. His performances against some of the best teams in the world, he was always a constant, putting up aces, putting up some of the craziest clutches that we have ever seen in Valorant. So I still have to put a lot of stock in energy because their firepower, while they are lacking Marv, they are lacking Ye, it's still so strong.
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about this comparison of Artis and Ye because FNS, in the press conference, he put a lot of that onto himself. He was like, we need to set Artis up, but in the end, Mimi, Ye, is he replaceable?
I mean, Ye is irreplaceable, but when you can't replace something, you have to find the next best thing. You have to find something that can parallel that success. Ye and Artis are not the same player. They don't play the same agents, the same style, but they are both world-class individuals. They are both world-class duelist players that can take over the server. So, the biggest question for me is how is NRG going to adapt? They built so much around Ye on his chamber, having Victor dive in to create space, to give Ye those openings. Whereas Artis, with his time on FPX, he was way more flexible. He played so many different roles, but was very, very adept at all of them.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's going to have to maintain that, or if he is going to be slotted into, you know, basically a primary duelist position. Is he going to be running that? Do we get to see Victor shift his role, or is it going to be changed up? Is Artis going to continue to play a bit more flexibly and stray away from being the duelist, being the dive player? I'll have to just wait and see.
Yeah, this team is no longer Optic. It has to be its new thing. And I think it's going to be a new kind of piece of proof for that core, for those leaders in Finesse and in Chet, that they can do it again. They were the best team of the pre-partnership era, and now they have to almost start over from not quite scratch, but just like a little pancake mix.
I mean, if they can do it again, I think it really goes to how good the core of Crashies, Victor, and Finesse really are. But before the break, we asked you guys at home which region you think will secure a spot at Masters Tokyo, an extra spot even, with a win here at the lock-in. And the results are in, and you guys picked, drumroll, oh, it was Americas.
So
but just, wait, EMEA came third?
Hey, look, we got a lot of countries now from Pacific that are joining in. There's a lot of fans out there from regions like Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, etc. So they're coming out, they're representing, that's good, but as we anticipated, the LATAM, the Brazilians, the Americas, it was just too much.
That's kind of what's exciting for me about like this new league format in general, is that all of these teams, all these kind of regions that were so fractured before are now like very much together into like one set of teams to cheer for. So it's going to be really exciting to see that, especially with that big Pacific fan base.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the 1.8% of the people that voted China, because they're going to look really big-brained if it does happen.
Do a poll on Weibo and see what the results look like.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very different there. But just before we get into everything else, I want to quickly talk about this NRG versus Koi matchup again, because do you see it as of like a team that we know exactly what could happen versus a team that we literally don't have any opinions on? Or is there somewhere in between?
I think there's about an equal amount of information on both these teams. They're both coming in with a core, with leaders from a previous roster, but they've brought in a lot of new players that I think will fundamentally change the way that they are playing Valorant. On top of that, it is a brand new meta. I think anyone that is looking at that event, at this event, looking at these teams and being like, hey, I know exactly how this is going to go. I know what's happening. Like, it's just foolish. These guys could all pull out anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I give a bit more credit to the foundation that is there, you know, coming over from Optic for energy, slotting in the firepower of Artis. But at the same time, when you're going up against a team that you don't know much about, that you see these players, you know what they're capable of, you see the accolades they have accumulated for themselves in the past, and then you don't really have that much of an info read as far as what they're going to be playing, what maps they want to go to, that can always catch you off guard, and that can be enough to lose a series.
More importantly, though, will NRG be able to get over that European team curse? Now they yoinked a European player.
I mean, there's a lot of curses working against them in this one. Not only with the European teams that they've very much struggled against, but also first matches. This is a team that tends to struggle early, and also a team that normally has to put a lot of prep in. They've talked about that. They have minimal information, and that kind of makes them nervous.
Well, it's time to wrap this up. Of course, we have a massive game coming up for you guys. It is NRG versus Koi. It's going to be kicking off the first event of VCT 2023. Of course, the largest Valorant tournament we have ever had. This is single elimination, do or die, and only one team can make a perfect run. Lock-in starts right here, right now. Let's go, baby!
Salve, salve São Paulo! Bom dia, meus amigos! Hoje começa o Lock-in aqui em São Paulo.
A paixão pelo VALORANT Lock-in nessa cidade é irada.
Eu acho que todos nós brasileiros temos uma boa reputação por sermos competitivos e apaixonados especialmente em esportes.
Nós trazemos o mesmo...
Nós estamos super felizes de receber aqui o herói brasileiro Hit do MIBR no estúdio para falar um pouquinho sobre isso.
Fala, Tichinha, mano, beleza? Tranquilão?
Ô Hit, você deve estar muito empolgado para jogar na frente de toda essa torcida, não é não?
Pô, os fãs vão ir à loucura e eu tenho certeza que a gente não vai desapontá-los.
Então esse ano, Lock-in MIBR.
seguida, nós teremos um competidor do Pacífico, o mestre do disfarce em pessoa. Vem cá.
Yes, hello, it's me, it's Benkai. Hi, thanks for having me.
I've got to ask you, any walkouts planned for this event?
You're gonna have to watch to find out.
A região da China emerge aqui no Lock-in, mirando o trono. Eu tô aqui com Ei. E aí, cara, como é que você se sente fazendo parte do VCT?
就直接我就说 FunPlus 这次是有备而来的，你们都小心一点吧。
A EMEA produziu nosso primeiro campeonato do VCT. Eles são uma região com um legado completo dentro dos esportes. E o meu próximo convidado está bem acostumado com isso. Starkso, so you came out on top in 2021. What do you want to say to your opponents, new and old?
In 2022, I didn't do as good as I expected. So in 2023, I'm really happy to get my revenge with our team.
but 6 previous international LAN winners on that stage right now. They might be new teams, but we cannot understate the experience and the talent we have today, Mimi.
And what's insane is that already one of these two teams will be going home. The format of this tournament is brutal, and for these two squads, neither of them has any tape on their opponent. Neither of them can really expect what they're about to face in that server.
And I mean, that's just going to be a recurring issue for pretty much all of the teams here. There's so few that have tape that you can really trust because there's been so many roster moves. but I love that. I love everything about this. The stage design, the wire frame, everybody's walking out together. It's absolutely wild. It's also great to see artists get a really big cheer for the Brazilian fans. So clearly has been turning heads across the world with his performances, and he's going to be looking to do that again here today for Energy.
Yeah, I think a lot of the onus falls on Artis. He is the guy they're looking for. You are replacing the guy that is considered the GOAT. Stepping into Ye's shoes is not an easy task.
Yeah, it is not indeed. And of course, we already heard a little bit from FNS that NRG, they rely on the heavy prep, the preparation. And I wonder how this map veto is going to go when they have no idea what Koi could be pulling out.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see. Both these teams, we have cores, they have maps they used to ban, but that wasn't really common for that old Optic core. Ascent will be gone first.
Taken out, and it's going to be split. Okay.
Wait, I'm surprised about that. Yeah.
Lotus is in. I don't think anyone is going to pick it, at least not for the opening match, but it would be wild if that does happen. I'm anticipating a second round ban.
Oh my goodness, NRG have picked Icebox. What is going on?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not expected.
No, back in the Optic times, they were not very good at this map, so they're kind of throwing a loop into this one. However, old NRG, the Som era NRG, actually really loved this map, and I think Som traditionally as a player has always performed really well on it.
He's got a lot of influence if he was able to swing them into Icebox just alone. They haven't played this since July against FPX. So the last time they did play it, they were playing against Artis, and that's when Victor was trying to play Neon on Icebox.
And it was never good. Yeah, it never went well. And Lotus is out.
So we get Pearl.
We're going to get Pearl, yeah.
Yeah, I think that we will see a lot of teams taking the veto like Koi, where you're just getting rid of those two, I guess Split's not new, but the newly added maps into the pool with Split and Lotus. It's going to be so difficult to have a full 7-map pool heading into this tournament. The practice time just wasn't there for most of these teams.
I mean, with single elimination, you don't need a 7-map pool here, really, because you might not end up even playing that many maps here. I think it's smart they're avoiding the Lotus and Split here, but as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, as you guys mentioned, Optic, they tried everything on Icebox and nothing ever worked.
I'm curious to see what they have to put together here, and also just, what is Artis going to be playing? Eyes are on Artis right now.
Yeah.
And we'll have to just wait and see.
Wolfen has gone in with the Jet. Right. They've put Wolfen on the duelist.
That is an interesting one to me. I think with this map, you're almost always expecting Killjoy, Sova, Viper, and Sage. Those are just like the required agents. That fifth, you can kind of play whoever you want, whoever you're comfortable with. For Wolfen, that's the Jet with players like Starkso and Trex on the team. I don't think most of us saw that coming. And on the other side as well, it's actually going to be Artis playing on that Sage. Makes sense. He'll have the option to opt there on the defense if he wants. It's kind of a role you can do whatever you want on, as long as you're getting those plants down.
But yeah, I mean, we're saying, is Artis going to be playing the duelist? Is this going to be Victor? It's going to be nobody. So it's crazy to see, but there's a lot of control. There's a lot of tempo control that Energy can have with this comp.
Yeah, for NRG, their opening match in Copenhagen, when they were Optic, they lost to the core of this squad. It could happen again, and that would mean they go home.
Oh, some new stuff here, guys. I am so excited, and also very excited to bring some familiar faces back to you guys. It is, of course, Pansy and Hypoc to take us through map 1.
Yeah, it feels like it has been way too long since we've seen this caliber of game. And right off the bat, Mike, I mean, this is going to be a single elim for one, and the pressure is on here. Let's go right into it, right? Let's talk the core three, right? Yeah, let's just get into it. If we look at these two teams, it's hard to not touch on NRG's core coming back into this, right?
Yeah, I think you can't really ignore that at all. Just to touch on the veto as well, I'm glad
please, go ahead.
There was some reaction to the Icebox coming through. FNS, bit of a love-hate relationship with this map, but coming in with a super safe comp as well. So curious about the application of Artis coming into this, and we can kind of delve into that a little later on if we do see a composition change as well. But this feels like a little bit of a safe start here for NRG. Maybe anticipating Koi pulling out some sort of, wizardry to get things started in this series.
And I think coming into this tournament, there's two ways to go about it. You play safe, you play to your strengths, you have the core three there, you play a safe composition, you run the maps you know, which I think NRG is the best bet to go for, or you go for curveballs, you go for surprises, you play cheese.
I mean, on the flip side of that, we've got Wolfen coming in on the Jet.
Wow.
And again, with this composition, there's not really a massive support system in place for him. So this is, I mean, you're thrown in at the deep end against a team like NRG.
Huge.
And you've got to step up here to be the Jet here. Well, we're starting 2023 off right.
You know what? I missed you guys too. You put that up for us. Appreciate it. Let's get it right, though. We don't want any issues when it's single limb, right?
Dude.
You don't want anything going wrong. So let's then kind of flip the scope, right? We kind of started with NRG, which I think is a fair assessment when we look at that roster. Some of them, of course, walking away in that podium position not too long ago, right?
Hey, I mean, most people are going to look at this on paper as, this is NRG's game to win, right?
I think it's theirs to lose.
I literally was about to get to there, really. Koi have the potential to cause a real upset here.
But proactive beginnings. I love this mid-walk coming out. The knife did connect as well, so a little bit of information, but do they expect an actual bit of presence off the back? They will be warded away for now, so they are going to have to somewhat reset here.
Yeah, interesting that they follow through on that. Obviously, Shados' position key in terms of shutting that down, but already a heavy lean towards B here for NRG.
Full faith in the singular player of FNS to kind of lock down that A site. Feels no pressure yet, so he's just fine. And they're going looking crash. He's getting curious, and the swing on the corner. Perfect. Wolfen wants one, trade down, back and forth. Trex stands for two, but quickly goes down. And it looks like NRG want to send a message early.
And the timing on that was perfect. The flash comes through just as the orb drops from Som. See, Victor got to be careful here. The wide swing, Coldamenter isolates the first, but Som good for the trade. Shados,
come
will
on.
find a response. It's a Killjoy 1v1 here.
It's your dream come true, Mike. Old Tommy the Tarmac going to be coming up now. Spike is safe to get back in hand. That's fine. 35 seconds. Going to secure the flank, make sure nothing's there. He has no idea where FNS is for now. So he's going to try and play it smart and play it safe, but a fight is inevitable. And the angle for FNS...
How deep does he clear on site here, though?
That's the question, isn't it? A quick glance, and the shot's good! Shados! A slap back to NRG. And a reminder that as much as, yes, the core of NRG has got champions, so does Koi.
Yeah. A fantastic round from NRG. Honestly, the early exploration towards mid. They don't overstep the mark there, but it's the timing for me. That poison orb up, just draining time, forcing Koi to sit there, really. And it will be a massive overextension to force their way past that. But immediately, as soon as that poison orb cooldown is coming in, there's three people to come through. Swing on the back of that flash, perfectly executed. But unfortunately, Koi good for the trades.
Yeah, Trex was a bit of a superstar in that as well, kind of keeping them relevant in that fight that was happening on that 4-play stack towards B. So right back into the round, we're looking at the purchase coming out from NRG. It's very limited. So again, looking at the silver linings, we're looking at orbs, we're looking at any kills, anything they can build up into this. It won't be too much to write home about. And the stack slowly working its way back around towards this B site. So again, for Koi, keeping them cool. A player like Wolfen needs to get comfortable on the stage. We haven't seen much from him in the past to this caliber. This is going to be a very big game to start on, but he's surrounded by some very experienced players.
A couple of Cobra frags here. That'll definitely be the start he'll be looking for, but Koi
nice.
once again looking to plant the seeds of emphasis towards the B site. Obviously with Sages on both sides of this map here. Nothing spotted out with the Aldrin here. I'm not sure actually if top site was spotted there. It was Crashies up there. The wall's going to go up. We're going to try and get a bit of a deeper plant here, but it's dealt with immediately.
Yeah, very quickly now. Trex again, still going to be good for it, finding Crashies. Second bite of the cherry for the plant. That's going to go down uncontested. So safe plant here, and now into the post plant. A little bit of chip damage on Victor, but let's see if any damage could be found. There's no flank coming into place. Still going to have the turret keeping watch onto that, so no worries there. They just need to try and keep this one as safe as they can. Have the rifles. This shouldn't be a problem here, Mike.
No, definitely not. Should be a comfortable cleanup as well. Shados to find three. Trex will find the final kill for the Prime Gaming Flawless here in round two. And coming to this round, whether or not Koi will try and throw something, a little bit of a pace change here. Try and enable Wolfen early on in this half, but the things I'm looking forward to really is how they're going to test this Killjoy setup on the side of NRG. Even though FNS is going to show a little bit of variety here.
I'm considering the conditioning now, right? We've only seen these B hits coming through.
Exactly,
They've been relatively all in. There hasn't been that presence here. They did knife and they did walk mid, but they didn't explore beyond that.
First buy round's too early to force the adjustment from
Absolutely.
NRG just yet. So.
Absolutely. That will be in the back of their mind, though, I'm certain. And let's see what Wolfen can get up to here. Proactive beginnings and a quick
Turret
start.
dealt with immediately. That's literally big tick in the box for me at the start of this round. Flash does actually catch Ardis, but look how aggressive this is. Looking to flash all the way into spawn here outside B. On the back of that information, Ardis will throw the wall up.
Yeah, talk about trying to bring Ardis into play. That is something I want to keep my eye on, is how well do they make this man work. As I said, still sticking around here, not going to back away from this. He does have Victor not far behind. He's actually got the rotate coming through from Crashies as well. These two are rabid in approach. They
Chomping at the bit. There's three people here for NRG.
They're willing to brawl. This is ridiculous, considering 0-2 down in this. Not a terrible start, but, you know, still willing to battle this out. and they did great chip damage on towards Cold and Menta, so that could be something to note in the future. But again, you still have Sage there, so should be brought back up nice and quick. But Artist gets punished by Wolf and exploring on his own. No utility to attempt a motion, but it's Victor to quickly quell that. Falling away towards the site, but Koi want in.
Unfortunately, 26 HP on Victor, nearly caught off guard there. RG have to try and find a response to this. Actually, the wall comes up. Nobody's swinging on the back of it, but actually the lockdown invested here will clear some space, but Snowman still playable here for NRG. Should at least guarantee the plant, though.
Oh, Stuxo's in trouble. Needs to be really careful about this. They're taking a fair amount of chip damage for themselves, but should have enough time off the back of the KJ ult to at least get the plant down. But how safe are they on the fallback? Actually made it safely into post-plant too. Yeah, very surprising.
No snake bites available, and I don't think actually any nano swarms on this, so it's going to be a dry post-plant here for
Around
Koi.
the world. Keep your eyes on who is it. Starkso going walkabouts. He's going late flank through middle. Hasn't been noted.
Victor just gave it up. He spotted him.
Victor is in so much danger. Now there's a problem though because they've got their mind split in two places and Trek starts farming. 3 huge kills and NRG left in tatters. Victor's eyes turn towards middle and it's all but a ruse. It's all but a distraction. The time is just singing him the way out of this round. Golden Menta to close and Koi off to the perfect start, 3-0.
Big conversion here for Koi in round 3, and again, this is on the back of NRG looking to really flex out on B main.
Get
aggressive. Hyper aggressive against 3 Spectres. Again, Koi weren't even really happy to entertain it at first, but they waited out that wave of utility as Wolfen to actually find the opener onto Ardis. Beautiful round from Koi. And this is the thing with Cold and Menta. He's not afraid to let that clock burn, let it go all the way down, force so much utility out. We saw that time and time again from him last year.
And how many times have I talked about Cold and Menta as a kingmaker, right? He knows how to make his players work for him. We're seeing it with Trex early on. Wolfen want to see how he warms into this, and we're finally seeing a little bit of a look towards the A site here. So again, the purchase from NRG is poor, so it's not going to be one of those rounds that we're going to be writing home about if all goes to plan. But it's the first time Koi's starting to explore the map this time.
The scope in the hands of Som. We left to anchor towards Snowman, but 3 pistols to deal with here. Oh, actually, Shadows just staring on Victor here, and actually, Victor looking to get aggressive, nearly catching one.
Yeah, but the pressure's coming now. Shadows cracks open towards Crashies too. Potential of a flank, but not going to be explored. And they're on towards the site, already clearing towards 410. Darkso towards Ardis. It's clean so far. Nice. No trades coming back in. You can see FS trying to find that space. Denied quickly. Koi, super diligent. Super clean, super diligent, and a Prime Gaming flawless here, Mike.
A second. Now, and we're in round 5, or coming into round 5 now.
Now, it's early days still. When do they hit the button for a timeout for me if you are NRG? Because you don't want this to spiral. You've got another bite here with a full purchase. Maybe run this one, but surely that consideration will be here soon.
It's definitely after this buy round for me.
Yeah.
But if we do see any sort of adaptation come through. But Koi definitely in the driving seat in terms of the pacing here, in terms of the control.
Absolutely.
NRG just about coming up towards this first ult cycle. I mean, 2 is the most kills here on the board for NRG. Again, early dealing with the turret once again, creating a gap, forcing this rotation out. I think Koi are going to very quickly drift towards A here.
And last time around they did this, they did eventually kind of explore that B side, that late lurk through middle. They kind of...
I think this is what previously prompted that aggression towards B main for NRG. So we get a different look from NRG this time, but also a different response from Koi.
And look at Wolfen, I think you're absolutely on the money with that consideration. He's already sat back there making sure that doesn't happen. So they are trying to find information here, but again, a new look from Koi, going to go towards the A site. So a little bit of a switch up, but no pace behind this. Maybe waiting to see if that flex does come through.
We'll see, Crashes should have his recon back online now, and he's actually just sent it out immediately. Now, if that pings nothing, which actually looks like everybody from Koi has avoided that.
Do they rotate? Do they sit deeper? What? I'm looking at FNS trying to find a bit of information as well. I think this is going to be quite telling. Nothing still.
Should hit these steps though.
It's huge. What a swing from Wolfen as well. You felt as though Ardis was good for that crash. She's still standing. Don't know how. The absolute flood of utility on the side is going to put him right under pressure. The flank is on though. Koi not feeling comfortable just yet. They want another pick, but you can see them halting for a second, pausing for composure. See if there's any oversteps, and no one is so far.
They've got bodies on the line here to try and defend. That's the Owl Drone. Late investment here.
How is Crashes alive?
Utility to clear Crashes.
10 seconds. They've got to make a move towards the site. And Soma Vector saving NRG in this. Whew.
Yeah, a little frantic there on the defense and on the attack as well, but I think just an inability to follow up on that first kill to Ardis. Crashy's just tucked in for so long. I think initially a slow orb sent his way, but after that, a snake bite to follow up, it seemed a little hesitant on the side of Koi when they actually had the upper hand there. As soon as Ardis falls, he's invested the wall. Just follow through on that.
Yeah, credit to Crashies for playing his life so well, but you're absolutely right. There wasn't as much kind of pressure right towards him. Yes, I guess the flank did come in roughly around that time, so a little bit of a stress across the board. But 4-1, we finally have NRG fighting back into this. Let's see what the new look coming out from the attacking side of Koi is going to be this time.
And Crashies and Victor, ultimates online. Som and Ardis just one away from the Res and the Viper's Pit. Blade Storm available here for Wolfen. Actually, Stars are going to get his res online as well. Spread pretty thin once again for Koi in the early round. No exploration from NRG either. Crashy's looking a little bored there. Hands off the keyboard. Just jump spotting Boiler right now. In the second leg, really, we've seen Wolfen deal with that turret early on a couple of times, but there hasn't been a single round when this alarm bot's been pressured yet. That's one of the things that's going to be the key part of this Killjoy setup. Once again, Ardis and Crashies potentially going to be tested here on A site. Victor drifting this way as well.
Such close contact as well. That's the first bit of utility fully invested, and they're already on the site, essentially. Really sitting deep now, NRG. Didn't want to take that risk after Ardis lost his head in just that prior round, but still. One going to come through, and Shrek's on guard duty. Takes down Victor. Crashies with a whole lot of info, but not a lot of ability to really do much about the pressure coming on off the back of it. So again, spamming in. Ardis takes a little bit of damage himself. And they're looking for that first step in on this retake, and it may be off the back of this Hunter's Fury coming through, and absolutely maybe now. Trax goes down, but not before he actually managed to convert onto Victor. The timing,
no.
FNS! He's made a bit of a meal of it. This could be deadly now. Problems aplenty, Mike.
Does find it though. Coldamentor will fall here. FNS, can he find anything else? No. Starzo deals with it. Trax finds a follow-up. Wall's still available for Ardis, but man, there's just not enough left to fight the numbers of Koi on the site here. Again, seemed like almost a dry run of the previous round, but a much deeper setup here with Crashies basically playing off that Hunter's Fury. Victor gets here just as he pops the null command. The wall's already up. Starzo's already got that wall against screens, so there's no threat to sight. A little strange to watch that. Again, this was no pressure elsewhere on the map. This time the turret wasn't dealt with in Kitchen. There wasn't really any indicators of presence anywhere else for NRG. Felt a little scrambled on the way back in there.
And I'm happy to see a timeout called now, because I think we want to bring into context that there's only so many times we can say this. Single limb, of course, but this is also NRG's map choice. So if you're looking at it this way, I was really looking at kind of Koi coming in, looking really well drilled, looking like got a really good game plan into this. Maybe not completely anti-stratting, because you simply can't do that these days, at least yet. But again, nice game plan on approach. NRG are yet to really find that answer, to really find the information early on, or pressure anything as to what's going on.
Yeah, it's the point where we come back to that, and again, kind of weak way to look at it, but it's at face value, right? This core for NRG, and again, whether we're going to make another argument about the comp or what, whether or not, I don't know, for me, the support system here, you can put Ardis on anything really and it'll deliver.
Yes.
But for me, it needs to be Victor and Crashies to step up in some of these rounds, and early on we saw them kind of posturing up, looking hyper aggressive in that anti-eco actually.
Yes.
There's 3 Spectres on the board, happy to brawl on B main, but outside that, whether or not it's just how delicate the economy's been, they haven't felt comfortable to do that. Koi aren't really making any secrets about what's going on in the early round, right? It's a couple of times now Wolfen's dashed up onto top tube, dealt with the turret, immediately peel back to a default and just kind of slowly drift towards A. If that continues, I want to see NRG take the initiative, but it's difficult when you don't have the weapons to back that up.
Yeah, it's just, buy a round.
And without a duelist as well.
Exactly.
A duelist is the one that really they should be looking to enable in those sort of rounds.
And as much as, yes, you can prop up certain players to play like it, the agent not there, going to be difficult. Trying to play bodyguard here for Victor. Does, I think, yeah, he did indeed get the orb, so that's fine. FNS could be next on the chopping block, and he is Koi quick with it. Really clean work. I think this is a lot of credit going to Coldamentor in my mind. Again, you've got a lot of untested talent, some talent who've been off almost for a year. You've got a lot of different factors to work into effect here, but he's doing incredibly well with this roster so far. Crashies and Som, again, looking for maybe some sort of chip damage, some sort of exits here, any sort of damage they can achieve, that'll do. I'm going to take down one, but anything more starts to get almost impossible.
The opening to some of these anti-eco rounds from Koi have just been absolute perfection. There's been no real risk. always stacked up in numbers, and Wolfen's been good for it so far, honestly.
Yep, solid.
They're building up a bit of a bankroll now as well. I think that's going to be even worse with 4 surviving here for Koi. They're sat very comfortably. And you look at NRG, it's odds and ends left behind this. Viper's Pit, Rez, lockdown to play with here, but again, I'm just not seeing the numbers on the side of NRG to really feel confident about the home stretch of this half.
No, and it could turn on this round. This is what it kind of is a pivot point in the game for me, or at least in this half. It does seem as though we're going to see a similar start as well. Eyes towards what Wolfen does here. Does he get checked on this? Does he not? Similar scenes. No turret this time. So again, this could be relatively telling as well that there is an adjustment, but Wolfen big pick. Victor goes down, he gets a back away, and there's no trade, there is no threat.
I love the reaction here. It's such a big indicator that the turret's not there. There's some kind of adjustment on the side of NRG.
What's been
exactly what's happening differently here. Beautiful opener from Wolfen once again.
That's really nice to see. Again, young player, good decision making coming in here. First on the big stages like this. That's lovely. Doesn't have to get too flashy with it, can just do his role. And we've got that slow lean actually towards B, but we do still see Viper's Pit in play.
Still got a drone, still got the recon to deal with. Some should they force in.
Res up. There's Shados on guard duty. Trex quickly handling business, and Artis even gets tagged in this. So they've lost even more. Yes, Coldamenta goes down, but still, it's just FNS, Som, and Artis to try and quickly get back towards the A site. All drawn towards B, all drawn towards mid, and a quick read and a correct decision from Koi to instantly go towards A.
Yeah,
beautiful, beautiful decision making.
A very safe plant as well with no pressure coming back through on site. FNS actually going to invest the lockdown here with the Hunter's Fury being burnt up from Trex. We'll see really what it buys. Again, when they're not behind screens, it only really gives them access towards the orb. You can see where it cuts off here. And it's a safe plant.
Okay, what's the plan here? Oh, this could be nice. Gives him a bit of cover. That's the only issue, though. Has to back away 18 HP, and he's lost all the bodies in the meantime. All alone, barely breathing. Artis would have to work miracles, and there are no miracles here for NRG. Koi is 7-1 up. Let's pump the brakes here, Mike. Let's take a step back, right? As this tournament is going to be one of those that could be completely out of expectation. Very hard to consider who does deep runs, who's going where. But we have to give credit at 7-1 that Koi have come in looking dangerous, Mike.
Absolutely, and NRG making a few decisions that just feel a little flustered. I mean, the res there, even if the Hunter's Fury wasn't a factor, right? This res is towards the bottom end of tube, with no wall invested towards mid. I didn't actually see on the minimap if anybody had probed it anywhere else to kind of ensure that, but it's immediately punished. I mean, Artis gets tagged as well, obviously got the heal behind that, but like I said, it's not often last year we'd ever talk about NRG, well, previously FNS, making these kind of desperation calls.
No, but I think this also then spins back, considering we are seeing a bit of a force-up. Actually, Som going to connect one, so that's actually quite important. First time we're seeing Wolfen found without any trade or anything back. Maybe could do a bit more with this, but I think this arcs back to this is potentially NRG's game to lose to an extent. A lot more pressure, a lot more eyes on them. Koi, I think if you're part of the EMEA scene, you watch these teams, you'll be very aware of who some of these players are, but
the tag actually comes through.
Not bad, he's putting in work, he's trying. But again, this is huge pressure on NRG, and Koi gets to come in and even determine the pace on the attacking side is very valuable in this.
Yeah, big progress towards A here as well. Victor digging pretty deep here with Wolfen falling. Again, no progress through mid, actually. Crash is going to opt to rotate towards orange here.
How much longer can he
actually,
last?
as I say that, yeah, Victor actually caught with the stinger out in the open.
So much put towards just clearing him out of this. Actually, FNS! Great little available angle. The all has come into play, and again, just putting bodies on the line here. Koi has once again won out the fight. Yes, it's sloppy, but now probably 8-1. It's not the end of the world unless Victor can work out some sort of magic here.
Well, he did get tagged up and noted by Trex as well, so down to 67 HP. Flashes to work with. The alarm bot will reveal his position. Gonna need a miracle to get this one done. Still a drone to buy time as well.
Shados working with it too. Beautiful. Two still alive. Trex, Shados move forward. Money's not an issue. Rounds aren't an issue. Koi are comfortable on the stage.
Yeah. I mean, cool round 10, the nail in the coffin, honestly. With this bankroll that's built up here, Koi systematically working through these ultimates as well. NRG, couple away, crashes two off the Hunter's Fury once again. Victor, one off the null command.
Yeah, Got to say as well, for me, Trex and Shados, outstanding performance so far. Yes,
Shados is 12-1.
Yeah,
What?
Shados is having a game. And he had a good beginning, call it what you want, when they had the economy in their favor, but even into the buy round, it's been super influential. Early attempt, a little bit of a catch there towards the orb, but again, just going to keep map control for now. But a massive rotation. You've got 4 players on A here.
I feel a little bit like it's time for NRG to try and take a fight here. That might be why we see the numbers committed towards A. Artist actually with an op in hand.
Could be big. You need something to make a difference.
Throw a spanner in the works. We know what he's capable with this weapon.
There's not many like him. The man he replaced is one of the only other few that you could argue. But again, 3 to 9 quiet performance here so far, but not really an individual error, I feel. It's just a game as it is. 50 seconds now. Running down the clock quite low. And they're going to be walking into a substantially larger amount of presence. First time we're going to see the 4 players really posted up on this 2. Artist first contact. Wins that fight wall. Gets committed, doesn't get on it himself though, so has to peel away from this. And actually an early read from NRG that this is going to be a rotation.
30 seconds.
I mean, 30 seconds left here. I don't think they're going to beat NRG to this side. Obviously, some tucked all the way into Snowman.
I love Victor backfilling this super quick as well.
Yeah, immediately.
Safety, making sure it's not going to be a double pump, a double fake. No, it's going to be now red alert to Som. Do what you can, buy us time, buy any seconds you can. Plant's going to come in, does it get stuck here? 10 seconds now, it's down, it's safe. Into the post plant, crashes, handles Starzo. Now down to 3 players. What more can these 3 do? I think I heard the Vipers pick committed.
Yeah, Coldamentus popped it.
He's popped it, and rightly so, but Victor on the flank. This was happening a long time ago. Artist still popping off shots, finds Shados. Down to Coldamentus and Trex here. Close on the side, and Crash is trying to reveal him. Crash is going to get Trex. And now just Coldamentus, and he's dealt with. Finally, NRG stemmed the bleeding. But is it too little and is it too late?
I said for this to go in Koi's favor would have been the nail in the coffin for me. Again, it will be nothing short of a miracle. They can close this out with the best possible result. It was a Prime Gaming flawless for NRG to get back on it. Definitely didn't.
So scrappy. Wow. And a timeout now for Koi. So maybe
let that one breathe a little bit.
Just let it settle. They're not under any pressure right now still.
Not really any bad decision making on the side of Koi here. This just felt a little more of a, I guess, a preemptive rotation coming through, and NRG happy to kind of commit to some of the information they do receive. Obviously with the Owl drone coming through, the knife actually following through, I think pinging 2 from Victor. The Owl drone being there, they know it's 3 or 4 behind that. And I think that's the point at which they say, yeah, let's commit to this. This is posted up. He wins those all days long. Like, if there's no flash to come over to actually get Wolfen in a position to swing that's when you know, Artist is always good for that one.
Yeah, he's not going to miss that absolute sin. So good to see him finding that, and then the knock-on effect of it. Again, good stuff. I've got to say, the crowd here pretty lively already. It's a pretty small start to it. It's the first game ever coming out here. Crowd's lively. Kind of liking it. But all said and done, Koi now with a chance to maybe hit that adjustment. Now noting that Artist will probably have the operator still in play. That's going to be a factor. How do we approach this? How can we maybe facilitate Wolfen a little better in this scenario? Or do we look somewhere else?
So again, they're being on the Sage. How kind of mobile is he going to be around the map? Seeing immediately him make his way towards B. If he's going to become the B site anchor with this operator, it'll be a big switch up for NRG, enabling them to find something elsewhere on the map. You see Som making his way over. First time we've actually seen mid-intention here from Koi. At least with a couple of bodies, it's usually Wolfen to just find that turret. Slow creep behind the orb.
Yeah, they have not done this walk before at all. So the fight will be towards FNS, if anything. 3 players there, and this hasn't happened yet. This timing can be really uncomfortable. Now we'll get the early warning signal, but beyond that, it's really on him here.
He can spam the wall off this alarm bar as well, actually. You can see the nano swarm on the other side of it.
They've got to be asking questions. They've got to be. That timing's starting to get curious here. FNS still steal focus. He's going to hear the steps here, and now he's going to see the players. Falls away from this and probably rightly considered. Quick trade does take down Wolfen, but the site's now under scrutiny. We do note that, again, it was Artist who hit that early rotate towards the that B site, but the fight in middle's won out by Starzo. And crashes on the quick flank is going to miss the vast majority. There's still 1 player even behind this Trex, waiting ever so patiently for his time. The plant comes in, the timing's atrocious. Trex gets it on a platter. Spotting out one in the second, looking likely. Trex, sharp as ever. And now it's just Artis, completely navigated around, didn't even get a chance into this round. I love that. How do we get around the up? Well, we just play it up the guts, up middle.
I'd love to accredit this towards the awareness of being, it's going to be on an extremity, right?
Yeah.
The weakness is going to be in mid. And what's FNS got to deal with is 3 bodies barreling into kitchen. Like I said, even here with the setup, they're stacked up as 3, ready to explode on the back of that alarm bot contact. We'll find a consolation, but only really revealing himself here. Prone to losing this now. Tracks on the first swing. And Shados picking up the slack elsewhere as well. Might even catch him.
Gave it a good fight. Operator gone now. And the round back for Koi. Fantastic call from, I imagine, Coldament there. I feel like that's the first time we saw them up the guts.
Straight out of timeout.
They knew
Straight
what they
out
were
of
doing.
timeout.
And it's not a bad call from NRG. By all accounts, you're only trying to play off of what you know would make that, maybe that next step reading, you know, trying to place him into middle somewhere. But again, it's Sage, not hypermobile, not able to really get out of those scenarios. So again, you don't have that capability. So 2 to 9. Money, it's missing bits and pieces here. You can see Victor without armor, you can see odds and ends lacking, but Artis does still have the operator. So this time around, what's the plan here? They desperately need this third.
They really do. I don't feel comfortable about this second half at all. 3 towards B main initially here for Koi. Complimented to be the 4th. Shados is going to be on crowd control elsewhere. Victor looks a little curious. Towards Nest at least on A site. A pause for thought here for Koi. Hunter's Fury available. Rez available. The other side of things, FNS does have that lockdown and preemptively invested here with over a minute left on the clock. Just to force them back into spawn here. As, like I said, it feels just a little desperate. Don't really secure the space on the back of that. Yeah, I'm really not sure about that one.
No, I was kind of imagining if someone backfill it a little
Exactly,
further.
yeah, take the space, force them even deeper. There's a pinch coming through from Victor, potentially with this aggression on A.
And here's the burst again. Wolfen instantly going to fight towards Som. Som great dealing with the first though. Front line dealt with. Now you got to look towards who else is remaining. We know that Koi are running as a pack in this. There's 3 players who are the heavy hitters and they're mostly still standing. Som though yet to be cleared fully from this. Rez comes in. Do they get a punish? Huge from Som! Holding it down and giving NRG the finest amount of hope, the thinnest amount to work with, as 3 rounds is really the bare minimum.
It's a fine margin, yeah, the bare minimum. Quietly on the other side of things, Trex has just had an insane half of Valorant here.
Yes, he
on
has.
Icebox for Koi. Just such a consistent player. I saw him hint at this. Oh, it doesn't get much better than that, right? They line up for him. You can see a little bit of joy to close out the half for NRG. The consolation at least definitely needed that one.
Yeah, might bring him back a little here, give him a little bit of that fire burning in the belly, because they definitely need a wake-up call. It's 3 to 9.
And Chet's cracked a smile.
First time in a while. First time in a while. But yeah, this has to be a rude awakening for NRG. It's do or die. Bear in mind, this is still their map choice. They've got 3 rounds. Let's hand it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. If you're an EMEA fan, you're having a great time. And we heard in the interview before the match started, Shadow said they had 1 month to prepare for this. And Mimi, this looks great for 1 month.
It looked really well put together by Koi, and I was particularly impressed with just the half that Coldamenta was calling there. And one piece of that was kind of a piece of tech that I don't think I've really seen before on this map, and that was Wolfen's Jet consistently taking that control in mid and breaking the turret. We have a clip to take a look at of one of those rounds here, where as you can see, right off of the rip, well, we don't have it quite in here, but at the beginning, trust me guys, that turret was broken down by Wolfen updrafting on top of that tube. And in the late round, that meant that Finesse had to consistently be that guy, and here it is right now, who was locking things down, playing in mid. Normally when you play that Killjoy, you can kind of set and forget, set up that utility, stay in range, and you have that information. But Koi consistently denied that, meaning that for the side of NRG, they had to kind of constantly change how they were playing their defense, and when they were calling so well, it was pretty tough for NRG.
Yeah, it was just all Koi in that half. But, you know, going into the next half as well, Shados was on his debut on Killjoy, and Achilles, the guy on the other side, has played a lot of Killjoy.
Yeah, this has been a pretty brutal, and unfortunately for for Finesse, we're going to put them side by side. Shados has had a whale of a time. Round 3 already had the lockdown. They did have to commit it to be able to get that bonus conversion, but they made it work. They've been running away with it, and that's as an attacking Killjoy. Shados has been popping off for this debut pick, and for Finesse, we've been seeing, as Hypa called it, some desperate plays being made here, some desperate calls being made for this team that look very shaken up, especially in those first few rounds. I mean, it took until round 10 to even get an AWP into Artis's hands. That's something that you want to do as quickly as possible, and having to delay that until 10 is brutal. So we need to see a big step up here for Finesse. He needs to have a Shados-esque performance as he gets ready to go on this attack.
He absolutely does. At an international event, this is the first time that this NRG core ever has picked this map, so we got to see what they were cooking.
Yeah, they got the Night 3 curse, the EU team curse, the first match curse. Everything is against NRG right now, but Pansy and Hypog, they do have a chance to pull this back.
You're absolutely right, Yinzu. There's every opportunity here, but we did say this is the bare minimum. We said 3 is really the buffer you're going to need. We have to put into context, you still have Trex having a very big game and Shados to boot.
Well, this is the thing as well. Yes, there's no comfort in the scoreline, right? No. But there's also not a lot of comfort coming out of that half either. In terms of individual performances, it's never nice to drill down to that sort of level. When we're looking at the numbers, thank God Som closes out that half in the way that he did. There's a couple of times there were fumbles left, right, and center for NRG. That has to be cleaned up here for the second half.
And if I'm Koi, I'm testing them. I'm going right back into the thick of it. And well, for starters, they are getting dealt with. Good
4 minutes.
Yeah, they're very aware that this confidence could be happening, and it is. So Starzo going to back away here. You can see them willing to fight on this, spotting them crossing towards the A site though. So already going to have at least 2 bodies here. We're going to see a little bit of the setup in play. FNS though, trying to lead by example at this point here.
Early intention showed here as well for Wolfen. Happy to take these opening engagements, and Koi happy to build around him. We've got the clean plant here, and still 5 standing here for NRG. It's a numbers advantage. Koi have to get something done on this retake. Wall going to burn up a lot of time here as well, Lauren.
I don't see a comfy way back in at all. They already have to back away from this. There's no step to it. There's still so many bodies on the site. 5 still standing for NRG.
The ball's only just coming down now, and there's only 1 chunk removed.
Okay, Shados though does connect quite quickly. Good information on the second, but not going to follow up. It's Som dealing with it at the back of the site. Artist still standing, and NRG locking this down. They need this one to work out for them, and Trex cannot do enough. 3 alive for NRG, and the first in the second half.
A great response from NRG as well. As soon as Wolfen falls, they drift back. They're happy to try and fight the remnants of that early attempt from Koi and slot themselves right onto A site. Like I said, that wall just bought so much time.
Really nice.
Felt like a good 15, 20 seconds until finally a chunk was removed.
Love to see that. And it is going to be a process here, because we can't really, when we look at NRG, you don't have that icebox knowledge to depend upon when you come to that core 3, even to an extent. You know, you wonder what they're going to look like on this, and again, get to at least determine the pace this time. But Koi still looking to test the waters, and why not? They are onto the classics, the frenzy, and just a touch of utility around it. But not a great deal. Just testing the waters, and Som on the case.
I'm so happy with Wolfen though, and this is in a comp that doesn't actually have a flash, right? There's no stun, there's no flash. It's only really Trex's utility to really support him. But in my eyes, he's absolutely delivered so far.
Very well.
Let's see what he can get done in the second half as well. Early intention shown from Koi once again with that tube walk. The dart goes through. Actually, on the back of that, so proactive. They're coming back. They're clearing this space outside A site. And this is on a round with just classics to work with.
And here we go. There's going to be the spot. Crashies knows at least 1, potentially 2 now. So they should be very aware that there's now going to be further presence. A little messy in the end. Not what you want, but they should be fine now. Going to lose out on Victor, but I doubt Trex will get anything. Yeah, so comfy, 4 alive, farm coming in. NRG building back into this game.
Yeah, and they come into the next round as well. I have to see exactly how it lands, but with a Vandal to work with in the hands of Ardis. That Bulldog for Som. See actually what's going to round this purchase out. Crashy's 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. The potential to get that online in this round. Quite definitely with the upper hand here. And the big question arises now. How many different looks will we see from this proactivity on the side of Koi? Again, you got to credit the protocols once again for Coldamenta there. So proactive to clear through A side. They don't want NRG to get away with any free space. So if we see that continue into the buy rounds now.
Now,
they walk down tube here. It's 3 towards A site instead, Lauren.
Yeah, and got to say, Shados is in a world of danger. Hyper isolated. Even the rotation through mid can be noted, can be seen, can be punished. I don't know how much he can do on his own here.
Starzo's behind this turret as well, so FNS deals with it. He should be able to lock down at least one side. Either the kitchen rotate or under tube at least. Yeah, this... I mean, if Shadows lives, then yeah, sure, but...
Didn't love this, if I'm honest. That put...
No second swing. I mean, Starzo's trying to follow off the drone. Som's going to find another kill onto Coldamenta here.
Nicely played round so far by NRG, but it is been left on a platter here. Shados, Wolfen, and Trex trying to navigate a way through, and Som can play that back line. Ardis yet to be checked on, does do well. Finds Wolfen, extends a little bit of play here. 3v2, and Som, perfect timing. Lovely approach there. Buys a little couple of seconds as well. Going to be a nuisance, and Shados not being given a fair fight. There isn't one to be had. Turns the flash, but he can't turn this round any other way. And I didn't love what they were doing there. It was a little bit of a heavy investment towards the ace site, but again, there was no fallback plan there.
I mean, I love it from FNS. Yeah, they're showing tube presence. I'm going to walk tube this round. And like I said, it's the fact that Starzo's behind that turret, the other side of it, that just makes it so uneasy for Shados. You can kind of trade that off if they get deep mid control, they get deep A side control somewhere else. But as soon as you get stuck behind that turret, Shados is left in a world of hurt. And there's no, I mean, what can he do there? Pop off, find 3 kills? That's the only solution to that.
Yeah, it's. I don't know if there was maybe not a misread, but maybe a gamble towards it, maybe testing things out, I don't know. But again, it's put them in a position where they are back down to the pistols here, so this will build, again, an opportunity for NRG to close the gap, and they're still stuck on 9 for Koi. NRG just building that confidence as well, trying to feel out the game, warm into this a little bit. They certainly need a bit of that. Maybe some Eco Cobra frags for Ardis can help the matter too.
Momentum should get spotted here, yeah. Noted at least from Ardis. I think actually noted the second player as well. Starzo unnoted as of yet. The spike not committed. A little bit of a poke here from NRG, and they do have the space to rotate. Already though, Koi. They have a read on this as well. Only really the frenzy in the hands of Shados to work with.
As it stands, NRG is still stuck over towards B long, very methodically working. They do still have utility to clear towards site as well.
30 seconds.
But it's the time. It makes me nervous, even against these pistols. One player drops, Spike gets lost, util gets burnt up, 25 seconds now. Mike, this is running down to the wire. Som trying to do his heroics once again. Wall goes up. 18 seconds. I'm still waiting for that plant to come in if it's safe. It is for now. Victor and Som on the case.
Right, but Som actually the one to find that crucial kill to open things up and closes out with 3 for the Prime Gaming Flawless. And a little more confidence in their step now for NRG. Som actually leading the charge here, 17 and 9, top of the scoreboard for them. And this ultimately is the buy round that gets them back to a tight scoreline in my eyes.
I've got to say, heroic.
Yeah, actually, maybe behind this purchase here, I mean, other than the operator purchase, Wolfen won off the Blade Storm. There's a chance to scrape together maybe some rifles in the next. This is a big one for NRG, actually. Potential to get everything online in terms of this ult cycle. But Hunter's Fury and the Viper's bit available in this round for Crashies and Som.
They're implying pressure in middle as well. You're just seeing the Aldrone go through, and Wolfen's waiting with that operator. One of the young guns to watch if you are keeping track of EMEA. Didn't expect to really see him here, but let's see how he does with operator now in hand.
It's a big jump to come here to this stage, and I mean, I've already said
Massively.
it delivered in my eyes in that first half.
Yeah, very much like a technical player so far. He's not, as I said, not going to be your highlight player. He's not going to be sitting there top of the scoreboard, but certainly doing the damage. Lovely work. Big connection towards Victor. That's now a little bit of a problem. You're going to isolate FNS if he tries to stick around here. He can't do much more. It's down to the 3 that are hitting towards the site.
Crashies and Ardis, though, look at them.
To find Starzo, trying to navigate around potentially. Starzo yet to get checked on, and Trex has found Crashies. This is a bit bizarre to me, and Starzo can just back away here, gets away with his life. No success being found. So FNS, yes, has gone deep towards A, but to what value? There's still utility in play here.
Just now dealing with the turret. The alarm bot's still there, so Shadow's going to know nobody's followed through on that.
How much can this one man do? This again is calling for such a huge round, and he's actually in the right place for it. Gonna fight Cordamenta. There is a second on the site as well, but it's gonna be Starkzo just worming his way around trying to find the angle. He gets it, Koi! Huge punish. Denying Som, denying Artis, and they noted earlier where FNS was. They are gonna sit on this one. The smokes are coming in. Starzo is safe, and it's 10 for Koi.
Great response here in this round, but NRG creeping all the way up onto B side. I think it's only that recon from Trex that gives that away. It almost felt like Crashies had a free clearance with that Viper wall being up, as Starzo hyper-focused towards B main. Got away with murder there, I gotta say it. Yeah, I'm not sure actually who was in a position to deal with that that dart. I love seeing Barbar Camp again, by the way.
I miss Barbar Camp. Great to see it.
But yeah, it's only that recon that gives things away. So great timing from Trex to really bail Starzo out in that regard. But the only ultimate missing now for NRG, the lockdown. So a decent financial position behind this, and looks as if they might try and commit behind this null command. Shados here, so most of his utility going to be rendered useless. Should be a clean plant here.
Oh.
Viper's pick going to go up now.
Ooh, hold on.
Response coming through from Trex here. One tag at least I noted, but
Heading away
actually
with
no
it.
tag. It looked like he did get a tag onto Ardis there, but
They've invested so much in this, but 2 players on the flank now, but 2 players to be watching it as well. So NRG fully aware,
free
really,
round.
really
Literally
diligent.
Unlosable round here. Hunter's Fury, 2 snake bites available. Nano Swarms, Koi know it. As soon as those 2 flank kills fall, a great decision to be made here from Koi as well. And Cordamenta, 2800, Starzo 800. Opportunity here for a weapon to be passed across. Like I said, that all hinged on those 2 kills on the flank, Lauren.
Yeah, it could have changed the outcome if they did potentially go the other way, but NRG pulling out the must-win round sort of deal. Burnt a fair amount, but absolutely worth it at this point, it feels. So going to convert here and close the gap on the scoreline just a touch. Not letting Koi run away, and a little bit of a hunt for the rifles.
I was going to say, Wolfen up on top of the hut there, back in spawn, almost getting spotted out. He did have the operator in hand, obviously carries it across now. Fair investment here, but it's the null command and the Viper's pit to get this round done. Great awareness for FNS and Crashies just to be double stacked up here to secure that.
Just knowing where that weakness would be, because you've invested so much on it.
What the win condition is.
Yeah, exactly.
The win condition is the post plant there.
Beautiful, beautifully done. We go back in though, and again, Koi's money will be brought into question. They are starting to dip a little lower into the funds, and the scoreline's getting a bit closer here. Slowly, NRG waking up in this game. And Trex willing to scrap on this. Does need to back away. He had the support there as well. Wolfen getting a little bit of play into this. Timing not there this time, and NRG quick to it. They are not resting for a second. Victor, fast as anything. You'd think he's on Neon if you blinked and missed it. But it's Wolfen in the back lines. They've had to relinquish the site control. But I am looking at one going walkabouts here. Trex is still on the site. Finally found by Crashies, for the spike yet to be planted. But NRG are winning the fights that they desperately needed.
Now, this is the sort of round they're known for, completely disrupting the rhythm, the tempo, the expectations of some of these rounds. And Koi just left scratching their heads, honestly. Massively overstepping the mark. You don't ever expect anybody on the back of that initial contact. And that's Koi being aggressive there. They're the ones that are happy to dig a little deeper, challenge that owl drone. But straight away, Victor barrels towards site.
I love seeing that from Victor, though. We needed a bit of that punch to come back in. We saw a little bit of that dabble of aggression on the first half. It didn't obviously work out as well for NRG, but to see them kindling that here in the second half is great.
I'm glad you referenced the Neon as well, because actually, whatever composition we see him in, it becomes Victor and Crashies being the key stakeholders, right? Those are the playmakers. Yes, they're missing Ye now.
Sure.
But in my eyes, Victor and Crashies are 2 that actually, when they excel, those games for Optic look so easy. When they're just in like hard carry mode.
Yeah, it's gorgeous to watch. It's very stylistic to only what I feel like they can do as well. And look at this. Rabid on the hunt, takes so much space, continuing to pressure, and you're right, Crashies in combination as well. Beautiful synergy there. Loving that. Going to put a little bit more pressure back towards Koi now.
Somehow,
9 to 10.
somehow, we're 1 round
perfect. This
away
is
from a tied scoreline.
But this is the beauty of single elim as well. Like, this one map can mean so much here. And NRG having to dig deep early on. Now, the money did get shattered. We saw it was very fragile, even just the prior round for Koi. So this is poised to be 10-10, Mike.
There's actually a comfortable amount of credits. Sorry, just tighten up the numbers, but Wolfen's going to be able to have the operator. Even here, it's 2200, 2800 to carry across. Decent progression on this ult cycle as well. Coldamenta and Shados, one away from two very impactful defensive ultimates. Flip side, yes, could argue there's a couple of counters there, but I say we came into this half with, yes, the odds stacked against NRG, but even here you come into the next, it's tied up. I mean, a loss isn't going to break them, but still, Koi in a pretty good position.
Yeah, certainly the purchase will be coming back around, but they really need to show their diligence here as well for NRG. Don't be walking into stacks or any funny business. A little bit of time being purchased. Wolfen unable to find the connection he wanted.
Wolfen and Shados breaking their ankles there.
And the side looks like it's on a platter. Do they try and refight? Do they offset the timing? It looks like they try to. Artist, though, willing to brawl it out. Crash, he denies. And none of that pressure, none of that aggression going to work out here, trying to offset the tempo to try and maybe deny that plant and get in their faces. Coldamenta left alive, and it's a formality at this point. It will be tied up. This will be 10-10. I'd love to see you prove me wrong, Coldamenta, but it ain't going to happen.
More and more examples of that main stage confidence coming out from some of these NRG players.
They need it. They needed it. Called upon it when it was most required. 3 rounds in the first half, and bear in mind, one of them was a gift from Som. This is pedigree coming in. This is that core 3 that we need to be looking at, and then the additions coming through as well. This is exactly what the doctor prescribed, and they are absolutely doing as needed.
Problem being, though, again, I was crediting that financial position for Koi behind that previous. They're going to come in 4 players sitting 1200 and above. I mean, NRG can basically buy out even if Koi do string together a couple here, find themselves towards that 12-round mark. I think you think actually you dig a little deeper, and NRG, if they do rely back on some of these ultimates. Oh, I can't actually believe we're even here to start off with, and then you look at this scoreboard and there's so many factors to consider.
Yeah. Where do your eyes go to instantaneously now? Coming into 10-10, right? Tied up. Where are we watching? Tell me where I need to be looking.
Dare I say it, coming out this time out, I want to see Koi start exploring the map again.
Oh, get back to the aggression
just
a little bit.
Get back to being a little proactive,
Yep.
because that's the thing that Coldamenta is so good at doing.
Okay.
Dictating that mid-round, being proactive, clearing space, and then being in a position to have kind of a numbers favorable defense on one of the sites. Again, it's a big ask. When this half has gone the way it has, they've had 1 round in the second.
Yes.
I'm not seeing it initially here.
Nope.
Adjustment, yes, Shados over towards B. Well, maybe actually with this tube walk, we might even see it.
This is what we've been asking for. Wolfen could have that opportunity. He did manage to find, I believe it was actually Victor even last time, but a new position playing off the back of the turret as well.
It's a sketchy res. Starzo has to respect it for the time being. Has to back away from that.
And
might even have to wait for the retake opportunity to get that res back online.
And I feel like this is a fantastic read because we did see that before. That walk down tube, only used once or twice, very rarely implemented.
FNS with his finger on the pulse in terms of what Koi were planning to pull out in this round.
God, this is so much pressure now.
Yeah, Crashies has actually confirmed the information that actually Starzo isn't tucked into tube, waiting for that res. And they're going to police it as well. Look at this, bodies on the death marker.
I love it. Shados is sweating bullets here.
Because there's a big gap in kitchen.
Yeah,
big gap in
they
kitchen.
Could be anywhere. The information is so deep by the time they'll be on the site. And again, yes, they've cleared this far, so this adds to that pressure on this man here, Shados. How much can he do? Does he get checked on? When does he get checked on? Because they're still watching this flank, Mike.
Big
there
positive.
is still information free flowing. So Shados, again, that time, he's got even longer on his own.
This is the thing, though. NRG have a long list of options in terms of the plant spot. Victor actually settling for default here.
I love this. Going back in just to ensure that that res does not come through, and Som is putting in serious work. Shados finally pulls the trigger, takes down one on the site. Som's been bound, it's a 3v3, but time, the KJ ult has come into effect, and Artis is going to get the counter ult comes in. Starzo on the punish, and now just 2. FNS and Victor, and where do they go?
Got to back away. Koi actually respecting the lockdown as well. Nothing detained here on either side.
Time. They've got to get a move on
Victor.
Victor.
Up so much.
He's going to have his knife back, he's going to have his flash back, he's got so much kit still to play with. Shadows still alive, FNS is there, he can get back onto this one. Oh, and Victor's found Starzo! Shadows with a quick trade, but time is everything, and is running out for them. FNS, he can't do it in time! It's done for, it's 11 for NRG!
What a round for NRG to pull out here. Absolute chaos, everybody. I mean, everything but the kitchen sink thrown at this round. But it's such a perfect read on both sides of this.
That was beautiful.
The clearance from NRG behind that res, and then Som posts up another. Just such an impactful round from him. And even though he falls here, like I said, both lockdowns come through, and all the time is expired. I mean, I think Trex has to full stick this. You can't fault him here.
No,
it's a high pressure scenario.
There's no right choice in that, really. It's you make the best of what you've been given, and the heartbreak on Barbar. He knows that round could have been just the minuscule differences coming into play here. And now NRG finally in the lead.
But like I said, though, Koi still had enough behind that purchase to string together rifles here.
You're right.
Coldamenta with the Viper's Pit. Some sense of security towards A site here. But the rest of Koi actually scratching their heads in mid right now. NRG actually feel, I guess like they found a weak point in this defense. This time around the turret is there. Shados.
I wouldn't call that weak with Shados on it now.
No.
Flashes enough. As contact found, slips away, does call for help, but no one's going to be there super quick. Yes, Trex does actually adjust really well. This is a little bit of an adjustment. Trex coming in to bail out is massive. Now they can start working this down. They would have at least noted 3 now, noting it all. That's the spike lost, and Koi crunched them in towards Kitchen. And you're going to have FNS and Crashies, irrelevant to outcome. Crashies would have to pull off miracles here. And he's got the first step. 35 seconds, finds the second. Crashies is fighting as best he can, but being closed in on another. Wolfen springs into effect. We're tied up again, 11-11.
Just when you think NRG are going to find themselves a bit of space once again.
How's the money? How's the money looking though, Mike? Is it?
NRG should still be comfortable.
NRG are fine. I'm looking at Koi.
I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to be an SMG or a Judge to throw through here to round out this purchase. But even on the other side of things, I'm seeing Ardis down to 350 credits.
What a game. What a game. I bloody missed Valorant.
What a way to start the day as well. I mean, you're looking at that first half and you're thinking, wow, I mean, this is the Koi that's shown up today. The second half.
There's NRG right back at him. All the things we looked for, all the things we liked, you know, that kind of like Crashies, Victor look coming in, FNS with some hot calls coming out as well. Som being such a really nice technical player as well. Some of the looks he's been doing, some of those positions he's been playing out of. It's beautiful.
Som and Trex this map have just had like some of the craziest rounds individually.
In my mind, Trex changed how that last round went. That one pick, who I think it was on Victor.
To bail Shados out, yeah.
Shados would have been dead otherwise. And we've seen Shados on an island so often. And it's certainly no holiday here. 11-11, this is when your IGLs, this is when your coaches.
This is another reason that this matchup is so fascinating. It's Coldamenta and FNS, two very storied, yes, exactly, and storied IGLs within Valorant, facing off here with blank canvas, right? Coming into this. This is completely blank canvas.
God, what a dream game already. I'm loving this. And I know some fans will be like, oh, you know, NRG, such a close game against a team like Koi. Look at the caliber that Koi has, though. Really take it in. We go again. 11-11. Could not be closer. Mike, what are we seeing?
What is that lineup? All the way towards back kitchen, but no command popped over towards A site here.
4 players here so early on.
NRG expect this resistance.
Starzo going to find Victor. Trade comes in. The site is manic, but it's Crashies again. The pace stage from Crashies. Animal on the site. Finding 3 critical kills. Trex, heroics again required. Not going to happen. The guts on Crashies to play like that, man.
It's just another one that defies logic.
Come on. How is he up there?
And this is the thing, it's always a possibility with players like Crashies and Victor to just have one of those rounds where
One round, yeah.
Sova's in our nest.
Why?
Why?
How is he here? Watch it again. And he just keeps going. Oh, gorgeous play. And at such a pivotal time. You could not ask for a better moment. The money will be shattered, Mike.
It breaks the back of Koi's money. No ultimates available. touching distance to the res, but NRG in a position to seal the deal on map 1 here. Yeah, long time since they really explored towards B main in the early round. Knife will clear yellow. Shados once again will be tested. How many times have we said that in this second half?
If he can just try and play his life as best he can, yeah, not going to find it.
Can't stall the plant.
Nope. And there it is, already a post plant with 5 alive. You still have Hunter's Fury on Crash. He's got Artis with a res as well.
2 snake bites, 2 nano swarms.
How
Victor with the fragment.
You've got to somehow disrupt the back line with this. Come on, this is going to be hard work. First touch on the spike, going to try and draw out the initial utility. There's a little bit of a look, but not too much intention behind it. Som willing to put life on the line for this now. Maybe even first contact once that wall does drop. There it is, say hello. Som says hello to 2 and bye. Finally goes down, but it's down to 3. Wolf and Starzo and Trex, how much more can they do? It's not looking likely. Wolfen, desperate, and desperation ain't working. Starzo now with a judge, and the jury has decided it's NRG somehow making it to 13. What a brilliant game that was.
What an insane comeback. You can never count these guys out.
Beautiful. Beautiful game of Valorant there.
Again, this is one with actually one of the headline plays here, Artis on your screen, at a very quiet map, right?
Yes.
A very quiet start for everybody on the side of NRG. Som absolutely stepping up to the plate here. Yeah.
That one round he
I feel like
off.
actually when he closed out that 5K to call it the pseudo ace or whatever, after that it was just from strength to strength for him.
He kept going. That's beautiful to see. And again, you think morale-wise, getting that another round on the board, giving that little bit of a break there, pulling them back into the game because Koi were right at their heels.
Kicking and screaming.
Kicking double
and screaming.
That double KJ ult round that came down, you saw Barbar afterwards. He knew that could have been the one. That one kill between it. I mean, what an impeccable game. This is the beauty of lock-in, right? And this is the caliber of game we're starting with.
Yeah, I mean, there was some crazy stat about how many times actually the 9-3 curse comes into effect.
Yeah.
That time, I mean, I'll be honest, that should have felt like Koi would have been able to close that out, but NRG just exploding into that second half. Again, even from the first 2 rounds, you can see immediately there's a completely different approach here. Got themselves right back in the driving scene. Unfortunately, a couple of the big positives from that first half for Koi just were absent in the second. Trex continued to deliver in the second, but I mean, I don't want to say Shados had a poor second half, but he was left on an island. He was left in positions where he had to really actually go over and above to really deliver.
Yeah, now let's put it in context. Let's kind of, talk big game here. This was NRG's choice. So
but it was Icebox.
It was like, yeah, again, it's mad. It's like, how many layers do we keep going down on this? But at 13-11, again, I have to give you credit where it's due here. Som to me was a little bit of a standout in that Trex standout. You think about what Som did though, in my mind, he propelled them back into the game.
Absolutely,
I think without him doing what he did, I don't think they would have made that comeback.
I think actually you see a couple of rounds that build upon that, the rounds where Crashes and Victor are happy to kind of mimic that confidence, right? To build off some of that confidence and string a couple of rounds together is why NRG were able to pull this off.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly looking forward to the next game. I've got Haven coming up next, Mike. Where I dare ask you for a prediction now.
No, don't. Try to break. No.
Is it break time?
Yeah, it's break
All right,
time.
we're getting out of here. We need to go and just take a break because that is map 1 of this entire tournament. That's only the start of things to come, so I cannot wait for what's coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a comeback from NRG. We're only one map in of 2023 and it's been a great game. I'm Yingsu and I'm joined once again by Achilleos and Mimi. Be honest with me, at what point did you think that they were actually going to do it?
After the pistol round.
I would say maybe when they got to 6. When we had that 6-9 scoreline, that's when I started thinking, like, this is looking pretty nice for the boys. I think they're going to be able to run it back. And by God, did they. We talked about during that halftime how Finesse needed to step up, shifting over to that attack side Killjoy. The calls were so much cleaner. The desperation that we were seeing from them on the defending side, making the snap calls and having things just completely fall apart, it was gone. Everything was so crisp. They constantly had the right reads, and Finesse himself just kind of started rifling again.
And just everyone on this team showed up individually into that second half. Like, Crashies in particular, I want to talk about this guy because he was having an insane impact in that second half. So many of those rounds where he was just taking a timing, finding a 2K, 3K, and just continuing to allow NRG to build this comeback.
Yeah, it was nasty from him, but of course you have to give a shout out to Sam as well because he was just instrumental. I mean, even when they were still pretty down and out, he was finding impact, but things have just been looking so much better for the energy. This is the core that we knew they could play like, you know, this is shades of Optic coming back through once they got on the attack side.
And I mean, this is one of those rounds that I thought was really impactful in kind of completing this, because Koi started this off looking really good. They retook into Kitchen, they found that one on out, and excuse me, this is actually one where Crashies is just finding some of that impact on its own. This is a round he lost, by the way, but it's no worries, because he was doing so much for the squad there. But yeah, I think Optic, that point you bring up around the calling is really important, because back when it was this, that the Optic times, it was always Finesse is the best caller ever, and I think people felt like maybe that now coming into NRG, they would struggle a little bit more with that, but it felt so well put together through and through.
Well, if there's any evidence that this is no longer Optic and this is just NRG, is that map pick and win rate on Icebox. Optic, back in the days, they have never picked Icebox at an international event.
Yep.
And Mimi, we were all really surprised as to why they did. Have they convinced you and shown you the stuff they've been preparing on this map?
Yeah, I think we need to wipe away the expectations that we kept for Optic and start thinking about what the expectations are for NRG, because they've had quite a lot of time in the offseason to cook something up, and I think they proved it here on Icebox. They played really well. They were able to handle those kind of double reflanks that were continuing to come through. They were able to shut down the mid control. Every time Koi showed something new, this team had an answer for it, and that really impressed me for their first time picking this map.
Yeah, I mean, there's only going to be so many times that we're going to be able to actually pull old data for a lot of these teams, because there are so many mishmashes.
Sure.
You know, we have the majority of an Optic core, so we can kind of look back on that. They still have the same coach. They have that IGL, so we can say, okay, Icebox, never something they really preferred. For a lot of other teams, we are not going to have that capability. So we have to use every little shred of info that we can as we go through this tournament and really have these first proper introductions to what all these new teams look like.
I mean, it is really a new year, a new team when it comes to the lock-in event. Also, the new player, Som. We're going to speak about him in a minute, but here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. This was absolutely insane, of course, just before the first half ended. I mean, I don't think any of us expected him to do this.
No.
I mean, that moment where you see the res coming out, he's still holding this back angle behind yellow. That is just moments before a disaster. You see it coming and there's nothing that you can do to avoid it. He just holds down left click, controls his spray, and just melts for the unofficial ace, I guess, counting the reds. But it was just brutal. I mean, a great way to go ahead and end out that half. And that was really kind of, I think, the big uplifting moment to drive some hyper energy to come back and run it back in that second half.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were doubtful of Som coming into this roster. You're replacing Marv. That's going to be such a big shoe to fill.
Sure.
But he did a fantastic job at it. This guy has never played an international LAN before. That was his debut matchup, and he was dominating. W streamer, W player, Som can do it all.
I mean, one of the players, though, that they did bring in, I got to say, Optic 2.0, NRG, they can win without Ye. They have just done it. They've just won a map without Ye. They got Artis in. Here he is in the aim lab shoot around. But I do want to speak a little bit about that, because obviously FNS has mentioned they like the flexibility of Artis and the fact that he was managing to do that on Sage as well. Not even on his kind of more recognizable agents, Mimi. Bodes really well for this roster.
Yeah, it really did. I think that, well, it started a little bit slow, just like the rest of the team. Artis rebounded with them. And I think that's kind of the difference between him and Ye. We never really saw Ye playing that Sage. Artis is a player that I think we will see play a lot more flexible roles than Ye used to on this roster.
I like that he's just having fun with this. He's just chatting up while he's also just basically hitting pretty much all of these shots. But yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a rebound. I'm excited to see what they're going to look like going into Haven. Do we get Artis on something where he can play a bit more aggressive, have some potential bailout tactics, whether it's a jet with that dash or you have the blast packs for the Raze, something like that. I would love to see. So hopefully not the Sage, because we want to see Artis go kill.
We do indeed, but let's talk about Haven here, because Icebox, I think we're all kind of like, this could be a bit of a troll pick, but Haven feels like that middle ground, right, between these two teams. Colder, traditionally, he loves this map. Optic also, they didn't struggle. I'm sorry to keep bringing them up, but as you said, there's not much else we could talk about when it comes to this team. But when it comes to those agents, again, are you expecting what we saw, Wolfen on the duelist, Shadow sticking to that Sentinel? Are you satisfied with at least what was happening on the side of Koi?
Yeah, so I think that there was some cool ideas with the Wolf and stuff. I think what they were doing on the attack, bringing in, breaking that turret, the updraft, like that kind of stuff, the reason to pick the agent makes sense to me. And he had some good individual moments there, but in the second half, I was not quite as impressed. You don't have a flash initiator in that comp. You only really have the Sova to set him up, and it felt like he was kind of struggling.
Yeah, it was just unfortunately a little bit brutal. I think he had a nice, decently hot start, and then it just kind of fizzled out from there once they got over to that attacking side. That's not necessarily his fault individually, obviously.
Sure.
The whole core of energy was just playing, basically getting like every single correct read game over games, round over round. So it was just really difficult to try to play against that, but they are going to a comfort pick in Haven. This is their selection, so we need to see a leveled up performance from everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Wolfen as well, I think even though that didn't work out too well in the first map, I don't think you go about and like, we're going to change everything, we're going to take him off that main role. No, this is his first match in VCT, not just an international event. He was a VRL player before this. You have to give him something that makes him comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, you know, we can just see the Jet come out. A lot of people do favor the Rays on this map. It just really kind of depends on where he's going to be at. Where is his comfort level? Phoenix? Sure, why not? It's like the one map you can also get away with that on. But I think it's probably just still going to be some more Jet from him.
Yeah, that was kind of my question around this map, because last time we saw it back at Champions, a lot of teams were sticking by the Fade Rays compositions. Optic was experimenting with the Neon back when they were that squad. But now those changes have come through, and I think in some of the Challenger circuits, like you've talked about, we've seen way, way more Jet on this map.
Yeah, and let's not forget, they can run that double duelist if they want to, if that is the direction they want to go towards. Let's not forget, Sentinels back at Reykjavik 2020 when they like doing that on this map.
Let's not bring this up.
Yeah, I mean, it works now. This is the meta where maybe you could get away with that, but again, there have been some role swaps, right? Not every single person is necessarily playing the agents that we like to see them do, but for NRG, do you think this is where they do perhaps close it out 2-0 if they can do what they did on Icebox?
That would be my expectation, but if Koi can rally here, it's a good map for them. If they can get their players focused up, this could be anyone's map still. Remember, we've seen one map from both these teams, but that is all we've seen. There's still a ton of questions going into Haven.
Yeah, I mean, curious to see what the select is going to look like at the end of all of this, but the one thing I think is certain is that Shados is still going to be playing the Killjoy. He was looking phenomenal in that initial first half, and Haven and Killjoy just kind of go hand in hand, so I fully expect that we're going to be seeing a bit more of that. Likely maybe Breach as well from the opposite side, because I think both teams are likely going to be running this. So you want to have that counter util with the Aftershocks to be able to clear out those lockdowns reliably.
Yeah, and for Shados, it was his first time playing on that Killjoy, I'm pretty sure, back when he was running that on Icebox. Yep. But I think Killjoy is fantastic on this map because I believe nowadays, with the nerfs coming through to Breach, you can't even break that lockdown with the changes. It's so difficult to get rid of that ultimate now. So with most of the normal comps you'd see Reyna on this map, you have no way to get rid of it. Killjoy is probably going to be the defining agent for maps like this, maps like Ascent in our current meta.
And I also just want to reiterate how important this map is, because we've only seen Koi play one map, and if they don't win here, that is it. They're going to travel all the way here and just play 2 maps, Mimi, and potentially get sent home.
It's brutal. It really is a brutal format, and I'm sure the pressure is mounting, but for that team, they just have to get the vibes up right now. You know, this is sure, it's an important tournament, but I'm sure their focus is going to be on getting ready, getting prepared, being the best team they can be going into the EMEA VCT League. So this is their moment to just showcase what they have, let loose a little bit, and try and find this upset.
Yeah, of course, they have big personalities on that roster as well. Let's not forget Starkso, the last times he was on the stage, he was singing, he was dancing. I believe they had like a collective group sing-song as well. But we are going to head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, where some of our questions are going to be answered. Of course, Shados, he debuted his Killjoy for the first time. Artis didn't even play a duelist on Icebox, but going into Haven, Seth, he will be.
Thank you, Artis, for answering my prayers. We get to see him go absolutely ham with the Jet, fully anticipating that Wolfen is just going to be keeping it as well, because we just have the highlights here. So
Victor's moved on to the KJ.
Interesting swap there. Victor was normally the dive duelist player on this map, but they are making that change where they're swapping this around to give that role over to Artis. That makes sense, but that does mean Finesse is moving to the Breach. He does love his Killjoy, but I think the Breach on this map gives you a lot as a caller to be able to kind of like set the play yourself, set your Jet up for success pretty individually. So that kind of makes sense to me, but I am excited to see how Victor plays, because it's going to be a very different style in that Killjoy.
Yeah, it's not a debut for him. He has played it twice before, but like you said, his play style, how is that going to work on this Killjoy? And it's time for us to get into this map, and for me to pass it over to your casters, Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you. Yeah, plenty to talk about, but new map, new start, new agents coming out, new time to look at how these teams approach this. Mike, where are your eyes going to? There's a couple of names I'm starting with, but I'll let you go first.
I mean, I want to come back to that. We kind of hinted at the talking about the support system here for NRG.
Yes.
Now with Artis kind of stretching his legs, now on the Jet, this is where we can actually see what NRG have been working on, right? We can talk about the minimum amount of practice they can have coming in terms of anti-strat. We know that's one of NRG's stronger points
that
from
could
last
be
year.
later. That's something to look at down the line.
But this here, I want to see Artis in action here, supported, especially with FNS on the breach here. See Som as well, flexing across onto the Omen. A lot of questions have been answered from that first map in my eyes. Som's first step out onto the stage.
Brilliant.
Absolutely insane performance. On the flip side, for me, Koi, this is now a tall order. We've got Mirror Comp here where actually it feels like the strength does lie within RG.
I agree.
Yes, Wolfen did kind of...
He did okay.
He did absolutely fantastically in the first half, to be honest, but now
Second half,
it's Haven. A lot of this draws around how well you can enable the Jet.
Yeah, I think this is when the strengths, if you look, I guess, holistically on paper, with the core 3 NRG has, for one, is great. The fact that you can say it's somewhat interchangeable, not the same player, but still able to facilitate like you'd want to with Ye. You can do that with Artis. Som's already proven to be quite an impactful player, as we've already watched them. You are noting we're not in game just yet. We're not one of the players to hop on in, so thank you for your patience. But for Koi, this was their map choice, if I'm not mistaken, though, Mike. So you've got to hope that they've got the fundamentals drilled down. They're comfortable enough in that regard. And I'd love to see some of the names stand out here. Shados again, brilliant on map 1. Love watching him play. Another name that I'm happy to see kind of reappearing at this point. And Starzo for me as well. Used to be one of the heroes, if you roll your mind back.
Yeah, you talk about Shados and Starzo. It's a long fall from the top that we've seen for those two players. So to see them refine themselves really this year, and actually albeit in this series now where it's do or die, there's basically one left in the bank here for Koi, and they're hopping on a flight home already. Now that's an insane amount of pressure to come out and deliver from the get-go, but definitely the potential for them to achieve it here. I mean, there's still just so many questions on both sides of the coin here, but in my eyes, the fact that NRG were able to rally, that's got to be such a huge wave to ride coming into map 2.
Well, that's one of the big things. If you want to look about the kind of momentum game, the confidence game, yes, I think the logical choice is that you'll then, of course, now put that with NRG. If you're a little bit more removed away from the game, you've got to say Koi's performance initially was outstanding, and the building blocks off the back of that are something that is a huge tantalizing prospect for the future. But we want to talk about within the realm of what this game is now. Do they have enough left in the tank coming into this map?
And I guess as well, just sorry to carry on from that, the real upset is actually one of the things that we famed Coldamenta for was kind of his on-the-fly troubleshooting, right? His ability to formulate some sort of a response when things weren't going their way. Just didn't see that in the second half. There wasn't enough kind of consistent positives to draw on in some of those rounds. NRG just ran away with that second half.
And even if he did, I think to an extent in my mind, if you do start seeing your Crashies and Victor hit their win conditions of what makes them one of the best, it's very hard to even interject into that
That was the wave that NRG rode. That was like, yeah, Crashies and Victor are happy to just get down and dirty, deep on backside. Let's follow up on them.
There it is. So again, you're seeing some of those key win conditions hitting for some of these teams at such curious times, but it's map 2. Once again, thank you for your patience there. We kind of teased you a little again into the game, but now we are ready. The players are locked in. Everything is good. And now it's danger time for Koi, right? Life on the line, a round or two difference, and now they're in this position. On the defending side, we look at a couple of things. How does Wolfen look in this? Is he facilitated to the same degree? Can he have impact here? How does the rest of the roster slot around that? And similar questions for NRG.
Well, spin the wheel. Both teams here, heavy emphasis towards mid. Drones will trade off here. I think tags on both sides of it, but NRG not really going to find any damage to follow up on. Artis actually catching one as they drift away from the front of B. Just looking, yeah. Both smokes committed on the side of Som, so they're going to have to wait out here. Deep hold towards CT from Starzo and Coldamenta. Actually, Starzo all the way towards backside, actually, ready with that fault line, but NRG will find themselves a wide open C site. No resistance on the way in here, so very safe plant. Should be open for long here. Look at retake coming through.
Yeah, this is early. This is super early. Not safe in those post plants either. They want to get the blood drawn now. Now, yes, Wolfen's on the side, but he needs to get a frag, and he does, but only one. The backline hits, and it's Shados battering down NRG.
Wow.
Gorgeous offset on the timing there on that retake, Mike. It was just in between that safety of the post plants being set up.
Literally on the back of that spike tap coming through. Koi are ready to explode on the back of that recon. Paranoia sent through. Actually got to credit Atsley. Her ability to hold on to that, all of that utility from that initial trade-off in mid. Beautiful stuff from Koi to open up round 1 here on Haven. And Wolfen just happy to lead the charge here for Koi as well. Goes 1 for 1, but My eyes open. What was that, Shados?
Short. Yeah, no, trade me. It's fine. Shados, if you want to come in and do that, I will take the 1-for-1 trade on the site. Go ahead. Snap like that. Go ahead. Ooh, force buy. Okay. We've got the buys coming out. Stingers.
Still trying to ride those stingers.
Look. We're fine. Not giving away too much just yet.
Well, this does actually have a Spectre as well.
Okay. So not cheap. Trex is in for a world of trouble here. And the panic, you can see it there. Didn't realize what he was up against by any means. And FNS with an early punish.
I love this smoke here just outside Bricks to deny the information. NRG happy to creep up behind it. And actually, yeah, the ping comes onto Hell here.
Yeah, Wolfen's in so much shape. How's he won that fight? Artists look good for it there. Maybe an outgun and over. Peak on it, but a quick trade, and FNS is keeping them in this game, but on towards the side. Starkso only going to get one. The trade's coming back in for Goldamenta. Victor there. They're on the side. They're still trying to battle it out. Shados can't do it again. And this time, NRG brawl it out.
So the fact that Wolfen lives there, like I said, the recon ping comes through just at the right time. Artists unfortunately can't find it, but luckily the spacing spot on from NRG. They're able to follow through on that space created by Artists in that cloud burst.
That's lovely.
So I love this smoke here. It just allows for so many different ways to approach this A-long. A little overzealous from Trex, I'm not going to lie, to go for that orb.
Yeah, it
with
felt
no
a
dart
little bit
behind it, no drone behind it. No real confirmation of presence at all. But like I said, that smoke is there to deny information.
Yep. He'll be kicking himself for that, but an opportunity to turn it around, but a certainly substantial lighter investment back. We have Frenzies, a couple of Sheriffs, no armor behind it either, so if any damage does come in, it would be quite surprising. Still looking like they want to look like they're continuing the C piece, but already the rotation coming in.
I think NRG just immediately feeling that that's going to be either a stack or a very, very early rotation coming through.
And rightly read. Nice call. So completely free A site here. FNS feeling no pressure, should facilitate the plant very comfortably.
Frenzy, 2 Sheriffs to work with on the way back through, but Starzo tagged up. That fault line should be coming back online, and it is, yeah, the recon as well. So a couple of tools, but it's as if Koi might just be waiting for some exits here. I want to plant the seeds that maybe that there's going to be some sort of retake attempt to come through, but I don't think they want to give away any more ult orbs here in terms of the early progress made by Crashies, Victor, FNS.
So close.
Might just want to fall to the spike. A wise decision here from Koi.
Yeah, it looks like the right call. And now the commitment. Yeah, you're absolutely on the money, Mike.
I mean, you think about this here, this ultimately gives them potentially access to the Rolling Thunder, the lockdown, maybe
it's
even
really
the Hunter's Fury.
impactful ults that you don't want to be giving it up for free. So 2-1 as it stands. NRG, lovely turn in the second there. The punish on Trex, he'll be kicking himself for that, but again,
well, with that fumble on A-long, now I want to see what Koi's attempt is to control that. If NRG are going to kind of rely on this smoke as a default setup early on, I mean, what's the response from Koi? First time we've seen some emphasis towards A here in terms of numbers, but NRG aren't there to greet it. With that alarm bot placement here down at the bottom of C-long, I feel like this might even be a quick C-piece.
Yeah, early operator coming out as well for Wolfen. Round 4, straight onto it. And you're absolutely on it this time around. C-piece to be seen, looking at Shados here, committing to the site, and actually gets away with straight up murder until then. FNS with a quick trade, the classic doing more than enough apparently. That's going to be gutting for them. But the site not quite fully under control just yet. FNS goes down, a little bit of chip towards Victor, but mostly gets away unscathed.
So numbers advantage here for Koi.
They're all on the site. NRG unable to back away from this. And yeah, Koi just collapsing on towards them. Victor, a 1v3 required. They're playing together on this. It's going to be rough for Victor here. Might get the first on one. They line up a little, but actually it's Goldamenta. Keeps
the
it clean.
step back saves them there. And 3 will survive. Operator saved as well. Like a little swap out there for Wolfen to be able to dash back onto site. Nice little bait, actually. As soon as he dashes, Trex posted with that operator. Ready to punch up.
Yeah, and the aftermath leaving us at 2-2 now. You look at the economy, still going to be fair enough. Yes, Wolfen might be a glass cannon into this, but again, still able to make that operator work. So on the other side, only Victor thus far going to get the ult going. FNS one away and Crashy's one away. So still two very much on the cusp here. Could be something to note. And Koi finding response. The C site seemed as though it was going to be a little bit of a pressure point that NRG wanted to look towards, and Wolfen this time willing to fight on towards it.
So it does. I was going to say, Wolfen crouching on the wrong side of Plat there, especially seeing as his glass cannon with that recon pinging him. He was actually over on the left side of Plat there to try and avoid that dart.
We'll see how Shados handles this. We haven't seen too much flex through Garage just yet. We haven't seen that look come in.
Well, default shock dart to try and deal with potentially the alarm bot or something placed in the middle of Garage. Still that nano swarm on the door. I think that's on the back of the turret contact.
Yep. And it's a bit of a spray, doesn't really find too much for it, and we'll have to now rescind the control towards Garage release initially. No big hit towards the site, but now with that amount of utility coming in, they know that they've lost that. So many ults now coming through. This will be a full retake at this point. I'm looking to see what's anyone trying to work anything in him. No, this is all just going to be respect the plant. They'll probably push up a little towards CT. You've got a deeper Garage hold, but other
Concern
than that...
being, there's no flank here.
Nope.
So, Som's going to feel really comfortable at the bottom of C Long here. Couple of members of Koi maybe looking to flank Garage, but with a double stack in there from NRG, this is problematic here. Haven't got that same pop from CT this time around.
They absolutely don't. There's very little pressure coming in unison here. Victor finally feels it coming in through the top of Garage. That looks like a high priority, and yes, the paranoia catches, so they do manage to start taking in towards Garage. Looking towards CT, they don't have to find the same success. Crash is holding them back with a second. And now Coldamenta needs to do some serious work. 3 is all he can find, and that's all he's going to get. Starzo going to take that operator out of there, and the two will remain. Som and Artist still alive, and NRG going to make it to the third.
If we see Koi continuously rely on this operator, I mean, we've talked about credited their ability to swap it out to Trex previously, then Wolf and dash on, but I want to see some early round value from it. Whether or not NRG are doing a good job here of prioritizing towards C Long, maybe trying to navigate away from Wolfen, but Koi need to see a return on this investment, because if they're going to play these retake setups, the operator becomes such a disadvantage for them.
Starzo currently has the operator.
Wolfen on the Blade Storm, yeah.
Okay. Want to see how that looks. Again, this is we're just learning. It's just how do these teams kind of shape up here. Gonna hear that rattle through. Early utility to deny space.
And this smoke again.
I've actually slipped a player up behind it as well, so I'm going to play off the back of that and get quite early in towards sewers.
A big positive. Right, Wolfen's here with the Blade Storm. There's a recon bolt behind it just to clear the space. NRG might actually use that to advantage. Koi might feel like this is a little bit of a pump in the early round. Wolfen's going to have his hands full.
He's got to do well here. He needs it. And a 1-to-1 trade felt like he needed a little more, but Trex quickly on the case. Going to backfill that and take down Artist, so keep favorable numbers. 4v3 and they fall away.
Beautiful flash from Starzo there as well. All the way back from that CT arch. That actually gives Koi the numbers advantage here. FNS maybe just waiting on that fault line to come back. Still got 2 flashes to work with, but lots of tools at the disposal of Koi.
What?
Som had both smokes up there as well.
He had everything to play with still. Not sure if they felt that they had that for free. I'm not sure what the read was there. Maybe feeling Trex was the only one on the site, but again, the flash had to come from somewhere. Plants come in, but it's 2 to try and hold it. No flank on this either. All through CT or Heaven.
So FNS has to be super aggressive here.
How are you going to do so much damage? Yeah, Shados and Trex. Quick work, light work.
NRG feel like they got the read there, that Koi are going to rotate off A site, but certainly feels a little uncomfortable to see an Omen with both smokes available. Just shift walking out of short.
Dreamy for Starzo on the other side, obviously. Going to ask for an easier start on that.
Maybe just looking to catch a timing on somebody, catch somebody off guard.
Thought maybe if it was faster, you could have caught when Trex was falling away from that potentially. But yeah, maybe not noting there could be an additional player here for that quick trade. And maybe feeling, yeah, after this kill he had the timing to maybe slip up, but there was a fair amount between that kill and the time he pushed up sewer. Anyway, 3-3, opportunity now for Koi to build. Operator back in play, but it's Coldamenta this time with it. This is very curious. It's really being filtered around the place. Not sure how I feel about it. And it's off to a quick start for Artist. Straight through towards Sewer. Nothing to really deny him. You've got one player on the other side, and that will be Shadow sitting deep towards CT. So this side will be theirs.
Well, I mean, they've got the lockdown. You can see they've got the Nano Swarm to try and just delay the plant a little bit, but there's already bodies in place here for this retake. I almost want to see the lockdown set up here as they've got actually the counter Nano Swarms for it.
Yeah. So looking to see what they try and make this work with. A swing and a jump just off the back of the contact, but great trades for Artist. Finding two, being pivotal to this round. Make it a third, Artist dicing them up. And just holding towards CT, waiting for that next victim, that next player who dare do it. And no one feels that they can. Trex, ooh, damage done, yes,
1
but
HP for Artist.
Unconfirmed. Artist can now back away, hopefully with his life. And the damage has been achieved here. That quick take towards A was perfect.
I think maybe Koi are just thinking there's a Hunter's Fury available, like there's too many things that we can't pin this retake around the lockdown, but then you got to question why that's the setup initially.
Yeah, if you're not going to play around it, maybe try and post up towards long, try and take the fight there. Not sure, but
like I'm saying, the one kind of way to make sure that you find some value off that is make sure that lockdown goes as basically as the spike is being planted. I'm making sure actually as well with Trax posting the Hunter's Fury, there's an opportunity to counter Crashies. Yeah, lots of questions there. If that was the plan from the get-go, why they didn't follow through from that. Maybe just a frantic call. They had bodies there early enough.
When we look at these teams, they're not quite in that full form yet. We're still seeing a couple of those arrows being quite exploitative at this point. Mid-pressure seen this time. Starzo's got to be very careful here. That owl drone very much... Starzo's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
Very lucky to be alive. Yes, there was backup there, but again, early presence towards this B site has been pulling the rotations.
4 Starzo back into a fully supportive role here on 42 HP. So got some utility to work with. 2 away from that Rolling Thunder as well. And NRG regrouping towards C-Long. Wolfen, unnoted as of yet, but that operator is back online. Doesn't really have a second leg to this defense, though, so...
I need to see around from him, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm a bit worried here if he's going to be feeling a little rusty, but that's a great shot. Takes down Artist and slips away towards CT. They don't need much more than that. Maybe try and hold backside control, but that's about it.
Now
Spike's going to go down. You're
Potential
absolutely right.
here.
It should be the one.
Shadows is late, though.
Yeah, didn't quite catch the timing on the paranoia there either. Stun not going to do it. Now Som left to his own devices. Actually able to get to safety, not punished either. Koi struggling to capitalize on some of this utility, and FNS feeling it, gets involved, loses his head, but takes down one with him.
Koi considering the safety, you can see already, they're retreating.
It's enough. Yeah.
FNS, I mean, luckily he swings in there to try, I don't know, maybe to catch one off guard, but they're trying to retrieve the operator as well. Opportunity for him to just find 2 or 3 inside that smoke. Crazy play from FNS. I gotta say, I come out of that round scratching my head a little bit. Is that all on the back of holding on to the operator? They didn't even save that.
No, they didn't.
Another situation where the lockdown's available for a retake, and Koi have looked pretty good on some of these retakes.
Yes. It's just like they're missing that one step, that next layer, which I'm kind of waiting to see that lockdown be part of. And this was the first shot from Wolf and did manage to make it out, and sadly that utility, you can see it just not finding purchase there. And FNS just heating up, going in on it. It was enough to send them walking away though, so by all means 3 to 5 now.
The question I have at that point, are Koi looking to save that operator with 4 standing and a lockdown of it? That's why I come away scratching my head.
It felt like it, which I don't know if I love just yet, but... And look at the pressure. Early pressure from NRG towards long. No subtlety about it this time, and 3 players on the other side. So they continue this way. Wolf and Trex both on this.
Flash on long here.
And yeah, this is when trouble aplenty. They can't escape. They can't run. Oh, it's a crash. He's catching them by the heels. Huge punish with the util coming out. Lovely combo work coming in with FNS. And now the sight's on the platter. Starzo has to respect it. This could be another 3-man safe.
It could be, yeah. This is one where actually don't even bother with that lockdown. Crash is still with that Hunter's Fury available. Yeah, Koi already making their way over towards Garage. Not seeing that same level of confidence we saw on Icebox. They've been knocked just a little bit coming into this map too. And again, that pressure mounting with every round. Elimination looming here for Koi.
You can see the smiles creeping onto NRG's faces too. Crashy's starting to look
I mean, this is where they start to thrive, these
Yep.
players.
And you need this. It is a new roster, right? And all the practice is great. All of the, everything you do leading up to this, but it's about how you play in the game. The officials, there's no practice like officials. And seeing them hitting confidence now, looking nice with the synergy, lovely combo work coming in. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff so far.
That extends the gap to 3 rounds. It's another round that they're just forced to try and cling to these weapons. Very few positives to take away from some of these rounds for Koi. Love this creep up as well, and Koi almost in the right place at the right time. It looks like they're ready to pop off of a flash to clear long, but the Rolling Thunder posted just as they're about. I think it's going to come on the back of a contact of a smoke or something. If NRG put down a smoke on Heaven or towards Spawn, that's when they're going to try and clear through, but I'm just not seeing that decisiveness from Koi once again. It's crediting how proactive they were on Icebox and taking space back, denying space from NRG. Haven, a very different story now, Lauren, and I'm already starting to get worried. We're in round 10. It's a 6-3 scoreline, but the nature in which these rounds are going, I'm already very concerned.
I think the concern's warranted, and probably as to why Barbar's hit the panic button here. Hit the timeout.
We've got to see a switch up coming out of this one.
I need to see intent. I need to see commitment behind it. I get why you're trying to save as the core 3 to try and keep those the buys coming in, keep a little bit of that strength. But at some point you got to
away from 3 defensive rounds in a row, saving.
No, not like this. Not against someone like NRG. They will continue to spiral. Their money's looking beautiful.
They know they're winning the mental game.
Absolutely.
All that says to NRG is like they are terrified on the
they don't
retake.
even try it.
Yeah.
There's no negative for NRG in this. They are happy with that. Now for Koi, you've got to also remember, I guess, to an extent, the mental impact from map 1. Losing in the fashion they did after being so close is incredibly, incredibly heavy to deal with. Let's see if there's a change up after the timeout. Let's see what Barbar's got for the boys.
Got to see something from this 3-man setup on A.
Now the harder
initially
part.
Here, brilliant. First tick in the box. Wolfen, does he get caught on the way back out? No.
Lovely.
Come away. Completely untraded first blood here, and it's Som to fall. No smokes available for NRG.
But they're already in on the B side somewhat. Coldamenta really keeping note of that, though. Does find Victor, but it was Artis who slipped through. And yeah, Koi now starting to go through the motions. It's working perfectly. Koi looking comfortable now. And Artis last one alive. It ain't pretty, but he gets the job done. Coldamenta, no worries in that. And the difference there is night and day. Flawless round. Prime Gaming flawless round coming in 4-6. But this is when I was a little worried for Koi, because obviously, so let's say we came to the conclusion, a little bit more aggression and confidence behind it and commitment behind it could be a good answer for Koi. Obviously, if you're NRG, you're also aware of that. I was waiting to see a default, see if that would come in. But this was lovely from Wolfen. Job done, gets away.
The next question on the list is sustainability, right? How many times now?
Do you have that set up and ready for everywhere?
Yeah, you have that one opportunity to come out of the timeout, catch somebody off guard, disrupt that kind of default early on.
Look at FNS straight away. Looking to try and find the punish on this one. They sat ready for it though, turning the flash as well, and Wolfen just getting his head into this one. Straight in once, it doesn't get it, gets denied, and Artis sends him away. It's the player's life too, does not fall on a trade.
Again though, where's the second layer to that? There's 2 other members of Koi on A site, and Wolfen's the one to...
Desperate for it.
I mean, you never want to be the person to have to dash on and take a 1v1 with Artis, but...
No. Okay, I don't mind this though.
Hats off to the kid. He's going to hear this alarm bot as well, I think.
Yep. Well.
Does anybody see the smoke? They're going to see it when they get past these boxes.
Coldamenta, I feel like he's dead here. Yeah, absolutely dead. NRG's timing could not have been better. Falling away from this Coldamenta, maybe feeling they were still meandering around A long, and there actually are still 2 players here.
Som's going to get a dirty lurk behind this.
They're double pump.
They're going to deny them from saving.
Yeah, look at that. Perfect read again. Just backfilling this off the contact towards long. They knew that they'd have to respect that and pull those 3 players back to potentially deal with the C hit. There was a lot of players seen. So again, this is perfect calls. Lovely reads. But actually, Starzo's still sharp for 1, but he needs a bit more. There's still 4 players alive here, and you're down to Trex and Shados. They've been sitting, playing for these, saves and trying to keep these weapons up. And Trex is still desperate for it because Artis was maybe overheating a little in that. Want to try and punish Trex again. Still dancing around, but he's got 5 HP. There's only so much one man can do, and it's all but done. NRG pull it right back in.
As we're starting to see some of these plays that we're kind of talking about, right? There's smiles on the faces from NRG. This updrafting into the Owl drone on Heaven. Coming into the last round here. Have that operator available. Everything but the Hunter's Fury for Koi. Again, NRG firmly in control of this half.
But 4-7 isn't a terrible half if they convert the last round.
I mean, I hate the fact that we're in round 12 and we're still talking about the same lockdown I was 7 rounds ago. And we've seen a couple of setups for a retake. Again.
Oh, no point saving now. In we go, site now taken. Ardis plants the flag there and actually takes the scalp off of Trex. What a shot. Trex looks so unaware there was even a chance of that, and Coldamenta chomping at the bit to try and maybe find a fight through CT. No. And we're actually going to see the lockdown coming in, but this time it's
all a fake.
Yep. Oh my god, the spike's over towards A. Well. And you still got the slip through here as well from Ardis. He's still doing him dirty. Victus already. NRG. This is perfection from them. And now Starzo.
Starzo doesn't know where it's planted. He doesn't know where it's planted.
Lost
oh, no.
and confused.
It's painful. Yeah. The penny's dropped. The penny's dropped. And this is the thing, NRG just absolutely running rings around Koi. That's a really uncomfortable finish to that half.
Yeah, that would take the wind out of your sails by a country mile. You had to respect it, right? By all accounts, it looks like they're hitting the site. There's a lockdown. There's Ardis over and towards Garage, but all in the meantime, they're still holding mid. They're still slow creeping towards the A site. And they're gutted for it.
I think Barbar knew it wasn't C.
I think he was also aware. I think shake it off. 4-8. It's still a better half than the first map, technically, but it's the way it looked, Mike. It didn't look pretty, but that's for the desk now to talk about.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. Yes, a much better half for NRG on this map already. And how many times did they force Koi into saving Mimi? I don't think I've ever seen a team save that many times rounds in a row.
Yeah, that was brutal. I want to talk about some of these post plants from Optic, and we had one specific round to take a look at in that regard. For Koi, their whole game plan in this map was really that we're going to give sites, we're going to play retake with our Breach and Sova, but that just wasn't working out. Take a look at this one. Wolfen gets the opener. They completely back off C and go for another one of these fast retakes. But look how ready this NRG squad is for it. They put a molly forward, then Finesse, once he runs out of utility, knows the best he can do is go forward, make an individual play, and Koi is just forced to save. Consistently, this game plan that Koi had going in was utterly shut down by NRG.
Yeah, like you said, you know, how many times, I think it was around 3 or 4 at the very least, that they were forced to save. It was just so well played here, round over round. I mean, sure, Koi, they do get that timeout call. They come in, they get a surprise jump on NRG. They catch them off guard, but then you go into the very next round and it just can't work again. They just simply cannot out-game right now. Finesse, he has just ascended. He's reascended to Optic status. Looks like that first map, that first half rather, of Icebox was just shaking off the rust a little bit. It's been a while since he's been up on the stage, but he and Ardis in particular, the way that they've been layering and chaining together their utility, playing off one another, has been absolutely fantastic, and that is something that Koi has been lacking. You're talking about these attempted retakes, etc. As we get ready to shift over and have energy on the defending side, I can only imagine that if they do get into a retake scenario, that same synergy is going to come into play and they should be able to get the retake time and time again. So Koi needs to step up. It's do or die for them now.
That is so brutal for Koi here. You lose this map, you're out. You're sent home immediately. It is such a tough situation for this newly put together team to be in. And now there's a lot of questions about this second half. Do they have it in their tank? It really has to start with this pistol round.
I mean, luckily getting 4 means it's completely doable here. We want to see some of that synergy that NRG have shown on the side of Koi going into this last half, because Pansy and Hypok, if they don't, they're going home.
That's the beauty of this tournament, the brutality of it all. For something so beautiful as NRG's comeback on map 1 to exist, the potency of it, the capability to pull it off, it has to be this dangerous, this much on the line for it. So we go back in the second half. Koi with 4 rounds to their name, NRG with 8. How much can Koi do to pull this game back in? Can a third potentially come through here? Or NRG just a little too sharp?
Be able to get this plant down. Starzer eating that first shot. Now the second might even find him. Somehow skips away.
They're trying to crunch, so look at this off-tempo hit. I love it, trying to catch the players who are still on the side, which they might just do here. Victor, lovely, gonna get one, but a quick trade from Wolfman. Still standing, can't stand much longer. The site now waving the NRG banner as Koi relegated towards long, but can they hold this plant? Som's on it, he ain't moving. He's looking pretty safe right here.
No.
Som ain't gonna move. What? Trex! He got him off it, and now crashes with Trex! You absolute god! Saving Koi in the first round in the second half.
I don't want to see how close it was to the diffuser.
Show me it again,
I don't even want to
please.
know.
I want to see it. I have to.
I mean, thank God. Because that would have been the worst way for the second half to start, would be 3 people sat at the bottom of C-Long going, oh, he's stuck it.
He's still diffusing.
Yeah, he's stuck that.
Someone ping the spike. That was so good. Trex. Bloody hell.
I got to say it again, sorry to be the bearer of bad news. That sort of round, it doesn't really feel like there's going to be sustainability, right? You don't get given many of them against NRG.
No, you don't. But again, also it shouldn't have come down to Som pulling off the pseudo ace.
Yep.
So you know what? If that's what it takes, if that's
Swings
the
and
spark, then so be it. Bring me something, Koi. Show me a little bit of that fire here. We have a great IGO. We've got some incredible players. Can they close the gap? NRG coming back into this, respecting the second round here. Not the force back in, nothing really. I think, yeah, just a frenzy for Artis, and that is it. So you want to be looking at Koi, 5 alive, plant coming in. You cannot make errors now. You're on this attacking side with the scoreline as it was, precarious, and it didn't feel like a good first half. So let's see if the recovery's there. But again, do they feel the stack? There's 4 players here. Do they care?
I smoke with the Som as well, just to try and deny this dash through from Wolfen, but it's actually Trex to find it. FNS will find a response, actually, and is that weapon retrieved?
No,
There's 2!
No, this is such an error. Artis is still alive, but it's only Artis, and thankfully, Shados was still alive. The turret will at least give away the game. That got so dangerous. For a second there, it could have swung.
For a moment, I think that was a rifle retrieved on site. And again, they still have that safety net of Som smoking off that cross towards default, gives them a little pocket to deny Wolfen and really actually disrupt that spacing behind it. Luckily, Trex, I think, finds a kill through that smoke.
Wolfen made a bit of a meal of that as well, looking kind of panicked. He was under a lot of pressure at the start there, but I want to watch this again.
Yeah, this kill right here. Trex really the one to deny that rifle coming back to bite Koi in the ass, honestly.
What a hero. From the first round to this already, starting to try and mitigate the danger. But you've got to say, NRG are always dangerous. They're finding little bits and pieces. Som, are you trying to set this into motion?
That's going to be a chunky paranoia if it's thrown.
This could be huge. Oh, how dare you do this to me? I've been absolutely debated. And now it's a little too late. Som, you got to run, you got to try and hide. Yeah, luckily a little bit of utility behind it, counter utility to slow that roll if they're trying to maybe springboard into that. And they can at least dismantle that first hold here.
So what the second step to this round is for Koi. Not much achieved off the back of that information. And actually, NRG already completely reshuffled their formation.
But I love this, posting up Som, deep on C-Long.
Yeah, yeah.
You have a proactive, not hyper-proactive, but, you know, at least taking a potential fight here, crashes. They're keeping great information on the extremities, which is still very kind of telling that they're still working mid, they're still towards garage.
I mean, what are Koi waiting for, though? Finally, they're going to drift back into garage here. The alarm bot was dealt with earlier. Still a turret to catch this contact, but yeah, the clock really has run down here, and the spike is long, so... Okay, Coldamenta just finds a drive-by. Yep, round saved.
There we go, that's exactly what you're to depend upon, but the 3 players left alive. Anything to look at here? Not really. They're not in a position to really challenge. Plant comes in. Be nice to recover some of these rifles if possible. You can see Starzo already looking towards that. And yeah, at this point, just keeping what they have. Now when we here's the thing. People look at it and go, well, they won the round, so what's the problem? You're looking at trying to give
I come back to that there. It's Coldamenta coming up. The second player on C-Long there with the spike is Trex, who's kind of bound to his utility there ahead of that execution. Som wins that 1v1 with Coldamenta.
And Wolfen couldn't have swung. He couldn't have made it around to be able to swing long either. He was coming out of garage. There's no way that timing would have worked for him.
So it's, again, by the finest of margins that actually Koi find this, but it's going to put them within touching distance.
It certainly does.
And that's the bottom line.
And that's big. Taking one of the rifles away makes these kind of reinvestments incredibly difficult, and Trex desperate to do damage. Oh, it's down to 25. Looking like they're going to hold it. Okay, nice. Yeah, keeping the 2 rifles, but that's all they're going to get. On the other side, the reinvestments are fine. Their economy's in a pretty decent spot for Koi now.
How far can Koi take this?
They need
CNRG will
it.
ride this one out, so it's almost given we're going to have a tie game here.
Let's go.
I'm here for it.
Look, I'm already sweating, and it's not even because of the game. All right, it's about to get a little heated in here. But you're right. I want to see Koi play percentages, and when we say that, it's such a boring statement to make. Maybe for those not in the know, it is a percentage-based game.
Explain it to VLR for us.
I was going to at least flame
Put
Reddit,
it in
not
VLR terms.
No, you put in VLR lower than Reddit? That's crazy.
I am. Yeah.
You're wild for that one, Mike. Your mentions are going to be a little rough for a while. But you know what? Now, at this point, it's just, I want to see Koi try and play at least percentage Valorant, where you're giving yourself the best chance possible.
The way they did on Icebox. I got to say,
correct,
again,
that attacking side.
Yeah.
Oh, divine. But remember how low that clock was as well, with that spike on long. That's kind of like tied all together. It was about 30 seconds at that point. Yes, Wolfen won on the site, but I'm a little bit worried at this sort of conjuncture if this starts going wrong.
Yeah, and the question comes back to kind of just thinking back to what was happening for Koi outside B there. I mean, Starzo's kind of waiting for a flash, waiting for something to, you know, NRG to show themselves, expose themselves somewhere. And that's why I'm kind of left questioning why then the audible comes yeah, let's re-hit Garage, re-clear through Garage. Whether or not Starzo is going to plant a fault line or a flash outside B just to kind of plant the seed of doubt, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, but if we're talking about percentages, I want to see them be diligent at trying to clear towards A, because they walked into the stack before, and if they do this again, there's now a little bit more potency behind it. 4 players here, and they felt enough pressure. They're not sticking around on this, and that's the right read, considering NRG had 4 players moving down towards long with utility behind it. Now, Victor on the other side, what does he have? It is just the Stinger. I say just because of where we're at right now. He's going to hear these steps. He's going to call it out. Wolfen!
Spacing again. Wolfen is half a mile ahead of the rest of the team. And he's punished for it.
And it's given them a way back in. Yeah, yes, there's still utility with Koi, but there's the same to be said with NRG, and they've got a couple of guns here. Artis has the rifle, as does FNS.
Artis actually being given a second or third shot, and thank God Shados finds that headshot.
That was getting sloppy, getting messy, and now they're losing out on numbers. Drex going to try and at least bulk up some of the defense on towards C long, and by all accounts, it's looking okay. FNS is going to have to try and find 3, sitting pretty deep towards long. I think he knows that rifle is more valuable than the chance of him being able to convert into this round here.
And even there with a completely untraded first blood, which is a real concern. I mean, if anybody else is there to kind of solidify that C-site hold with Victor, then it gets really concerning.
Oh God, because you imagine a swing from the back of Plat or something like that?
I mean, we've questioned this a few times. Wolfen has been great for this, you know, creating space, but there's been a couple of rounds where Koi, they're stacked up as 4 on long there. Like, somebody should fill that gap. Somebody should fill that gap.
It feels like we have been complimenting him the way he's been approaching it, but it feels very selfless, but also then, okay, then work off the back of the benefit of him either taking that space or dying potentially. It's like you can benefit from it, even if he's just, you know, going head first for Halos. I'm kind of hoping we see a little bit of that. Maybe he's playing ahead of the timing they want. Maybe he's the one who's a little offset in this. Again, you're working with new players on stages. Wolfen is not an experienced player.
It could be a synergy that can be tweaked further down the line.
Oh,
a bit of a switch up here, though. Artis.
Ooh, he's sticking around. What's going to force him off this?
He knows about the cross as well.
And Artis is a nasty player with this operator. Pull the trigger on the 3rd second. Real close to it as well. And he feels that's a pressure point. Time to back away now. Does want to give that pendulum swing over towards Koi, who is still willing to try and take back this long pressure.
They're happy to fight for this as well. And actually, Victor's here with the lockdown available just in case things go wrong. Trex does have the Hunter's Fury for it.
Artis hasn't fully fallen away either. He still wants this one pick. But this is going to burn so much utility if they are diligent about this. But I'm worried it's just going to be Wolfen taking a wander.
Well, there's no fault line. Now there is. Starzo's fault line just coming back online, as I said that. So the flash available.
Okay. Oh, it's adjusting long, finds Shados, it's gorgeous. NRG posting up pretty aggressively on these angles, not sitting deep by any means, and actually not falling back, but they have lost site control. Gordamenta, so unaware, didn't even turn, didn't even look towards it. And now just 2 on the site here, surrounded. No comfort to be found. Maybe can fall away too long, but they need to win a fight and find some safety somewhere. The chip damage coming out from Trex could have given them a second to breathe and think, but it ain't going to be for long.
Set up here for the utility as well. Trex forced a little closer towards spawn.
Trex.
Not caught by the paranoia though.
He needs to, he might be good! Oh, FNS keeps on running and Trex just falls. Starzo a 1v4. Position is pretty considered. They had players in sewer, they had CT dealt with.
Either.
There's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. He's dead and buried. NRG smothering Koi now.
A little bit of a switch up here. Artis on that operator creating some problems for Koi to overcome. Actually, it's the second layer. Victor to find that follow-up kill here to really shut down A site. He said again, it's a little awkward with these smokes, creating pockets to play behind here.
Yep.
And NRG playing off them time and time again. We saw it in the attacking half as well. So credit really to Som in that regard. Just mixing things up and leaving Koi guessing. Like you said, Coldamenta none the wiser to somebody drifting back out of that smoke.
8-9 though, scoreline still close enough.
Still got to buy behind this for Koi as well. Blaze Storm to offset that. Actually almost looking a little healthier behind this purchase than NLG are.
Let's get that spacing right with Wolfen here. Artis, present. Sees nothing beyond this though. That's just
now,
garage control taken.
Previously this ended up on a re-hit towards C. This is when Koi paused outside waiting for that utility cooldown, but it looks like Crashies might be tested here on A long. The Owl drone is from very, very deep in spawn, so not going to get deep information. Actually, response is there from Crashies, and he should find info, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Hunter's Fury just slowed things down.
Oh,
it's a double tag!
This could be massive, and it is Crashies finding Coldamenta.
Another 2 tags!
He's done so much damage to the lockdown just to make sure he's safe.
Look at the
They're
time.
hesitant. They've got 35 seconds, and they've got no information. They've got nowhere
There's still
to go.
2 on C, Lauren.
Garage is a player in it. Wolfen's running into his death. He has no idea. They already cleared it earlier, but Som's here. Perfect play from Som.
Oh my God.
Positioning divine. He's read the round. And now Trex, it's a formality again. And Som played that so well. The positioning was great. Credit to Crashies. You cannot question that round.
That is poetry in motion from NRG there. Crashes with the Owl drone, just finds the blind tag. But it's the Hunter's Fury. I think that reveals another 2 or 3 players here.
Yeah.
Insane value from that ultimate. And then, you know, everybody barreling towards this C site hit late on behind the lockdown. 3 of them are minus 80.
Yeah.
They're squishy walking into Som in garage. A beautiful round. So well structured from NRG.
That was really
and that's
nice.
Crashies on an island.
I cannot fault how he played that.
I mean, also as well, just to note, Victor has a supportive role there. Even if Crashies doesn't find anything off the Hunter's Fury, the lockdown is immediate.
It's there. No doubt to it, no second guessing.
If they kill Crashies, they can't take site.
Exactly, that's time for rotations. We can still, it's great foresight. They're so aware of what they need to achieve. They instantly bail their player out. How many times we're saying, Shados is on an island, where's the support? Finally, yes, Trax did come through on map 1, but again, this sort of synergy is what you expect from that core coming in.
But it's the confidence as well behind that setup from NRG. Two people just absolutely cemented on C site. Som drifts into garage, tucks into a dirty little off angle. I think finds 3, maybe even 4 by the end of that round.
Yeah, he pushed out for it.
But it's the confidence that NRG have that that's going to pay off.
They're playing so well here.
Unfortunately, quite with the way this map has gone as well, it's another round that just feels like they're chasing their own tail.
They're feeling very red. Even that close Owl drone, it feels like they're feeling so red in this game, and NRG weren't even there. They were just in the right places behind it. But again, we go through. We look at what we've got here. Wolfen, maybe depending on the knives, everyone else able to fashion a purchase. Operator still in the hands of Artis. Not really had to see that sing just yet, but it could be the round now. Wolfen first on the chopping block, potentially. Artis. Could be a big test for him here. Flash goes up, and the swing. Uncharacteristic mix, spurred a second by the cherry. He knows he's under pressure. Wolfen trying to close the gap here, chase them down. They're actually going to slip out through CT. All the players backing away from this one.
So yeah, do have the Rolling Thunder available for this. And do they opt to actually pull the trigger here
Off
as the
tempo.
par comes through? Starzo maybe going to get pinned onto site here.
trouble. He's in real trouble. Wolfen wins one fight towards Garage, but it's an absolute bloodbath in favor to NRG here. Back on the side here, Wolfen needs more. Needs massive impact. He ain't gonna get it. Shados needs it, doesn't get it either. It's NRG clean on the play back in, and now it's 11 calling, and NRG willing to answer. They are looking good, Mike.
The response is there in the second half. Have to see how it lies here for Koi. Again, questions start to rise now about the funds. Still got 3 ultimates to work with. It's not a comfortable purchase. And they're really at a crossroads here. A 3-round deficit, NRG knocking on the door of map and series point, elimination point for Koi.
Yeah, we can't stress enough how hard this call is going to be. And the buy's changed already, Mike. If you caught a glimpse of it before, they're going like armors, they're going rifles, they're trying to scrape this together. They know they need this round. It's been 3 on the trot now for NRG. It's time to wake up for Koi. They have to try and pin all these pieces together that have been lacking. And Som respecting this hit needs to get the hell out of danger. C-site is theirs. Spike is on the way.
Gonna have the same opportunity for the retake here. So Koi, just felt like that was the one thing that went wrong for them. It's an open plant, Nano Swarm down. Wolfen going to entertain the idea of sticking around for it. Actually, Shados considering the lockdown here.
But look at the flank, 4 players on the flank, and Trax is util in hand, there's no one here. If he crests that corner,
paranoia.
That's 2 core with the paranoia. It's going to call all the players in. Starzo takes a whole lot of damage. He's down to 6 HP. They got to buy time. They got to do something. Golden Menta dives into the jaws of it. Trax stunned. NRG battering them down. And a 3v2. Wolfen and Starzo still alive in a switch of position. Som dips in towards the site, avoids the stun. Still fighting, still standing, tapping on the spike for Wolfen. He's behind both of them. Finds them.
Oh my God.
What a time for the young gun to find some form.
Everybody falls though, and that was the forced purchase from Koi. They're going to come out of that licking their wounds. Going to have to scrape together another purchase. Further investment here in terms of the ultimate. But it's do or die, and they deliver around here. They find their 9th.
He was desperate, clawing into this, and I mean, it was just manic.
I mean, thank God for this. Starzo was on, what, 3 HP as well there.
Just bleeding, the walking wounded, unable to do too much. 9 to 11. What buy do they have this time? Oh, Spectres. I think it was only like 2 rifles I saw as well. So getting harder and harder to make this one work, and it looks like a rinse and repeat. Run it back from the last round. Som dips to CT, and you can see the site taken. Wolfen and Shados need to have impact here. Trex has his ult as well. And we're going to see the plant coming through.
I'm going to say with a couple of Spectres, they can't actually rely heavily on this long setup either.
But they're all going to it.
I mean, it's only the Hunter's Fury to play off here.
Tell me they're going to get proactive through mid. Tell me something, Mike.
Tell me they re-clear Garage. It looks as if there's going to be Shados and Coldamenta going that way. Victor immediately punished. Hunter's Fury posted. That's going to catch Starzo and Trex, actually.
And the counter roll comes in. They need some value, and it's fallen by the wayside. Trex and Coldamenta, the last 2 alive.
He's sticking
it. He ain't moving. He's going to hold this one down. It's all falling to pieces.
Oh, no.
Right in front of their eyes. 12 for NRG, and Koi are left in tatters.
It's almost the same as the way this half started as well. Like I said, with just the Hunter's Fury and three or 4 Spectres even in the mix there, it doesn't feel like a comfortable position to sit all the way on C-Long. And the thing is here, Coldament is the second layer of that flank, but as soon as he shows his hand, he's dealt with. Coming to this, and it's looking even bleaker. A Blade Storm to work with now, but scraps, odds and ends thrown into this for Koi. 1 rifle in the hands of Trex. And they're looking to spin the wheel. B-site will be their focus point here.
There's so much of it on the ground still. Wolfen's going to take a fair amount of damage. Yeah, softened up, comfortable for Victor. No sweat for him. The smoke into play, and Koi gets sent back. They did not find the impact, but they can't even quickly springboard. Still util in towards Garage. Position now noted. They're not finding what they need here, but a quick flex towards C. Again, do they dare keep doing this? And Victor, he's on the hunt. He's feeling confident. He's got the voice beside him. Trex on the flank can only do so much. Finds one. What is that from Victor?
Oh my God!
What in God's name is that? Coldamenta now surrounded. He's dead. He's buried. And Victor sends him to his grave.
What the hell was that from Victor? To close out Haven, Absolute insanity. But NRG comfortably closing things out, sending Koi home on day 1 here in São Paulo.
They got made to work on map 1. Map 2, they came alive. They make it out of the pit here. This is fatal. And I've got to say it, Koi looked good in glimpses. You saw potential. You saw map 1 look incredible. And there they are on the screen, a glimpse at what is to come for this side. Huge potential. We have to give credit. Trex, big performance from him in my eyes. We saw a couple of Shados, of course. Amazing work on map 1, but they lost out the longer this series.
I mean, dare I say it, I think Trex actually finished top of the scoreboard overall for both maps. So
yeah,
absolutely insane performance from him as well. Wolfen having actually a pretty impressive map too. Couple of questions on the second layer there for this Koi composition, or actually this team as a whole, but he definitely delivered here. Yeah, 14 and 20 on the scoreboard, but he found 6 first bloods, and you see NRG starting confidently here in Brazil.
That's huge.
By the end of the series, let's just roll our minds back a little bit. A 9-3 on Icebox and started raising a few questions there.
Oh yeah. We were
Som
all
the one to flip map 1.
What a quiet little MVP he was at
Our
times.
streamer. Right?
You gotta look.
Never in doubt.
Not for a second. Tier 3, like you're ready to go.
Yeah.
But you gotta say, the diligence to come back, that's the pedigree. When we talk about experience and we talk about cores and we talk about the 3 players there and everything else and the coaches, this is what we mean about it. They have that depth, they have that synergy. You saw it with Crashies and Victor, especially on map 1 to even make it close.
Yeah, that dynamic duo delivering so many rounds. Even where just that momentum starts to build for them, they're happy to just dig deeper and deeper every single time. And Crashies, so many scenarios once again. I mean, a highlight player for that previous Optic roster goes without saying.
And you got to, in my mind as well, I'm actually quite happy that I'm not just singing Artis' praises.
Absolutely.
Because I know Artis is good. If you watch Valorant, everyone knows Artis is very good.
And also, just to come back to that conversation as well about Ye being replaceable, whether or not he is or not, Artis is plug and play. And the fact that he has that deeper agent pool, like I said, you marry that up with the support system that, in my eyes, was one of the best in the world. Be it the best in the world, in the form of Crashies and Victor. And actually, give this roster a little more time. I'm really excited to see how they experiment with that.
No, I'm in complete agreement. I can't wait to see what they can do here. Now, credit again, it's going to be very easy to almost forget about this performance, but map 1, I genuinely feel could have gone either way. Genuinely. Incredible diligence from NRG to pull that one back, but overall, what a fantastic welcome to Lock-In. This is game 1 on day 1.
Yeah, we're just getting started. Which is crazy. I mean, honestly, this matchup was such a banger to open with as well. And I think it delivered on all fronts. Even if this is, say, it's 2 maps and Koi going home, what a taster for what's to come.
Yeah, that's the thing for me now. Is like, this is just planting the seeds.
Bar set.
It's set high. Like, good luck to anyone else today trying to, maybe catch up to that, because that was a gorgeous game to watch. I think it's a lot of what we expected. In my mind, I think it was a lot of kind of, some of the players standing out that we wanted to see. A lot of the boxes were ticked here, but overall, I'm incredibly happy. Even though it's a 2-0, the caliber of game we got on day 1. Yeah, absolutely.
I think are we ready for an MVP vote?
I don't know if we are. Do you know what? Mike, who's your MVP, just briefly?
Som.
All right.
No hesitation, obviously.
I don't know. I'm thinking like either Trex for me. Anyway, look, enough from us. You're bored of us. We've got other casts coming up. We've got other games, and it's going to be brutal throughout the day. So do stick around because there's more coming up later.
you want my ID? Now that you wanted identities, aiming at me like the enemy, killing me every day, that'll be looking at you. Why do you want it? You wanna grab it? Give me the nonsense, you better drop it. Tell me it's ridiculous, needed to beat the hooligan. Never wanna mess with him, thinking I am not listening. Why you thinking back when we know that you were lacking? Pulling out your ID so we can start the tracking. I just need to find it inside of a different place. I just need identification to show my face. I just need to find it inside of a different place. I just need identification to show my face. Now you need to back up, you want it, but I meant it. Why you acting crazy, you're psychotic and demented. Everybody watching, they act dumb, but just stop it. Now you're acting lazy, we're dumb and you're so ironic. Tell me you never had it, run away, you're so dramatic. I know that you're mad at me, how do we breathe? Look at me, I said go. Now you got your IDs, you're ready to walk beside me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Valorant is back and we are kicking off the year with a bang. 32 teams will debut on the world stage and make their first steps towards a champions run. We have a massive game coming up for you guys. It is NRG versus Koi. This is single elimination, do or die, and only one team can make a perfect run. Lock-in starts right here, right now. Let's go, baby!
This shouldn't be a problem here, Mike.
No, definitely not. Should be a comfortable clean-up as well. Shados needs to find three.
Rez comes in, do they get a partner? Huge! From Soft, giving NRG the finest amount of hope. What a game. I bloody missed Valorant. How much more can they do? It's not looking likely. Wolfman, desperate. And the jury has decided it's NRG somehow making it to 13. What a brilliant game that was.
You can never count these guys out.
NRG unable to back away from this. Might get the first on one. They line up a little, but actually it's called a mentor. Great trades for Artist. Finding two being pivotal for this round. Make it a third. Artist. He's still doing him dirty. Victor's already. He ain't moving. He's looking pretty safe right here. Som ain't gonna move. Trex! He got him off it, and now crashes. Trex! You absolute god! Nice. He has no idea. They already cleared it earlier, but Som's here. Perfect play from Som.
Oh my god. Yeah, baby.
NRG battering them down.
Absolute insanity. But NRG comfortably closing things out, sending Koi home on day one here in Sao Paulo.
Welcome back, everyone. That was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. I'm Yingsu, and I'm back here once again with Achilles and Mimi. NRG, they live to see another day. They beat the Night 3 curse. They beat the opening game curse. They beat the EU team curse. Mimi, they turned a new leaf.
They really did. This was such an impressive start for a squad like NRG. We didn't really know what to think about these new players coming into the roster. Is Artist going to fit in as well as Ye? Is Som going to be able to perform? And both of those questions, a resounding yes here for NRG.
Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, Hypox said it right there at the end. Plug and play is Artist. He came into this, and granted, it was a little bit rough for everybody, I wouldn't say, on the side of Icebox. Him playing the Sage as well doesn't allow him to play as aggressively as he would like. But then as we got into Haven, it was a big turnaround for him. It was a turnaround for absolutely everybody. I mean, Artist comes out on top with the top frag, the top ACS, 7 first kills as well. the guy started to pop, and it's good to see him back on the jet.
Yeah, I mean, Seth, you were setting this up at the half, but their defensive side was so strong. The synergy between Artis and Finesse is everything we wanted to see for this team. This doesn't look like a brand new squad. It looks like a squad that has had that time to put together something fantastic.
Oh, but this round right here, this is just crashing. I mean, he's been an absolute god this entire time. Gets the blind tag. I mean, Coldman is just trying to make his way through that smoke, dodge out on the drone, and get into a sneaky position, but he's not ready to get blind tagged. And then from here, it all just comes tumbling down. The lockdown to flush everybody over towards the C site. There's so little time remaining, and then Sam is just perfectly poised time and time again to rack up these multi-frags. We saw him get that ace on Icebox. He comes away with a 4K right there in that clip. For his debut with this team, it was just absolutely a stellar performance from him.
Yeah, and Will, Koi had their moments in that map. It felt like through and through, Finesse had Coldamenta beat in the call. On that defensive side, NRG was always ahead of the curve. They were always ready for that rotation, stacking the right side. It was really, really excellent. Just classic FNS game.
Yeah, it was a little bit brutal for Koi in the end. Obviously, we only saw 2 maps from them, and they had to go home, but there were flashes of brilliance. Trex, what a game. And Shadows debuting on a role that he's never played before as well, Mimi. This roster obviously needed time, and they have time to do that before the next
I
split.
feel like that was like my little free sample. I got a taste of it. I'm happy. I'm satisfied.
Now you need to purchase the whole thing.
But I want more.
Yeah.
I want more. I think this team, even if they lost, even if they kind of got rolled over in that second map, what they showed us on Icebox was really good, and there's a ton of potential for Koi.
For sure, and I mean, it's one of the things that they talked about when we had the interview with them and, Brennan Sideshow. They said, we're kind of still experimenting with things. This is a bit of a test for us, and if these roles don't work out, then maybe we shuffle it around again. So they're still in that building structure, and that's the kind of the point of this whole tournament, is just to get some initial displays out there, see how you fare, and if you have to make adjustments based off this before the VCT really kicks off, then you go ahead and you do so. So I think that we might be seeing some differences, but even if they stick with the same roles, give it some more time to build up some extra cohesion, and you could see Koi becoming a very powerful force within the region.
I mean, like I said, Shadows never played Killjoy before. It comes out and he looks great. But again, a team we have to say goodbye to. And I feel like this is going to be a bit of a theme. Single elimination, we're going to have to say goodbye to a lot of teams over the next couple of weeks. Now, we asked
31.
you guys on social media for the Inzone player of the match, and the results are in. And you guys at home chose. That's our streamer. It is Som, and very much well-deserved, Mimi.
Yeah, some doubters right now are absolutely quaking because for his very first big match on a big LAN, on that big stage, he did absolutely fantastic. Slotted into the controller role excellently. That's something new for him. Before he was a flex player in old NRG, it was really built up around him. He got to play so many different agents and have so many opportunities to take charge. But here, new role, new role, new team, no problem. Tough to say, but good for him.
It was really, really good. And one of the biggest things that we questioned coming into this was, how does he step in? Because not only just Artis replacing Ye, but how does he step into Marv's shoes? And honestly, it was great. I mean, this is just the first round. Obviously, as we go deeper and deeper, he's going to get tested more and more. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. But for now, I mean, this is definitely somebody to keep your eyes on, because this was a fantastic debut on a large stage.
I mean, it does feel like it gets harder from here as well. He has to keep it up. That's the thing about Marv and Ye. The reason we rate them so highly is the consistency.
Sure.
So is there some early days copium already, you guys? You feel like those shoes are being filled?
I don't think it's copium. I think it's very reasonable to say that this team looks really good, and it's that supportive line that is doing it. That same support structure is still here in NRG.
Well, the show has been missing some boomer energy. I didn't write this. I'm really sorry, Golden Boy. So let's send it over to GB, who was standing by with Victor in the Verizon post-match interview.
Sure, Yinsu, you totally didn't put that into the script to then just call me a boomer. Anyway, I'm Golden Boy, and of course it's a joy to be back, and I'm also joined by Victor from NRG. First things first, you may notice it's a little hot in here in Brazil, so actually I'm gonna, join you real fast. Give me a, there we go. There, nice and warm now. Feel refreshed. Does it feel good to come off that stage?
Not coming off me.
Yeah.
Coming off me for the entire interview.
All right. Well, let's get down to brass tacks here, because look, the reality is we've always talked about how former Optic, you guys always had these slow starts. You always struggled against these EU teams. Yet you guys seem to be exercising all of your demons here, and you didn't even realize it, which is the even better part. How does it feel to kind of come out here and get a real big win early on in this tournament?
Yeah, so obviously we were known for slow starts last year. we're not really sure why that was the case. I think one of the things we started to do was Chet suggested that we start DMing before games, which sounds weird, but that wasn't something we were doing before.
Really?
Yeah, so that's something we started doing now. And then, yeah, thank God the slow start only lasted like half. But
yeah. Well,
I remember FNS, we went back to the ready room after the first round. He was like, guys, please, no more slow starts. No more. Because it's so rough when you start down 1-7. The other team has all the momentum.
Yeah.
They have the ultimates. Yeah, so no more slow starts for us, hopefully.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far, so good for you guys, right? And, you know, speaking of how this competition works, I mean, this is a very unconventional format in comparison to what we've had in the past, right? BO3, single elimination. This is the most unforgiving type of bracket with some of the best players in the world. I want to get your thoughts on it just as a player coming in, because this is tough. I don't envy you guys.
Yeah, so we're a team that likes to study the other team and have a good idea of what they do before games.
Yeah.
And that wasn't something we were able to do, obviously, for this Koi match. But now that we've gone through the first match, we're gonna have data on the other teams. And as far as the tournament format goes, it's definitely rough. You only get one chance. Thank God.
Do you prefer that?
I wouldn't say I prefer it. I don't know. Maybe now I prefer it because we won the first game. But if we lost, I would.
But if you were on an airplane back home, you'd be like, "Oh no!"
If we lost, I would have said I hate this format. But I don't know. It's working out for us, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and also what's been working out for you guys too has been, you know, integrating Sam as well as Artis into the lineup here. Sam kind of the holdover for NRG, and then Artis a complete left field pick that caught all of us off guard. But we were all very excited to see it happen because of what he could bring to the table, especially in the op role. What, I guess, has been the integration like for those guys? Has it been fun working with them to get the system going?
Fun is definitely one way to put it, but I'll start with Sam. We all know, our whole team has known Sam even before Valorant. So as far as chemistry goes and playing together, that wasn't even an issue to begin with. And that goes for Artis as well. As weird as that sounds, he's from a different region. We didn't really know him before playing with him. The first time we met him was for a content shoot, and he the first time we met him, the first thing we saw was this guy just loves to make jokes.
Yeah.
He doesn't know when to stop making jokes, and Artis is he's just similar to all of us as people, so he's just really easy to work with.
That's awesome. Now before we send it to a break, just want to ask real fast. I noticed you guys were floating Lotus at the end there. Is this something you want to give me, or are you trying to plead the fifth right now?
My lips are sealed. My lips are sealed, but stay tuned.
I tried, everybody. You can't blame me. All right, Victor, appreciate you, brother, and congratulations on a big victory. For now, though, I'm going to go ahead and turn on this fan because your boy's sweating out here, and we are going to have plenty more games coming up right after this. You don't want to miss it. Of course, this is VCT LOCK, and we'll see you on the other side.
a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. No one born on a team, that's train. No one on a team. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like we. Ain't no other like we. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we.
I'm like a trembling flame. I'm like a delicate aching, forever unbroken. Snow riding in motion. Go down, breathe out. Cold tremor and embrace myself. Deep sigh, so high. Ruminations of a fractured I'm silent devotion. Another drop in the ocean. Go down, breathe out. Cold tremor and embrace myself. Deep sigh, so high. Ruminations of a fractured light.
Welcome back to Lock In. Of course, I'm the newly christened Bolden Boy on the desk here. And with me, it's Seth and Mimi. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. Always good to be right alongside my co-pilot.
But I don't know if it's so good to be with him here, showing such blatant bias already.
Whoa, okay. Look, just here to show support. I'm a Pacific man now. I can't be biased just towards DRX. I've got to represent everybody.
Interesting. Well, you know what? I thought it would be fun to see if I can get you guys to represent me, you know, as a bald guy, actually. Let's actually take a look at how Seth and Mimi would look if they were bald. Hey,
I
there
don't
you
like this.
Wait, why do you look like Megamind, Mimi?
Look like Megamind.
Why in the hell did you do... Chat, viewers, we genuinely had no idea that this was a thing that was occurring.
Here's the thing.
And it is not okay.
I want to speak to John Riot about some of the allocation of resources that we're using on this show.
What's great though
I
is
think
that they
thing
didn't
needs to be in the world.
They didn't just baldify you guys. They made you balding, which is even better.
Oh yeah, they added stubble up there.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
The graphics team really...
This is what we're spending our money on.
Let's go ahead and take a look and take a break for a second at our second match of the day here, because we have DFM and Giants. Now, first, let's actually talk about this squad from Japan, because this Detonation roster, of course, is looking to have all eyes on them. But, you know, Mimi, this is going to be really tough for them, considering that there's a lot of question marks about this team coming into this.
Yeah, there really is. Traditionally, for Japan as a region, we've really only had one team that's been able to compete and make really deep runs at these international tournaments. That was Zeta Division, obviously finished top 3 at Iceland last year. We had Northeption qualify to an event, but beyond that, there hasn't really been that second competitor for Japan. This team, though, is something fairly new. Most of these players, it's not really like a core that was built up. It's a bunch of different pieces of players who have been around the Japanese scene for a while, getting their first real opportunity, besides maybe Zenfree on this roster, and as well as Suggest, who did have his time playing back with Newturn for Korea.
Yeah, I mean, as far as experience goes, all of these players have a great deal of it. I mean, you've got people who are on the original Absolute Jupiter team, which was a team that has taken, was taking the world by storm back in the day. Everyone's like, oh my God, are these guys undefeatable? Yes, I'm wearing a different jersey. I told you I want to give representation to all of the Pacific.
But when
teams.
did you change? I was looking right at you.
What do you? I mean, I just did. I did it just then when they zoomed in on me.
That's incredible. All right, well,
very fast.
I have a background in acting. I know how to quick change.
Okay.
Very fast. I mean, you know what though? Let's focus though on enough about the jerseys. I hope this is the last time we're going to see a change here.
I'm really hopeful.
Yeah, we can only hope.
I only have so many.
Sure.
Let's focus on one of the players to check out here, and it's actually going to be Soldem, who actually has been dubbed the Korean Tens, which is great. And on top of that, took a little bit of a break as well, right? To give himself some time and get back into things, Mimi.
Yeah, so some history on the guy. Way back in the day, he was playing with Northeption in 2021. Then he took a break from competitive for, I believe, almost a year to go and kind of lean into the content creation side of things. But if you remember this guy, he was the original Korean Jet. He is the guy who spawned the craze. The amount of just wild clips that he had really popularized him early in on Valorant, and now he's back competing again.
Yeah, it's good to see him back in a competitive situation. I mean, yeah, even though, yes, that is when Jet was absolutely busted. She had the right clicks, reset, and what?
Where are you getting these?
Just keep moving on. Just keep moving on. Anyway, yeah, he was abusing the right click reset on the Fan of Knives, but the reaction time from him was just still so crazy. Bladestorm, not Fan of Knives. I've been playing too much Rogue, and well, anyway. But yeah, he's an incredible player. I'm really excited to see him back and competing, but it's a question of will he actually be able to make it to some future international events, because he was trying when he was on Northeption. They played through the LCQ. They made it all the way to the grand final, but they fell just shy to Full Sense and then couldn't make it to Champions.
Yeah, you know, obviously we're a heartbreaker, but this team's going to try and break some hearts here today in Sao Paulo, because they got a tall task ahead of them. But before we get into that, though, earlier Mitch and Tom actually sat down with Detonation Zenfree to talk about the formation of this team and if Soldem still dominates on the jet roll.
And we have Zenfree from Detonation Focus Me joining us here on the interview stage. Thank you so much for joining us, first of all.
Thank you for having me.
No, welcome over to Sao Paulo. And the first thing I want to address here is your team, Detonation Focus Me. This is a team made up of many different teams sort of thrown together. You've got Zeta Division, you've got Northeption, even Rejects. For anybody not familiar, that's the team name. That wasn't a div. So I wanted to ask, sort of coming into this, you know, all of your players essentially have been on these promising rosters before. Now you're together here at an international event. Is this a chance for redemption almost?
Yeah, but I mean, we're still, trying to figure things out. Just, working on the little things. But yeah, hopefully we can make our, international debut something like something great.
Well, that's the thing. If you're working on the little things, that means you've already done the big things. So that's the good thing, at least already. Now, one of the questions I know myself and many people at home are going to have is Soldam, someone who has sort of been absent for about a year, one of the original Korean Jets, if not the original. What can fans now expect from this guy? Because he was insane at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Is he still at that level?
Personally, yeah, I think he's still at that level. But I mean, since he had that year of, just not playing professionally, he has, things that he has to catch up on, like regarding like the new metas and stuff like that. But other than that, like his jet is really good.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Now, not that long ago, you guys had the opportunity to play in Japan against some international teams. You had DRX there. You played up against Fnatic as well, obviously in PaperX. Now, I wanted to know, what did you take away from that experience?
Well, it was kind of like a show match, and we wanted to try new things. And I think our opponents, they were just there to have fun as well. So not really much like strategically that we could have, taken in, but like the experience being on stage definitely, I think, was a big help to us.
So to finish, again, this is almost a question for me, because being someone that came from CS, I was a big fan of HSK, playing on teams like MVP, Gosu, a lot of experience, and he has joined the coaching staff of your roster. So I want to know, how's it been working with him? Is he as good as I imagine he is?
I think so, yeah. He's great to work with. He has, I don't know, a really, I don't know how to say, like a great mindset going into the game, or towards the game. So I think he has like lots of knowledge that he can share with us, and he's been sharing with us. I'm not sure like how great he was at CS, but
for Korean players, he was pretty good, but I don't think it really took off as much in Korea as, say, Valorant.
I'm sure he'll love that you said that. Just
I know he's played like really at a high level, but
But he wasn't that good.
Oh, right.
I thought that's what you were saying.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Well, I'll be having words, or he'll be having words with me after. For now, though, I think that's all we've got for you. Thank you so much for joining us, Zenfree. Appreciate it, and best of luck in your games.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, always a pleasure, obviously, to hear from Zenfree. And, I just love the Are you kidding? How are you even doing this?
I'm going to represent everybody, damn it, GB. I'm going to get through all of them.
I mean, I guess it's an improvement from last time. At least it's not only DRX now.
I guess
he's
so.
covering at least like a third of the teams fairly.
Yeah, that's nice.
not bad.
You know,
Well, you don't know,
I mean,
I have 5 different DRX jerseys that I'll just be wearing throughout.
Oh, goodness
okay.
gracious.
I'm not excited for that one.
Well, let's go ahead and shift our attention over to the Giants. Giants Gaming, of course, a team that has multiple regions being represented within the roster, but obviously if you know the name Giants, you're very familiar with them, not only in Valorant, but in esports altogether. And, this is a team that's kind of coming into this one, again, really like, Mimi, just a kind of an unknown commodity here, right? I don't know what to expect with this squad.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. It's kind of like a G2v2. You have quite a different players who were previously on that roster now being integrated in with some talent that we've been kind of excited to see competing outside of Europe. You have Fatinho, who's the only remaining Spanish member of this team, of that original VRL roster. And on top of that, you've also added Cloud, who was really, really well hyped up in CIS when he was playing with Na'Vi there. So again, kind of similar to Koi, there's some great talent on this roster and there's a solid core behind it. But again, the expectations are kind of a question mark.
Yeah, how do the pieces come together? Will the synergy be there off the rip? Or are things going to be rough? Is there going to be some growing pains coming into this one? I think that just given the caliber of talent that we see on this team, they should have the upper hand against that nation. But again, with this tournament, you never really know what's going to happen.
I don't even want to...
I realize what it is. And the fact that he's doing this and it's this hot in the venue, I'm leaking, and this man is out here. How many shirts you have under you right now?
I am a dedicated man, GB. All right. If I'm gonna go for a bit, I'm gonna go for a bit. It's like 8, and they're all stacked on top of each other right now.
I think you have a problem, Seth.
He really does.
I think I do have a problem because I'm not gonna be able to get these off at the.
All I'm saying is, chat. A lesson for y'all. Always commit to the bit. Anyway, moving on, though, the players to watch, obviously, on this team, you're going to be focusing a lot, on Rhyme, right? And when he's on this roster, Mimi, good things can happen for Giants, and they are going to be very scary to deal with.
Yeah, so the thing with Rhyme is he has a history of playing a lot of different teams, of having some different opportunities. Early in Valorant, he was competing with NIP. He came over to North America very briefly, competed with Gen G. They tried to qualify into the VCT, fell flat. He got dropped, shipped back to EMEA, had a kind of a stint as a free agent. Now he's back as Giants, but it's kind of a last chance rodeo for this guy, it feels like. He is a solid IGL. He is a guy who can band teams together, but he has not been able to really achieve that with one roster in the past. Now he's here with probably the best group of talent he's ever had access to as an IGL. And for me, the onus is on Rhyme to build something great out of this team.
Yeah, do or die, make it work. And if it doesn't, then who knows what happens there. But a lot of pressure going to be stacked up against him. But getting this series out of the way, being able to get a win comfortably over DFM, I think would be a really good way to just instill some confidence in the team as they come together for the first time on a big stage.
Yeah, and I think that there is a lot of, as I mentioned before, right, there is this unknown commodity here with Giants, because obviously we've seen this team, we've seen them match up in the past together and have success in different iterations, however that may be. But when you look at this lineup, Mimi, it is scary, and if they are one of the, I feel like this is like a, I don't want to say dark horse, but I guess it could be, right? They could make a very deep run, especially with the format of this tournament.
I think a lot of people are really sleeping on this team. I think they have some really fantastic players here individually. They've played a little bit during the offseason. They competed in that G-Loot event. They didn't have a great placement, but what I saw from them there was just a team that was just kind of working on the solid fundamentals. It was just, okay, how are we going to work on our protocols? How are we going to react to different things? Building up Rhyme's ability to IGL this new squad. And that's the stuff I want to see these kind of teams focusing on. So, well, you might not look at them and say, hey, huge star power, we expect something great from them. This team could be really good.
Well, and then, to kind of flip it over to the other side
Don't
there.
Acknowledge him. Nope.
I've given up at this point.
I won't be a part of the conversation.
Yes, right. You're iced out. No. But the thing is, with Detonation, I think it's quite fascinating because, this Giants roster, they've been in the trenches for quite some time now, right? And they're finding themselves with a prime opportunity, especially with the leagues launching this season. Whereas Detonation, they're going to have to incorporate a guy who's kind of just been out vibing on stream, for a while. We know he's a great player, but this is going to be really challenging for them.
No, it certainly is. I mean, Soldum is one of those guys who goes into a solo queue game and just absolutely crushes everybody in the lobby. That didn't necessarily translate when we had seen him on Northeption. They were a decent team, but they were also a far cry from the Northeption that we saw last year make it to a Masters event, with Meteor being the real star power on that squad. Shout out to Meteor on Gen G. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders as well. Everybody on this team does have a decent amount of experience. Soldum definitely comes in, I think, the lighter of the 5. But with everybody else, if they can really enable him and make him feel comfortable to go off like he does in his solo queue games, those clips that you see on Twitter and on Twitch, if he can get into a comfortable position to make that happen, then by God, Giants could get blown out of the water.
They could, but honestly, I mean, this team, they are a talented, stacked lineup. And I know with the season coming around the corner and so many fresh faces, there's a lot of opportunities for us to be able to meet our new teams and our new rosters that are all combining together. So this time around, let's go ahead and meet Giants Gaming.
My name is Emir Rahim Muminovic. I play for Team Giants and I'm the IGL and captain of the team. Nukia, I would say, is maybe the most similar to me. Straight up, nice guy, honest. And then we have Cloud. Cloud is like our, I would say like a little brother in the team. He's the youngest, so he's definitely like, we kind of joke a lot with him. Vitinho is our operator player and honestly, great guy, loving guy. The last is Aro Hoodie. He's like a bear. He sleeps for like 13 hours and he's like super, super chill. Honestly, I don't think this guy has any stress in his life, or I don't think he can get nervous or stressed.
Hello, my name is Adolfo Gallego. My nickname in-game is Vitinho. I'm playing for Giants Gaming, and my role in the team is duelist. So yeah, I started in Giants since I think 2 years ago, and now I feel grateful like I'm here playing the VCT. My first goal as a player, I think, is improve and be better teammate, be better in the game, be better in communications. And as a teammates, I think we all have the same mentality. We want to keep improving as a team and do the best. Thank you for the support. Keep supporting us on this tournament and the next VCT season.
Good luck, have fun. It's brutal. Single elimination is super brutal, so I hope everyone makes the best out of it.
Always great to be able to see these teams, and everyone's just obviously so excited to get onto that stage, Mimi.
Yeah, they really are, and for this team, again, it's kind of on that guy Ryan.
Yeah, it really is, and we'll see if it all plays out, though. But we are set here, and the teams have all been broken down. So let's go ahead and meet our two squads. It's Detonation Focus Me and Giants Gaming. Be on cue. All right, everyone, here we go. And as soon as we're ready, we're going to dive into those map vetoes. But, you know, Mimi, I like that all the teams, too, like Giants, they brought out, you know, the awesome Brazilian colors here for the event. You love to see it. Yeah, it is definitely a special event for these teams, particularly for that side of DFM. I believe 3 of these players, this will be their first ever international event. And wow. That's kind of the case, too, for the side of Giants. You have Vitinho, young kid. This is going to be his first game outside the VRLs.
Yeah, I mean, while I talk about experience for DFM, widely that was all within Japan. Not many people got to compete on the international stage. And even the ones that took part in the LCQ, that was a tournament that was then held online because we were still under restrictions. Yeah. So this is going to be a very big moment for a lot of these guys as they get ready to try to, you know, come out on top here for the first time in front of a crowd, you know, of this size in a different country. There's a lot of pressures that come with it. And we'll have to see if they can overcome that.
You know, I have to say, something about the way, you know, and of course, a big shout out to our incredible set designers here for Riot, who just absolutely knocked this set out of the park. It is a raw experience. You know, when you walk out there, it feels like they're walking into the octagon. And we're going into the map vetoes, and it seems like the gauntlet's been thrown down already. Splits out as well as Fracture.
This is the Japanese map detonation. You can't get rid of Split. They've thrown it all away, GP. No, I guess they just don't want to.
It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off.
Okay. Well, they say, you know what? We like Haven. So Jess is on this team, and Haven was a pretty good map for New Turn back in the day. Let's go back there again.
Yeah, it feels like pretty even territory. Neither of these teams have played a whole ton of maps, so I'd imagine them both to be prepped there on Haven. Giants do head towards Icebox. That tends to be a map that most of these EMEA squads are pretty solid at. I mean, it's been floated. There's a chance.
Give me Lotus.
It's been
Inject
floated,
into
but
my veins.
it was banned in the second round.
And again, DFM is another one of these teams that is just unwilling to play the new maps. We saw that in our last set of vetoes, where one team got rid of both of those maps as well.
It's you guys like the same map?
This is literally the same thing. We're just doing Haven first. Although, as a Haven enjoyer, I'm okay with that.
Sure. I'm actually interested by Pearl as the decider here, because Giants were actually banning this quite a lot when they were playing at that G-Loot event. So this is something a little bit new. We have not seen the team here yet.
Maybe with a little bit of extra time, they feel a bit more comfortable to bring that map out here. DFM, you know, I'd have to look back and see if they have played this or if they did play this at the Japanese event ahead of Christmas. I don't believe so.
I believe they played it once, and they actually lost it. They lost against one of the teams that they played there. That was a show match, so you got a little asterisk there.
And also Suggest wasn't present because he had COVID at the time, so he wasn't able to play on stage with his cohorts.
The thing is, though, is that, you know, this is such the format. I'm going to keep going on about it because in all of my years, I've never really seen anything quite like this. A 32-team tournament in a country, you know, outside of where we normally are. All these players coming in, playing one match, leaving it all out there. So it kind of makes sense to me as we get ready for the Prime Gaming Asia Select that, you know, these players are going to play it relatively safe in these first rounds and play maps that they know they can get by with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. And last time we saw this map played in our first series here at Lock-In, it was just the basic comp that you're seeing out of Giants here, except with the Omen instead of the Astra. Here, both teams are actually electing for the Astra instead, but we do see that consistency of the Killjoy, Breach, Sova Jet as kind of the core of these compositions.
Yeah, I was hoping maybe somebody would change it up a little bit. I mean, the Jet always powerful pretty much wherever you want to play it, but I'm always happy to see Raze, especially when you want to go for some aggressive ulping.
Yeah, this has got to be Soldom versus Fatinho, a re-debut for the Korean and something new for Fatinho.
Oh, we got two new teams on the stage, and that means we have two new casters. Let's go ahead and welcome my bald brother Tom and his brother from another mother. It's Mitch, man, with all the hair in the world, and I hate him.
I could sense a little bit of jealousy in his voice there right at the end.
I don't know. I didn't really get it. I didn't
know what that was about. Hey, look, I'm feeling left out, man. Everyone else in the broadcast going bald today, I've been stuck with this. I'm sweating. All right, you've got it easy.
I'm sure there's something we can do. You know, we've already seen
a
change of jersey.
I've turned
we could
the fan
have a change of hairstyle.
It's all good.
Like,
I've turned the fan on.
I don't know. I think you'd pull it off. I think we might look too alike. I've already been mistaken for you at events before, which is honestly terrifying.
It actually is.
Let's move on. We have got, again, I was going to say an elimination game. Every game is an elimination game. Every time someone has to go home, which is both fun but also devastating. We have two teams that, I'll be honest, for me, Mitch, they come in at different points. Like one of them is Giants, where I think they could be a dark horse. They genuinely might be able to take down anyone in this tournament with the team that they've built. Detonation, Focus Me, I have absolutely no clue what to expect from them here, so it's going to be a fun game.
That it is, and we've already seen the barriers go up. An attempt at mid-control right away going to be taken as the Pacific team of Detonation Focus Me about to run into Nukia. Great counter stun coming into play. The dash not working for Soldam, and now they're stuck behind that smoke. The space taking hasn't worked, and the numbers back in Giants' favor.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of weapons take a hit recently, but the Frenzy isn't one of them, and I kind of wish it was. Just the amount we've seen with that gun. And the fact is they haven't actually rotated their setup here. Still got the full KJ setup of Hoodie, and then you've got that support from Cloud as well. This is a pretty nasty spot to try and push into here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, you know, those rotations are going to be quick from the B side as well. That close position, it's an off angle you don't normally see held, but he's whipping every shot. The final bullet at least finds its mark. And again, the brakes have to be pumped. This attacking side, they're trying to take little pieces of map control, and every time they're being denied so far.
Yeah, they're now just trying to play the waiting game, hoping that someone rotates away, although they're dropping guns on the floor, so I'm pretty sure that Giants aren't going to budge. They still know they're here because they're making sound. With 30 seconds left, there's not much of an opportunity to really rotate away at this stage. This round is looking dead to rights. With a 4-man crossfire, not even a kill comes through.
Yeah, the attempted stun out to Suggest, but there's just too many players there to get anything done. That's a fantastic start for the Giants side, and well, they've got their round under their belt. I'm interested to see this second round investment coming out of them. We've already seen a Bulldog be invested into. It looks like for the most part, we're going to be, a second Bulldog as well. We're going to bolster down a little bit. So if we do see these 2 rifles through, it's a little bit more of a risk, right? They can't afford to lose as many players here.
RIP Stinger. Of course, we are on the patch that has, well, a lot of people think nerfed it into oblivion. It's definitely reduced the range of it, so you're not going to see those same sort of force buys anymore, and there was no plant, so it wouldn't have even happened for DFM anyway. They have gone in for the Sheriffs, though, Mitch, so a chance to try and make things a little bit more costly. And with a 4-man C push, well, they're walking into Hoodie setup again.
So the idea here, though, is clearly a bait, right? They're walking towards that turret, they're making noise, they're taking this orb to try and force them out into a fight so those Sheriffs can take them down with numbers. But all the while, we've seen Rada wait over here on long. The spike had been left down in the spawn. This is supposed to be a very slow round coming out of the Pacific side, and well, so far, it is slow, but they haven't found any of those mistakes on the Giants side, and I think that largely comes down to those 2 Bulldogs. They're not going to go pushing. They're not going to go taking crazy space. This is a round for Giants where they sit back and let you come to them, and oh, there's a first.
Nice little timing shot. I'm liking the fact as well they've got Nuke here sort of rotating around different positions, so whenever that stun is online, he'll be able to set up his teammates. But Vitinho, this is just a firing range. A chance to get towards that Blade Storm. He's not missing a beat. And while, again, it's the same as last round, they have to try and fall back and find another avenue of attack.
Yeah, look, no shields even on these players, right? Having gone for the Sheriffs, they needed to save over the rest of their credits, and yeah, it just leads to them being so easy to take down. The numbers really where they can get ahead. One more kill, it'd be great. That might have even taken the Bulldog out of play, but not quite able to get it done.
There's been a few moments for Giants where I'm just like, that's a little bit too whiffy for my liking, but they've got away with it. Now, 2 players I actually want to really focus on in this game are actually going to be the Astros, Rhyme and Zimfree. 2 players that in the past weren't exactly renowned for their controllers, so it's something that I think would definitely have to be taken into consideration. Zimfree moving away from sort of a pretty decent initiator to try and fit into this roster. So if he's not able to have that same impact, definitely could be an issue, and maybe even some teething problems early on in events.
You just saw the stat pop up there about Soldan. We'll be talking a bit about him later on, but right here and now, Detonation Focus Me coming in with rifles. Same start to the round, 4 players on C long, but they've got a little bit more all in on the strategy. 5 players this time, Spike coming as well, and they've got the site for free. A retake attempt out of Giants, and I think this was the right call, especially when you look at the player who's on site being Rhyme. Nuki's just got dropped through the smoke.
Yeah, that was dirty. That was just a couple of bullets tapped through, and that's probably the player you want most alive in this sort of scenario, except maybe Rhyme on that Astra. Soldan still looking to try and take these aggressive spots, is what he's known for, these almost frag movie highlights, but yet to really get anything done as the push looks to come back through.
There was a lot of utility in his way. He's got to hold strong, though, with his teammate falling. The kills are going Giants' way, and it looks like they might have the round. Time's going to be an issue here if Zemfree can hold on a little longer, and there's a player low HP, managing to use a star to at least delay it, and he might have it. It's going to be so tight. A 1 bullet needed on the diffuser. It's halfway. He'll get the kill in the second. Zemfree closing out a round that they desperately needed. That's putting them right on the board.
Yeah, the Red Bull clutch to give them their first round, Mitch, but you have to bear in mind what was put into it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. That was a 5v4 retake where you're the team with the rifles and you win the round by 10 HP. So they've scraped it. They've got themselves into a position where they can battle, but now you have to consider, what are Giants bringing back in? Okay, they've got an operator. They've got rifles on every single player. And although there are rifles on the other side, they're already having to take a bit of a hit, even just with some utility.
That's it. So we've seen the denial of at least that 3rd round. We're not going to see Giants run away with the economy early, but
no
you
shot.
What?
No, he's just spammed the wall.
Well, that is karma coming back to get him. I mean, the last round suggests blind fire through a smoke, headshots Nuke you this round. Gives it right back to him. A wall this time between them, but
that's what the Phantom
wouldn't stop him. That's actually nuts.
It's just disgusting.
And you know, look, the thing is, the fact that they lost so many players in the previous round, this is a very tough round. If they lose it, Giants will just speed into the lead. The economy will start to snowball. And already being a player down, they have to be so cautious on this attack. And that's why you see them a minute on the clock. They've got practically no space taken.
They're trying to almost lurk back through the delay put into play, but Rhyme has been tagged up, but they're just falling away from it. They're almost trying to move players off of that B site, hoping someone rotates into the path of Anthem. Unfortunately, they haven't. And with the alarm bot still there, a star down as well, the second that goes off, there will be a repick, if not before.
And that smoke will go up, stopping anybody that's further back and not in the site. from helping out their teammates. This could be a tough one, but the good thing is you're seeing players quite far away. Hoodie just walked in and sprayed. They've barely seen anyone this round. The Pacific side's in a 2v5. That is devastating.
Yeah, they've literally seen no one. It's literally just been knowing their spots, knowing their lineups. And now Soldan, we need one of those moments. We need to see one of those moments from a year ago. It's a nice start, but nothing more to be had. Rayta left. 1 versus 4. Angle not cleared. A chance here with the second already going his way. Nuke and Cloud on the other side, but they can just start this defusal. He knows that somebody's on that spike. He hits the third, but it isn't quite there. Close. And a nice attempt for Rayta, but it's still going to be the round for Giants.
We've seen this guy before. Absolute Jupiter Zeta Division. He was a monster, but wow. That's one hell of a performance. I was expecting Soldan to do some work there. And, you know, this is a guy we haven't seen on the international scene before. I know the desk was mentioning that. He came damn close, though. It was LCQ. He lost to Full Sense, who ended up at Champions, as you'll remember. And it was a BO5 Grand Final. 5th map, 13-8 on this very map. It was Haven that took the chance of going to Champions out of their hands. For Soldan, I'm sure he's looking to put up some numbers right here and now, but it's been a slower start. 3-1, you know, still very early days, but the economy is where the concern comes in. This is Vodafone Giants, as they were formerly called, just Giants now. Opportunity to take an absolutely stellar start, but they, again, have to avoid losing too many weapons. Their economy is still a little bit shaky, but they're only up against pistols.
Yeah, again, a chance for Vitinho to farm. Waiting for them to try and peek through. Spike drop, that should pull a rotation to support him here, and already Cloud is going to be in position. Any damage they can do here would be beneficial, and the stun's not bad. It's left him in an awkward spot. Again, though, he has a teammate ready, holding the angle, and just not missing a single shot. Zimfree will at least drop that operator, but let's be honest, it doesn't matter.
No, again, they've got a crossfire on the site. One player on back gets stunned. Cloud in the corner, but he got flashed. Got the first kill, fair enough. The second and third, maybe not so much. Little bit ridiculous the value they've just walked out with, and the impact can be felt. Now they've got those credits to back them up if this round goes a little awry, and it very well might. Just look at what Detonation Focus Me are bringing into this DFM. 4 ultimates online and 1 away from a Blade Storm on Soldan. If ever there's a time, let's see them put a round on the board here.
Yeah, and there's still a couple of vulnerabilities, so there are definite opportunities. It does seem like, though, I like that. They actually have a nano. Vitinho's just gone through it. He's probably spotted the majority walking through, and there might be a nasty surprise for Zimfree if he tries to cross his path. It has gone well on the site, though, as they get the opener.
Oh, they've spotted him at least, though. They won't fall victim to that sneaky operator and instead punish and find the plant. Now a 5 versus 3 to work with. And DFM, they've done a fantastic job. I love the Nano Swarm right away, trying to block off that player so the Rolling Thunder catches him, so you clean up the site for free. It doesn't work out yet. They still manage to clean it up nicely and put a bow on top. Giants calling the save already.
It's understandable. Other than the last round, everything has been very close. Like 1 player clutching in the round before and 4 players surviving, but ultimately they've got some weaker weapons here. Probably just going to try and make things costly. Not allow Detonation to get away with too much, even having the stuns to try and hold them into the spike. But the rest of the team are slowly making their way in that direction to try and get rid of these players and have a safe exit.
And with so many players on the attack here, yeah, I mean, they could decide to just go sprinting down to punish, but they have their own economy to consider. You know, just a couple 100 credits sitting on each player. They'll attempt some spams, but in the end, Giants will get away with their 3 rifles. But the Pacific side now builds up their credits, and they managed to win that round where we highlighted, you know, all the ultis they had in play. Well, they only used the 1 and a Nano Swarm to take that site, and what a cleanup by Zimfree on short. That op could have changed the round completely if it was left unchecked.
Yeah, for sure. Now, again, as you mentioned, they still have all of those ults available, and it looks like a lot of their initial setups are very direct. So the same thing again, looking to try and challenge for that C long control. On the other side of things, Giants are now looking to try and take away long on A, because it was really fought for, rushed through in the previous round. Instead, though, they're waiting to see if anybody peeks, and Rhyme, I don't think he's going to give them that battle.
Yeah, exactly. You can see him just jump peeking it. Patient man for sure. He's got his utility, and of course there's a player watching the cross, now spotting that Soldan's gone into the site. They've yet to deal with him. There we go. The cleanup eventually. Lots of utility coming their way, but it's keeping DFM out of the site. The Hunter's Fury chasing them right the way back to their own spawn. And at this point, they're starting to look for other opportunities. It looks like they're going to gamble on a faster rotate to the A site. Not even. That little slowdown from Suggest as he watches for a push out of Garage. They realized if 55 or a minute left on the clock when they made that call, they can slow it down and see if there's any reaction from that Giant side. So far, that hasn't happened, so 45, yeah, let's start moving towards the site.
Yeah, the problem is now you're starting to see that reposition from Giants. Already a rotation from Cloud going back in that direction. You got Vitinho from above. He just wants to take one and try and move back, but that's the info they had at least. Now, there is still going to be that lockdown available for the post plant. That might be something to try and highlight when going into that after plant position, if they can get into the after plant, because they're trying to hit them with the shock darts.
They waited as well. You know, those shock darts coming up and over. They pop down the lockdown, avoid getting taken down on the spike plant as well, even damaged up too much. And Suggest now 48 HP, going to sit down below, holding utility for the eventual retake that will be mounted. They've committed one player to watching the back, which is Rada. Won't be able to do all too much, and now realizing it's clear, going to come to hold forward. I mean, this is a well-stacked up site for DFM. Giants are going to find it hard to get any sort of space in. They need a hero play, and there is just nobody to take that mantle right now. A fantastic stun. And puts a halt to Hoodie's push. He can still isolate the fights, but he doesn't win them.
Yeah, decent crossfires, but more importantly, I think it was actually the grab well from Zemfree that does most of the work, because you see Vitinho, he's like right into the site, and the rest of the players are all stuck trying to make their way through from that defensive position. So just good utility use, fantastic crossfires as well from Detonation, and that was one of the things coming into this match where I was going, okay, on paper, for me, Giants look like a way better team. Like, you've picked up a load of different superstars. Okay, there's been a few role shifts here and there, but they're players I believe can do it. I don't think I've ever seen Nuclear not be able to play an Agent Hoodie the same. So I wasn't really too worried on that. I was more worried whether or not Detonation would be able to match up to just the firepower, because I have very high expectations of people like Cloud. So far, they have been. It has been a back and forth. It's been close in clutch rounds, and even at some points for Giants, been a little bit sloppy. So I am actually starting to believe that there's a chance that Detonation could do some real damage in this match.
You know, we've mentioned some of the other players on this server and their experience on LAN. I mean, over on Giants, obviously Vitinho, as we heard from Mimi on the desk, we haven't seen him really play at this level ever, right? First time on an international stage, even when it comes to LAN events, fairly limited in Valorant, gone back to CS, has a little bit of experience, but you look at Cloud, he's also in a similar bracket. He's never been to an international event. He played at a Masters, but that was a regional Masters way back in the day. This is a guy who is getting experience playing in front of a crowd like this, hearing that roar, and, well, it doesn't seem to be shaking him even slightly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that wasn't even the Europe Masters either.
No, it was the CIS Masters.
Had their own
exactly,
one, so
yep.
it wasn't even
close. It wasn't even in EMEA at that point,
yeah,
you know,
so
or EMEA didn't exist, I think. It was
exactly.
just EU, so, yeah.
But I think you had a Turkish Masters as well, so it was a very different landscape in Valorant at that point.
And then obviously, you know, we mentioned Soldam. He hasn't played at an international game. So close to making it to champs. Anthem's the other guy on their team. Played at First Strike, came 5th to 6th. That was a Korean First Strike way back in the day. And, well, hasn't got a whole lot of accolades under his belt. This is a big opportunity for him to make a name for himself on the international stage. You know, currently attack side Killjoy. We're not expecting him to steal the show or anything, but a player to keep an eye on and how he forms. Sort of the rookie of the roster.
But that's the interesting thing, again, about this roster is that you go back and the majority of the players on this team were duelists or initiators. So they've also had to switch up roles. I think Anthem is one of the players that definitely suffered a little bit, especially now that people have moved away from playing that chamber where it's like, oh yeah, playing Sentinel, and now actually having to have a little bit more of a proper setup.
So this is the kind of round where you often want to see how it develops. It could just be a flat one. They come in and they stomp them, but 40 seconds on the clock and a 4-man stack from Giants on this C site. Pistols, obviously, that's why we're saying it's not a big deal, but they might be able to get something done. And Rhyme is up right close. He's in the smoke, dancing through the cloud burst. He'll only get one, and nobody else is able to take a kill. Soldam dealing with the round nicely, and he almost goes down, but in the end, it's a 4v1 post plant, and that one is the man with the Sheriff.
Yeah, it was a good read from Giants. 3 players there. I think it was mainly because they had the lockdown if they really wanted to try and push a retake elsewhere on the map. But ultimately, solid trading, isolated the jewels, even just the space that was taken again from Soldam. That's the thing. I think statistically, you're going to look at him throughout this game and be like, you know, is he coming back? But he is every round dashing into a smoke on the site so that everybody else can find the space. Now, the main time... Oh! He got there in the end. We'll just edit the rest out. We'll edit the rest out. It's fine.
10-4 now. That was his 10th kill. Beautiful stuff out of Cloud. Maybe his 9th best kill so far. But look, we've tied it up. And for DFM, they were in some rocky shape to start things out. Losing the pistol, 3rd round came very close. They got answered back on immediately. Economy started to build up for Giants. At 4-1, one little mistake from DFM could have just taken this half out of their hands completely. And instead, they're neck and neck. They're competing. And I think most people will almost be surprised by that result so far. Giants have been pinned as a heavy favorite. Well, there's one man who's wearing every jersey in this tournament. I don't think that counts.
Well, it goes Soldam again. He does get the opener, but he's betrayed that. He doesn't like those aftershocks, and Cloud's looking to take this one into his own hands. I feel like they've avoided him over the last few rounds, but the second they faced into this man's crosshair, it normally results in death.
It's immediate crunch on A. It's hard to deal with when you decide to take that fast main control and your opponents have the same idea. It is a meat grinder, and well, this time DFM left in a mint state. Most of their team shredded, and they're the final remaining members too. Stood on long, tucked in, just waiting for the flank, or again, the mistake, the over-rotation, the overextension. It doesn't happen. Giants are playing a very patient game.
I like the fact, though, that we're seeing them do this every time. Like, a lot of the opening duels have been going Giants' way, and in every single round, you see Detonation just go, okay, we're not going to rush into things. We're not going to try and punish that player. We're not going to overface. We're going to slow right down and hope the Giants make a mistake. Now, Giants haven't made a massive amount. A lot of the more direct takes have been what have been working for Detonation, and that's why we're having quite a few sort of back and forth rounds. With 30 seconds, though, trying to at least find something here, but look how ready they are for this. Just patiently waiting. Even still, though, they have managed to make this a better scenario by getting rid of Nuclear.
Yeah, that didn't look like it was going to be very winnable at all. Okay, Zemfree's gone down, though. He was still pushed up. They probably expect him to fall back. You know, you try to get the jump on them, but it ain't worked out, and that recon has ruined him. Another star round for Cloud. This guy is just on fire here. And again, this is his international debut, and he's barely breaking a sweat. What's that, 13-4?
This is one of the players where you sort of hear that Giants have got that deal through. It was one of the ones where I think there wasn't even that much contention for it, and I was gobsmacked. Because if you speak to the majority of sort of coaches within EMEA, talent within EMEA, Cloud should be near the top of your list of players that you should be signing. Very, very young, and also someone who, on that Na'Vi roster, was unbelievably flexible. Not only came in as an initiator, which for younger players, okay, you got people like Leo who probably match up, but other than that, not really. But he could also play like a Mean Raze, a Neon, like he had that star potential. So the fact that he's come into Giants, he's alongside other superstars, and right now, he's making them look average.
You know the funny thing as well, he's the only man on a server playing a Sova as well, the only man on the server without an assist. He just kills. He doesn't need to help anyone else, at least help them get a kill. He's just going to do it for them. Don't worry.
But that's the thing, he is scanning people. He just then kills them before anyone else can.
He didn't even scan the last guy. He just shot him as soon as he hit the dart. In the head as well, I'll say. You know, it's been a different game than I expected. And one of the things that's really getting is, you know, DFM, I see some of the issues that they're having, like teething issues at this level. When you're pumping the brakes a lot and you don't have those ideas on how to recover those early fumbles, it's often because, like, at the lower level, you're going to play against teams who go, oh, we're 5v3, let's run it down, boys, let's get them all! And then you just wait, hold angle, and kill them all. But you know, it's not working yet. They're still able to have that little bit of a push into a site. They're getting a foothold. There's a serious amount of play on the table right now, and their attack side's looking good. We've seen Soldam start to warm up as well. Certainly a promising beginning to this series.
I'll be honest, Nuki, I don't think anyone's going to stand there again. You only get wallbanged by that once.
But see, there's value in it. There's value in it. It just stops you going window early.
A completely different approach this round, though. Like, we've seen them fight the extremities almost every single round. It has been A takes, it's been C takes. Mid, only really been direct pushes into B. This time, though, looking to put that pressure in onto Garage, but there's already utility waiting. Nuke is rotated in as well to have that supportive util if needed. And with no pressure on A, okay, they've fallen back a little bit.
Yeah, you know, at the same time, we've seen these retake attempts on C before, and it's often when we have Killjoy inside a garage or just outside in the window where they're able to back off. They're committing hard to it this time. I don't know if that's going to be something that DFM expect. They haven't had to burn their utility up a ton when pushing into this site because of the way they'll fall back, and certainly not hold those kind of angles, but now that's a problem, Rhyme! solves it right away. A smoke down and a teammate to help. That is gorgeous. Giants should have been down and out. That should have been Nukia stuck on C site and being surrounded. Instead, they have the control. The one thing, maybe Anthem, you know, we've seen him sneakily play up to B main. Now he's in the back of B site. But again, Giants have been very cautious with making these rotations, that they're not going through parts of the map that they've given up.
Yeah, I think they're going to realize, especially very soon, that this is that take, and they've actually already got themselves a Hunter's Fury ready. It's going to go down, at least with the spike, but that is Zimfree dead. Now Anthem, we've already seen a 1v4 attempted. Can he pull it off?
This will be tough. They're all coming the same direction, though. Possibility for a lineup, but he really needs a miracle, the rookie of the squad. A chance to prove himself beyond anyone's doubt, but only gets the one. And Giants walk out with a 6th. You know, they didn't manage to deny the plant with the Hunter's Fury, but of course Cloud follows through with the kill. Might be the first time, I don't know if he got the assist there, but he did get traded. So at least that's technical. I'm gonna count it as an assist. He's done it. No, it's not on the board though.
No, he hasn't.
God damn it.
So the thing is there, for Detonation, it's a little bit unlucky. Like, ultimately, the stun was very good. If they get rid of Rhyme there, this becomes a very different round. You have an easy fight to take versus Nuke rather than having to run through a smoke for a trade. And basically, Rhyme in that round just won it for them.
The Giants fans, they've come all the way. And you know, looking at Rhyme, he's a guy that definitely needs a shout out. Even if you look back through their past history, like their last couple of games, this guy's tearing it up when it comes to that controller role. Now, right away, Giants want to fight for some A-long control. They've got an op here and everything, but they've also got the entirety of the enemy team as DFM up the pace and move right into the site. An attempt down a Soul Dam. Oh, he's in a lot of danger. There's a shorty, and Patino's got him with it. Down to the operator now for another, and then Cloud shows up. His big moment, well, kind of goes awry in the end, but Nuke is there to catch him when he falls. 7-4. And Giants, they've really picked up the pace towards the end of this half, but it's not over yet. DFM could put a 5th there to close it out.
The thing is, I think the only round where Giants have fought for A and it has actually gone in the direction of Detonation was the round where they had a Rolling Thunder. Other than that, they've just not really been able to get in. It was when it's given up and played as a retake, that's the moment where you sort of see them get into their after plants and look very, very good. The second you have players like Cloud there, it's so tough to break in. And well, Patino showing that that level is definitely there if you give them the chance.
Okay, Breach early stun. It's ready to go. They avoided it though. Hey, I saw DFM, 4 players on A main, a Breach there on the defensive side. I was thinking, we're in a lot of trouble, but...
Well, they've got the Rolling Thunder this round, so they probably wanted to try and use it there.
Exactly. And if they get hit by that stun, maybe you lose it. Instead, they're going to have a chance to use it now already. Hunter's Fury thrown out, catching major damage. Rhyme goes down through the wall, but there's still players here to defend. That Rolling Thunder is going to be burned up, and that should force a retake setup.
This battle on the flank, though, could be fairly important. Lockdown going to be utilized on either side. Not really an opportunity to destroy it, but Great already catching Patino. That means they know that there's been an aggressive push through that A site and potentially leaves it open on the other side. And in fact, it looks like Giants may be considering that as well. The thing is, though, with the spike down, they're not going to worry so much about that rotation. Already just looking to try and get back into the site. With all 4 players down long, no wraparound, but that isn't going to be known. Nuke still just holding for it.
It's the stun, the shocks. I mean, they have so much utility. And now as it wanes, they should have the numbers, but Raid is left alone and he can't manage to deny. They had every tool at their disposal there. It began so well, and in a blink of an eye, Giants have doubled up the rounds, 8-4. We were complimenting this DFM team on how solid they were looking early on, but now they could be in dire straits.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where you kind of sat there and wondering how they managed to win every single fight. It was just this battle from Nuke just defending the person defusing, but ultimately, other than that, the round was very, very good for the side of Detonation. They just couldn't take it over the line.
Wow, an absolutely incredible half coming out of Giants towards the end there. DFM, well, let's find out from the analyst desk if there's any hope.
Well, it's going to be really difficult when you got Cloud dropping 17 in the first half. Welcome back to the desk here. And yeah, I mean, Seth, like, it was very clear Cloud's having the game that you want to have right now on that stage.
He's having a whale of a time. He watched Crashies playing earlier, playing that soap, and he went, I think I will also do this. And he's just been pounding. Detonation, a couple good moments like Mitch and Tom were mentioning. off the top, it looked like, okay, they're rebounding after dropping those first couple rounds. They're running it back. They get 4 in this half. Then maybe they can push this to have a 6-6 or a 7-5 for themselves. Not the case. Cloud has shut down so many attempts for detonation to get themselves onto the sites. When they've gotten in there, it's been, sometimes it's been pretty good. But Cloud has just been stopping them at every twist and turn. 366 ACS so far, 17-0-7. At one point, he was 14-4. I guess he just likes the number synergy coming out there. But, I mean, God knows how far this is going to keep going as we get ready to see them on the attacking half.
Yeah, it was really impressive out of him. I feel like he did a fantastic job of exploiting every gap in the spacing from DFM. But DFM did have their moments. As we look ahead here, I actually wanted to take a look at one of the rounds from that first half. And this was a fantastic post plant from DFM here. You can see the post plant late round Killjoy lockdown to buy themselves some space. And that's not really the fixation I had. Instead, I kind of wanted to talk about how they set up together in this one. You say Anthem perfectly playing around the cloudburst that drops in. They're in positions to swing together and take these fights in twos and are able to pretty quickly trade each other out. You see, even at the end, a nice little setup out of DFM. It's solid basic stuff, but it's what they need in the second half. Because with these Breach, Sova, Jet comps, you have to be playing retake a whole lot. We saw it in that first half. We saw it in our first match. So I'm looking towards DFM to be able to be coordinated, get that space, and come back in together on those retakes to maybe have a chance at coming back into this one.
I mean, this is one of the things that Suggest should be really familiar with. From his time on New Turn, he was absolutely incredible at engineering those retakes on various sites. If they can get back into the group, get the rest of the team behind him to pull it off, maybe there's a hope.
Well, you know what, guys? We ain't saying that it's all over. They certainly have an opportunity to come back, but boy, oh boy, it's going to be tough. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Well, it was a fantastic start to this one, but as the analyst desk said, it became a little shaky towards the end. We'll see if they're going to be able to make that comeback. Defensive side at least to start with, and this is an opportunity for Anthem as well. We'll be keeping an eye on that Killjoy play on defensive side. You see a lot of the map control here in the pistol is going to be held down just by him. But Giants, well, they are playing a very slow default. It looks like they are expecting DFM to make the play, and I'm seeing players start to move down C long. They might be watching their tapes.
Well, I don't know what tapes they've been watching. There's been
screens,
barely
bro.
anything to
The
see.
streams.
Like, I don't know how they've got this
YouTube
information,
videos,
but
bro.
Yeah, they seem to have it. They're ready in this pistol round, and Rhyme just destroying them. Zimfree stuck in the corner. Doesn't have any support either. Shot dart's even going through. He's having to try and dance around their own smoke. A nice shot onto the first, but the trade is there instantly from Cloud. Again, though, just look at the patience from the rest of the players. Hoodie was just waiting, expecting someone to make a move, and now they can reset with their advantage.
A sneaky little play by Rada. Maybe there's some value to be found there.
He needs like 2, though.
But he needs 2 to come long as well. If they go short, okay, all 3, and he's peeked out. Element of surprise gets 1, there's the second. And now a serious chance. We said it was keep an eye on the Killjoy. Well, it's going to be a 1-to-1 battle here. Anthem up against Hoodie. Anthem has come in with their Sheriff.
Yeah, I don't know if you see
He's
that
running
too often. He's just going to go running in, and well, wanted to try and catch him maybe while planting, but he did not.
That man has got some serious ideas rattling around up there. That was interesting. Just a blitz. Hey, I didn't see it coming. I'm not sure that his opponent did, but Hoodie still hit the shot. So 9-4 and a pistol round lost. Now, you know, look, if you're down 8-4 at the half, you really want to get that pistol. I don't know that having lost it, you'll want to do the force buy, though. It could be a 10-4 reset and try to fight your way back. If this was a month ago, they'd be trying to sting it up, but instead...
A month, a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Instead, here we are. It's going to be a very, very weak buy. I mean, 2 shorties. It's the most they've got.
Yeah, that really is about it. And on the other side of things, you're almost fully buying rifles. Only for Tino, and you know his role is going to be to pretty much dive into the site. Having a rifle there won't even be a benefit. So stacking up on A, having the turret for B, basically just trying to have a stack somewhere, a little bit of information elsewhere on the map, and a tiny amount of delaying power. But it is a pure gamble, and you really can't expect anything from this round. Even a kill here would be good.
Yeah, and look, with 2 shorties, you're not going to be pushing all too actively on DFM. This is very much sit back and wait, hope that they fall into your hands. For Giants, you know, seeing this heavier investment, if you think back to DFM's second round, you know, these guys, we had that idea of 2 Bulldogs coming in, right? And Giants are able to save over. Now they're on the attack. They've got a much heavier investment, but it's also much easier to keep those weapons. You're often just moving in like this as a spear. Maybe Fatino goes down, but the rifle should be able to trade, and if all goes well, you only lose that one player on the way through. All's gone very well because they've lost no one on the way through, and the retake, okay, a stun comes through, but they're going to have to do some serious work.
Okay, there's the one. At least a little bit of damage. A rifle on the deck. If they can get rid of, an extra player, they won't be able to save it. And there you go. 2 kills. Honestly, that's all you can hope for. And while Raider left on 2 HP, wasn't really going to stand much of a chance, but that's okay.
That's an acceptable round if we see Giants push A even into the stack if you lose 2 players.
Yeah.
So the fact that they did that on a retake with 2 shorties, and also credit where it's due, Soldam, my man dashing into the site with that shorty, jumping up over the box. I love it. And it's a very hard strategy to counter in the heat of the moment. 10-4, fought the space on the way back through, did some damage, and now DFM have the opportunity to capitalize on it. And that's the real thing. Right now, all that they've done could just be washed away if they end up losing this round, and especially if they lose it cleanly on the DFM side. Oh, wow. This is going to be a pacey one for Giants. We're already in. Dash out of Fatino. Reveals catching some, but they're just spraying them down.
Yeah, they've just mowed them completely. Maybe expecting a weaker purchase on the other side, I don't know, but it was just a full W key into the site on the retake, trying to get in before they could properly set up, but it's clear that Giants were more than ready for this, and while the players on the other side just kind of go, well, I guess I'm keeping my Vandal.
If you play that round slow, defaulty, it's going to be a very tough round. 2 players came in with Sheriffs. Your utility's good, right? But you have to win fights on even territory for the most part, and the only disadvantage you'll have is on your side if one of your Sheriffs gets peaked. So instead they say, all right, let's mitigate that risk a little bit by just all running at them. Just blitz in there. Just spray them down, who cares? And if you die, I'll pick up your gun and I'll shoot them. It worked, and you can see DFM were not ready for that pace that came out of the attacking side. 11-4.
Yeah, this first map is now starting to look quite rough. Like, we were sat at a point of 4-4, thinking that Detonation, okay, this might be like a competitive match, but whoa, we're sat now 7 rounds later and they haven't got a single round. It really is starting to be a blitz, and unfortunately that retake is one of those ones where it's, if they're the ones with a weaker buy, I'm fine with it. But you're the ones that have come in with the rifles, you're the one with the full purchase. You're basically sprinting in to try and catch a timing. That's such a risk.
I would love to end up under the sea here on Pearl, but I don't think we're going to make it, man. This first map, this is DFM's pick. And look, some signs of life there to begin with, but it seems like Giants on a roll, and DFM haven't been able to stop them. The pace caught them off, but look, an investment here. This is their final stand.
He did some damage with that wallbang. Zimbri's down to 78 HP, so it's...
This team, between their wallbangs, their spams and smokes, it's just unreal. I know in the last round it was sort of a player dancing around the edge of the cloudburst, but even still, they're just this is not normally
training.
Yeah. He's been on the Aim Lab one, because you can do every single site, every map in Valorant on Aim Lab, and you can track around all the corners. That's clearly what they're doing to learn their spray control properly.
Well, it is a retake setup at the moment on that A site. Hunter's Fury could potentially delay, but other than that, there isn't a whole lot to get them back into that site afterwards, and the last retake didn't exactly go well. They are now getting that information, Mitch, from C Long, but the problem is they're not going to be able to fight this site. There really isn't much they can do about it, other than, as said, that Hunter's Fury to delay.
Well, you're definitely seeing the preference of DFM for the C-long pushes when they don't get the info early on.
They tap the spike just to bait out this Hunter's Fury, and Giants have just played this to perfection.
Well, the Hunter's Fury, still, that was the point of it even, just to deny that plan to buy time for the flank, but it's expected, it's watched for, and this comes down to Hoodie. His first kill already found. Zenfree, who got tagged up by Rhyme earlier on, walks in, and the stun hadn't been put out yet. Hoodie's in the corner. They won't push him out in time. He gets to fight Suggest, but he loses. Doesn't seem to matter all too much with his teammates falling. Okay, nice shot, Anthem, but again, through the smoke. Cloud able to clean it up, and Suggest is left in a really tough position. 1 kill for a Rolling Thunder, but it's time, it's HP. With those 2 players unknown, right, tucked away.
Fury. It's done.
Oh yeah,
it's already
Hunter's
done.
Fury, I hadn't even caught that.
There's no chance. Like,
just
Cloud has been getting
up.
so many kills. Look how far away he is as well. He knows that they don't have time to do anything here, so just basically waiting to try and catch him on the exit. It's going to be 12 for Giants, and honestly, with this being the pick, as well of Detonation. Yeah. Okay, I will admit, anybody who picks Icebox, I'm never confident that they're going to cleanly win Icebox because it is just one of those maps. But still, this is not a good showing for your own map.
At the same time, the absolutely stellar performance of Cloud cannot be overlooked. This guy is sitting at 24-9. He has got his assist, though.
He is 19 years old.
Unbelievable. And how many times have we made the excuses for other teams in the past? Oh, they're out of LAN and crowd and all the things that go along with it.
Yeah.
And also, he's traveled quite far. Jet lag's certainly a big factor.
I will
on
say.
the other side, yeah,
A little bit
they've
further.
got a bit more of an excuse when it comes to the jet lag. But
30 hours of travel.
I mean, the reality is, man, there's a lot that Cloud is experiencing here for the very first time. Even, and I'm sure we'll talk to him about this at some stage, even like the pacing of media days, and you get there, you think, man, we're going to practice like 16 games a day, we're just going to be non-stop, and then it's like, no, you're actually going to be doing content and all these interviews and all these obligations that you have. And even despite all of those things that we've seen many a player struggle with in the past, he has come out swinging.
Well, this is the sort of last-ditch effort now for Detonation. The buy's not going to be the best. Ults, there are none. And they have to try and not only squeak out a round, but they have to, well, let's put it this way. Giants have just won 8 rounds in a row. They now need to do that to get to overtime.
I'll say it's not often you get a Pipson cam in the middle of a timeout, or ever, that he ain't talking. But right there, he ain't got anything to say. You know, there's not much that needs to be said.
Carry on.
Bye-bye. That's about all you need. 12-4. 8 in a row needed for DFM, and they have struggled to get anything, really, at this point. You can see round 8 the last time we saw anything from them, any sign of life, and, well, now they've got to resurrect themselves right here and now, a default play to start with. And this might be the time they catch some value from it. For once, we're seeing a push early on out of DFM. They're starting to move down in mid, right off the rip. Now, there is an alarm bot waiting.
There's an alarm bot, there's a turret watching the other side. Like, I think Giants have just read this game to perfection, pretty much from start to finish. The second they sort of saw what Detonation were doing, they're just now waiting for them to make a mistake. And even still, even if they just push towards the A site right now, the only player there is Raider. Everyone else is just banking that there's going to be an aggressive play into middle, and right now there's nothing.
Such a tough spot to play from if you're DFM. You don't want to make that call to overextend, but at the same time, you got a player like Raider who right now, what is he supposed to do? Tell me that. What is the correct play here for Raider? There isn't one. He's going to try to get some damage.
Okay. Okay,
I stand corrected, Raider. You have found the correct play, and that's why you're on the server.
Yeah, no, fair play. Coming out of that with 2 is impressive. Flank being watched, New Kick already taking the first pick, a second as well. That advantage just dissipates in a matter of seconds. They now know where one of these players are, and because of that, they're going to try and aggress. They might actually completely dodge this Rolling Thunder. It's just disgusting. Finally, it connects onto one of them, but Suggest on just 46 HP. Cloud, he's already avoided it, and it is an easy dub for Giants. They won themselves 9 rounds in a row to close out this game, and they are looking very good on day 1 of lock-in.
And it's the 2 players new to this environment, new to the LAN, that end up surviving in that final round, closing it out at 13-4. Fitinho and Cloud.
Good, you know, Sovas are good.
The Sovas are pretty good. Yeah, look, credit where it's due for Raider as well. That guy was on fire. Some incredible value found from positions where most players would struggle to get 1 or even half HP on a player. The 3 guys holding him when he ran out of that smoke, but mistakes were made on the other side, and the punishment was there. Giants, they look unbelievable. And will map 2 be any different? Icebox, it's their map pick, but it is also a map that is kind of hard to not have a grasp of.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you're going to go in, probably see quite standardized comps as we are expecting to throughout this tournament. I also want to say, find me a statistical game where you've got a Sober at the top with 1 assist and the joint most first bloods in the server. Like, it almost feels like at this point it wouldn't even matter too much what Cloud was playing. And the funny thing is if you go back and watch him in EMEA, he is an incredible Sober. It was just almost like this game, it wasn't even really needed for them, which is a pretty scary prospect, and even more terrifying now for Detonation, because we've seen this so many times with a lot of Japanese teams, excluding Zeta. They come into the tournament, they go out of the tournament. And if they don't win this next map, that's exactly what will happen to them as well.
You gotta feel bad for Soldan. No doubt he came in here expecting to put up a big performance, hoping to, certainly. And I mentioned Last time he was here on Haven in a big match, that 13-8 loss that eliminated him from the Champions run in the grand final of LCQ. They were a couple rounds away from already having that international under his belt. And now he's coming back to this stage, well, coming to the stage for the first time, coming back to the competitive scene, I should say. And he's gone back to Haven. Instead of 13-8, it's 13-4. Maybe Icebox can be a bit better, and I certainly hope so. I'm curious to see what jersey Achilleos is wearing, though, after that one.
Yeah, that's the thing. Does he have a Giants jersey? It is a pretty nice jersey. I think they brought it specifically for this event. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he has a few more to show us, because right now, actually, to be honest, he should probably wear the Detonation one, because I'm not sure he'll get to wear it much longer.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, let's toss it back over to the analyst desk and find out how Map 2's looking.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ションフォーカスミーに所属している、レイタです、イニシエーターを担当してます。デトネーションフォーカスミーという、昔から e スポーツで活躍しているチームに所属できて、そのチームで活躍させていただいて、とても光栄な気持ちです。割と自分が前に出てキルをしたりすることよりかは、味方のサポートをすることが多いです。
ここからレイター、
全フは、エイムが強くて、ちょっとなんていうのパッションなところがあって、すごいパッションで押していく人です。アンセムは、冷静で、いつも静かなんですけど、なんか試合の状況だったりを見るのがうまくて、サブコールだったりをうまくしてくれます。ソルダムは、なんか混戦状態の戦いが強くて、クリップ映えする、シーンが多いので、よくチーム内で YouTuber と呼ばれてます。サジェストはエイムが強くて、いつも試合をキャリーしてくれて、なんか日本ではバスの運転手と言われてます。
저는 데토네이션 포커스미에서 듀얼리스트를 맡고 있는 서울담이라고 합니다. 옛날부터 제가 영상 올리듯이 이제 궁극기로 연수를 좀 많이 창출할 수 있고, 그리고 Z밖에 할 수 없는 약간 날아다니는 플레이?
DFM は、まだメンバーが集まって間もないチームなんですが、みんな個人技も高いので、ダークホース的な立ち位置になりうるチームなんだとは思います。
빠르게 이겨가지고 집으로 보내도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. Golden, we're here alongside Mimi as well as Achilleos. It was a little bit about Detonation Focus Me, who are currently down 0-1 in the series after that Haven loss. And I have to say, after seeing the way Giants control that one, I believe Mission Tom said it was 9 rounds won in a row for Giants Gaming. They certainly are looking like Giants out there in the field.
Yeah, you can't get away with, anyways, moving on from bad puns, we got to focus.
You can't get rid of me. You can't just go to a Tarek Invitational
Yeah,
and get rid
so
of me.
it was a really good game out of Giants, 13-4 in the end there with a fantastic streak in that second half. I think that for DFM, it got to a point where they just kind of ran out of steam. And for Giants, they were always staying one step ahead in the calling. I think Rhyme did a really good job of staying on top of things, and they did solid at the fundamentals, which is kind of what we expected out of the squad.
Yeah, they ran out of steam and they ran it down mid, just constantly assaulting sites without much to escort their way in and not clearing angles and dying at every twist and turn. It was a bit brutal to watch that second half. And yeah, we didn't really see the impact from Soldum that we were hoping for. He never really hit that stride at any point really in this game. I think he was constantly down as far as his KD was concerned.
Yeah, it was a tough one here. And I mean, consistently, as we got deeper into this game, it felt like for DFM in particular, they were just kind of throwing themselves against a brick wall in some of those retakes. It's like, instead of waiting to try and use our utility together and get those like Breach Sova combos to work out, which we saw really effective from Giants, they were instead kind of going for these fast plays, hoping to find a timing, but they were never able to catch that. Giants was always prepared and not leaving those opportunities open.
Yeah, always ready, with that, with those timings and those, and shutting it down. And you have to give a little bit of credit, though, at least to Zenfree, right? Because there were a few times where we were seeing, these beautiful shots come through, and we're like, this is exactly what we would want to see out of him, right? We need someone to like kind of step up, make the flashy play, or just step up and get the job done. Zenfree was doing that a few times for the team, so it's not all doom and gloom for them if they can continue that going into the box.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough, though. Coming off of the back of a loss like that, when it is your map pick, is always very challenging. You got those first 4 rounds in the first half, and then you can't get anything else when you're on the defending side. It's a really tough ask now to see if Detonation are going to get back into this one. They said that they feel like they could be a dark horse in this tournament. Unless they can really dig deep, run it back on Icebox, take it to Pearl, close it out there. Feels like it's going to be Giants, who we've already mentioned could be a dark horse in this tournament. They're showing it right now. They're looking very, very clean. Cloud in particular, a phenomenal performance from him, top ranking for the squad. racking up even more ACS in the second half than he had in the first one. It was just dominant.
Yeah. If there's one thing, they're going to have to shut down players like that and not a lot of them be able to get, run all over them the way that it was there on Haven. And actually, I did mention Zenfree before because as a part of our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, actually, we're going to be giving it to Zenfree because he had a few incredible shots, Mimi.
Yeah, this was kind of the one round for DFM that was looking really good, or one of the few in that first half. If there is going to be a player to step up for DFM, I really do look to Zenfree. If you remember back to last year when Northampton was trying to make their run at Copenhagen, it was this guy who was doing so much for the team, translating back and forth between Japanese and Korean, fragging as an individual, calling for the team. He is a guy who can do it all, and I'd say that going into the rest of the series, if we have any hope, the pressure is with him.
Yeah, well, before Map 2, though, let's actually do a little shoulder creeping, shall we? And check out with our buddy Rhyme for the Aim Lab shoot-around and just really take a moment here to continue to gush about Giants, honestly, because they have looked outstanding. I can't see how they don't continue that going into Icebox, Achilleos, because Giants look like a team with a mission.
Yeah, this would be such a cataclysmic turnaround, honestly, for Detonation at this point, because it doesn't even seem like they're necessarily getting out-aimed at twists and turns here. It's just the decision-making and the fundamentals are not coming together for them right now. So unless they can have a complete 180 to get themselves back into this, then I just don't see it, because Giants right now, they're firing on all cylinders, and stopping them right now, it feels nigh impossible.
Yeah, the big question as well going into map number 1 is how is Rhyme going to perform as an IGL? Is he going to be able to keep this talent kind of molded into a form that can be really solid? And I think he showed that he was able to do so there. Obviously not the most insane individual performance, but you don't always need to see that from an IGL. He kept the team in the right form, and he enabled players like Cloud to have those pop-offs.
Well, if you're Detonation focused me, you're looking to make some changes going in to map 2, and actually with changes comes substitutions, because
something we rarely get.
Yeah, something we rarely get. So I'm pretty excited to share this. So actually Soldam's going to be coming out, and Taka J is going to be coming in for the team here. And Achilleos, what does this say to you? I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole here. Obviously, it's the beginning of the season, but I'm sure Taka J is very happy to be taking that stage right now and try and dig this team out of the hole.
Yeah, for sure. I think that really, to me, what this comes down to is Soldam didn't have the big star-studded impact that we were hoping to see from him. We didn't get those highlight plays that could go up on his YouTube channel or whatever. But Taka J is somebody who has a lot more recent competitive experience. He has been on stages a lot more recently, as far as like actual competitive matches rather than the show match series that we did have over in Japan right around Christmas. So I think that this is just saying, okay, you know what? Let's get some more veterancy on the team right now. We have to get out of this position. We tried Soldam. Let's go back to Taka J now and see if that added experience slotted in helps them close this out and take it to a third map.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can do more with this man in the server. But this map that we're heading to next, Icebox, I don't know if I'm that hopeful for the side of DFM. I think Icebox is a map that, well, it's kind of simple on paper. You're oftentimes playing the same comps. It is very easy to leave gaps and make mistakes that will exploit a less experienced team. And I think we saw some of that on Haven. If they can tighten things up and maybe had a little bit more practice on Icebox, hey, there could be a chance, but I'm pretty doubtful right now.
But there were some moments, though, where we were seeing as we get ready for our Prime Gaming Agent Select, which will be popping up here in a moment. There we go. There were moments in those rounds that DFM were winning. You were seeing the setups, you were seeing some of the confidence, but then you fast forward to the final round. Where were the lineups? Where were the setups? Where was the confidence? So I think that's something to keep in mind. DFM's going to have to check themselves.
I was saying, I think that as well, something you could do is throw a curveball at them, send something that they don't necessarily anticipate to be going up against on Icebox. And Zenfree shifting over to the Rays definitely fits the bill for that.
No Sage Icebox. No Sage Icebox. It's a 2-0. I think that it's really incredibly hard to play this map without a Sage, and if you are, you have to be so coordinated. I didn't see that from DFM yet. Maybe there's a chance, who knows?
Hey, anything is possible here in São Paulo, but it's all ready for map number 2, so let's go ahead and send it back to your beautiful casters. It's Mitch and Tomathan.
Well,
Well, Tomathan, I'm not sure how I feel about this one. You know, we came in, and I honestly said coming into this event, I'm going to be much more positive. You know, I'm sick of saying, you know, this team's gone, they're out, down, out, game's over, all that sort of stuff. Worked with the Super Bowl last night, didn't work for GB. He didn't know how to predict anything. But I'll tell you what, when it comes down to this game, I'm going to go back to my old habits. They're screwed. They're playing as Sageless Icebox. Are you crazy?
Yeah, there's a lot of things about this. Like old Takage, when we used to like see him play, was a Reyna main. He switched to controller in some of his previous teams. I don't think that went particularly well. You've subbed out your sort of potential superstar, who normally on this map you do like to see something like a Jet. It's not coming in. They got a Raze instead, which can work wonderfully. As Mimi said, if you have that sort of coordination, they've got a lot of plant denial. They could use shock darts. They could use fragments. They could use the nade.
If there was anyone to take out, I would suggest maybe the KO.
Yeah.
Swipe him out. Could even swap Zenfree if you wanted. I'll take no duelist over, but look, they must have ideas. They must have plans behind it. My fear is that Giants are going to be able to deny most plans, most retakes, and already most aggression. Suggest taken down immediately, and an attempted re-aggression out of Takage has spotted 2 players waiting. They're not going to continue to aggress, and at this point, with no overreaction, with only 2 players spotted there, you know they're playing a default. So they've just been neutered in the early round. There is nothing that DFM can do other than essentially wait or try another risk.
This is what Giants did on the attack side of Haven as well. They were just patient. They knew that, especially with a comp like this, they had to make some sort of aggressive play. Hoodie is already going to decimate their Viper as well, and it is going horribly. 2 players stand, nobody on the A site. All of the utility that was set up there is now completely useless.
On a Sage Wall looks kind of useful, actually. We might see more of that in this tournament. Little orb taken by Cloud. Oof. You lose the pistol as well coming into this. I mean, look, if you're DFM, you want to be picking up rounds here. Your attack's going to be pretty tough. You're going to be looking at an A site quite a bit, I'd imagine. Maybe they got some mid-split ideas. You never know. It could be something to catch them off guard. I'm excited for it, but also very, very cautious with giving any hope to it.
Yeah, they need someone to make a mistake, and that's not really something other than a whiff or 2. Giants haven't made many, if any, mistakes. Nice shot at least onto Hoodie, but again, they've got players to spare, maybe not too many more. It's all left onto Zinfree though, and he's going to find another. Somehow this has become competitive, but the time is ticking away. He's managed to bait Rhyme into the fight, but he doesn't quite land the shots. There was a real chance there for them to take that in the 2v4, but unfortunately, it hasn't come to fruition.
It's going to haunt him tonight in his dreams. Hopefully as he looks forward to his next game and not back at this while checking in for his flight. I mean, this has been a rough start. A couple early aggression plays denied. The mid play was perfect for Giants. They get control, they get this site. And that little moment of hope. I thought they were back in, but no.
The thing is, they do have a lot of utility, either for plant denial or for retake. So that's why you're probably going to see aggression for them on one side of the map. Try and take a bit of a challenge. Orb already collected early on from Raider, so just trying to get that Hunter's Fury closer to online. Again, though, Giants, I think they've realized that, especially in terms of site anchorage, they don't have a massive amount, especially not in this round, because you're not going to see Anthem invest everything into this one. So ultimately, they can just be patient and almost try and feel out the stack or wait for someone to fight them.
They will be a little bit more keen to make those plays with the Sheriffs instead of what we saw before, you know, rocking in with some shorties and stuff like that, where you will just sit back. Damage. Oh my!
Okay.
Raider again and again surprises me in these fights. I keep counting him out, and he keeps delivering.
Yeah, this is one of the better spots, especially with rifles being purchased on that side. That's already going to be one hitting the deck, so this round in general has been a relative success already for DFM, but there's actually a chance to take this one away. A couple of players still ready and waiting. The dart is probably going to get them the information that they need. Never mind, it hasn't connected onto anyone. A freebie kill, a spam through the box, and Takaji's wondering where he's actually being shot from, hearing the plant going down, and now, well, things return to normality. 2 remaining. How much more damage can they do?
There's still some opportunities for sure with those Sheriffs.
You like this one? You like that Sheriff?
The Ion?
No, the other one.
Oh, was it a minima? I didn't see it.
It wasn't.
Yeah. See, I can guess that right away. Oh, it's nasty being tucked up on the wall, but they're checking it. Shot landed, but no kill. And, well, look, weaponry disadvantage, and you're up against Nukia. That's the end of that story. 2-0. Look, again, just a normal enough start to the game. Giants win pistol, they win the follow-up, they get a couple weapons through. All well and good. We need to see DFM right here. What's the plan? What's the idea?
Yeah. The thing that scares me a bit as well is in the last map, you had Nuclear playing a very supportive role. He was setting up stuns, and he still did pretty well on the fragging front. Now on Sage, he can actually do quite a bit more individually. And I think that's already terrifying, because if you haven't watched the EMEA, you haven't seen him over the last few years, he was one of the best players we had in the entire region. The team didn't do as well as they should have done, but he is always fantastic. So being a little bit more free, that's not a good sign.
So it said there a second ago, we saw Zemfree and Takage, first Japanese players to play on 2 different teams, but I think Rada might also have that accolade, that same accolade, because he played with Takage on both Absolute Jupiter and Zeta. And I think both of those were the LAN events, right? Remember, they played up against Crazy Raccoons, they beat them, and then they lost 0-3 to them right after and got eliminated, which, you know, not great. But as we say, it's always harder to beat that team the second time, Tom.
In the same tournament.
I'm just saying, Footballist and 100 Thieves, we already know what's going down. 2-0.
I agree.
There we go. That's all that needs to be said. We're on our way in towards the B side. And, you know, we theorized maybe DFM won't be pushing this side a lot. Giants have got the opportunity to with that Sage wall, got their Viper wall as well, get them a little bit closer. But they're going to be spotted by the turret. And it's a very passive play out of DFM. And I imagine they've got a lot of utility. I see a Nano Swarm there, but I imagine they have a little bit more in mind to deny them when they move to the side.
Fatinho already trying to take a bit of space. He's going to clear yellow. Again, there's so much utility available to just try and delay and deny. Stop them being able to utilize that Sage wall to full effect. Although it hasn't been broken just yet. They've only got 18 seconds to try and get this plant down. They're wary of Snowman Peak, but there's actually nobody there. They haven't got an angle to stop this. So with all that util, with everything put in to try and delay, the plant goes down anyway.
But there's a chance that Giants are panicking there and they try to push spawn and get extra control, but they don't. They played it calm, cool, collected, held the angle, and now, same thing from Fatino. He dashed into a slow warp earlier on to try and catch them off guard, this time holding yellow late, but they're watching it, they're checking it, and Hoodie needs to go huge with the Sheriff. He's got 2! Even more damage! This is unreal! Nukia then comes up from behind and rips this round out of their hands! DFM denied any access to this half.
The funny thing there as well is the whole goal from Hoodie is, okay, let's buy time for the flank. I'm buying time for the flank. I've killed everyone. I've killed everyone. They're all dead.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I didn't need to buy time. Like, Nuke's like, guys, I made, oh, cool. Okay, party's over. We'll move on to the next round.
Wiki wild, I believe is what Jaden said. Unreal. 3 kills coming in the end, and he started it out just a Sheriff in hand, being double peaked as well. You can't make it up.
I'll always remember, even on like all the old Finnish teams he played on, he was always nasty with the weak weapons. His Marshal's filth. I don't know if we'll see it anytime soon with him playing a Killjoy, but it is nasty.
Hell, if you're hitting Sheriff shots like that, save the extra 100 credits. Why not? 1:30 on the clock, and the Sheriffs come out for DFM. Again, these are the rounds where you expect a bit more aggression, try to catch some players off guard, but a very passive default from Giants. They're watching every avenue.
They've
waiting.
got an alarm bot as well.
Exactly. And they're just waiting for DFM to make that mistake, step forward so they can rip their heads off and take the map control back.
They're hearing the footsteps. Oh, he knows. He knows. He read it perfectly.
Timing.
Just spots the player. Zimfree waiting above as well, just trying to get something and get out. He's pulled a rotation from Suggest to try and bolster up this position at least a little bit.
He's made the call. He's seen them. 4 players outside. Knife confirms it. Stack up, now strong. The nade slowed them. It allowed the rotation to come into play. Viper wall, I think, is... No, it's up, actually. I thought it was refreshing. So this was a little bit more of a panic then from the DFM side. They didn't expect them to slow down quite that much. With the wall down, they waited patiently. They paid their time. Takage at least gives them some hope. But now that hope remains on Anthem's shoulders, and with a res in from Nukia, it's a 1v3.
Oh, that was there from the beginning of the round. That's so cursed. A piece of utility that never quite got destroyed gives the info over. He might have had a free kill, but instead he's up against a firing squad. Again, a little bit of damage done, but when you look at the economy currently being built up by Giants, they're not going to care one bit.
Hey, that first game we talk about being on LAN, the crowd, and I gotta say, man, it's first day, the crowd looking decent, but they are much, much louder for the numbers than I expect. I mean, it is unreal. And it's only gonna get better as we go on. But right here, that presents a problem for DFM. They're dealing with that. The crowd against them after they won. Giants had a roar from them, a big celebration. They were down there owning it.
in the interview and, you know, in the stadium. And this puts DFM now in a position where you have all that mounting against you, and every round that slips out of your grasp is one closer to the airport.
Very aggressive. He hasn't managed to capitalize, but he at least gets out of there. Has Suggest to support. The thing is, these set plays, these early pushes, so far, have found absolutely nothing. We're going into round number 5, and that's really the basis of this composition. Okay, you do have a Viper Killjoy to slow, but you normally have that Sage in there. You can wall off sections, you can hold for retakes. A lot of the time, they can't really do that, or at least with their attempts, they failed. So instead, now, you're just playing passively with a composition that doesn't benefit that too much.
Yeah, but again, we're still seeing the early attempts at the aggression, but yeah, reset into it time and time again. Now, we had an interesting play before. Giants put a slow orb yellow and then dashed into it. I think taking the eye of the player off that corner, you're not expecting them to come rushing it. If they've slow orbed it, they're probably going straight to sight or into your spawn. Something a little bit wild and wacky. Instead, they just dash in and then try to catch them off guard. I don't know that we'll see it again, but it wasn't spotted. There's the slow orb going out. They wait a second, they let it bloom, let the player look elsewhere, and here's the dash. They tried to get on top yellow, did make it. Patino doesn't get the kill though. The punish is huge.
Yeah, and this time the Jules, they're going the way of DFM. They've managed to set up nicely with a multitude of players on this side of the map. The opener was there, the setup was really nice, like the tag coming through, giving that extra little bit of information, but here for Hoodie, not really value other than taking weapons away. Financially, it's not going to change anything, but he's already got his ult. He's not fighting for those orbs, doesn't want to give them over onto the other side, and, well, basically doesn't want to just swing out towards yellow in a 1 versus 4.
What a round for DFM. And again, we see some of those ideas going up top, yellow, trying to punish the player below, but the blast packs, funnily enough for Zemfree, is able to move around, a little bit more fluidity to it. Player on site able to provide that support as well, and you know, you're up there, you're in the open. It's not the easiest place to play from, but Suggest still did a good job to close that out and still deliver a little bit more in the late round. There's the viewing party over in Tokyo. The clap's going out for the first round on Icebox. Many more needed here for DFM if we're going to see this Pacific side make it all the way.
Yeah, they've got a long road back, but it's not an impossible one. I think as well, like, they're only going to have troubles when it comes to that attacking side. Without having that sort of set play, they're going to need much deeper control. And this time, they're going for that alongside a Viper's Pit. Vandal within it definitely has its risks. I know Mitch won't be happy about that.
Yeah, it's not always the best of calls, but it has its advantages to it if you are going to be stuck watching those ranged angles. And sometimes it is just the weapon that you've got with you. It's not worth throwing away.
The thing is, this works with the setups they're going for. They've been gamble stacking most rounds, having 3 players on one side, mid-controlled by Anthem, and then just a solo player. That's happened in most, and then they pull rotations. This time, though, with the Viper's Pit, it forces a push in the other direction. Anthem as well, that's not only a kill, but it's also the spike dropped. So extra information garnered. The turret is going to let them know that they've crossed as well, but they are likely to get in and get that plant.
The patience of Rhyme right now. He's waited here this whole time, and now sitting on just the opposite side of the box. It's a matter of timing when he decides to go in and where, both pushing different lanes now. And he's trying to find him and root him out. The spray's coming in, they've distracted him, they're starting to get towards the site on the attacking side, so of course Takage wants to try and help his teammates. Rhyme, though, needs to find that space. Takage's just walking around, deleting his teammates, and well, 1 HP, stuck inside, and indeed, everything started to add up in the end. They knew exactly where that Rhyme play was coming from. And a second is going to be found, okay. Slowly but surely.
That's the thing, similarly to the last map, it seemed when they had some ults online, a lot of their sort of ideas work more effectively. Like the 3-man stack, the Viper's Pit to delay, they had a wonderful sort of contact setup in mid. I think forcing them into Anthem is going to be a great sort of setup, because not only does he get the opener, but then the second they cross over, all the information, and he forces them into awkward spots with his utility. So a really nice round for DFM. Is it one that's recreatable? Not really until they get that Viper's Pit back.
Yeah, and a big pick taking your Sage out early in a lot of rounds. You're losing the wall. I think this was the one aspect that Giants had going for them in the way they pushed and the round that was in it. The wall wasn't going to be as useful as it would be in a normal round. But that said, they lost it anyways. Patino, he's caught one player here. If he expects another player to be here,
He's just waiting. That's the thing, though.
Golf clap for that. Well done.
It's the same. It's the three-man pushes. They saw it in the pistol round. They saw it a couple of rounds ago as well. So they are now just expecting these aggressive plays. Rater, he did this before. He tried to fight around the lockdown. And again, it seems like Giants are just learning as they go, picking up the tendencies of opponent they won't have seen much of. But they are adapting. And this round, well, it's back to almost the norm we saw before, attempting an aggressive play, that aggressive play not working, and Giants having the round on lock.
Man, this is a solid round for that attack. Ultis still just sat on the utility belt, farming up the whole time. Rhyme 2 away now from the pit as well. And with DFM going down 5-2, this attack side is picking up a number of rounds already. I would say if DFM managed to close this half out with every round from here on out, 7-5, it's still going to be a pretty tough game for them when they swap over. And again, we have to keep highlighting, they're not playing a Sage. So this attack side, I mean, again, they must have ideas. But right away, all I can say is it's going to be tougher than it usually is.
Yeah, you're going to have to not only clear a lot of angles, especially towards that B site that will allow spams. That's going to be a big problem because normally the wall at least gives you a few seconds to try and plant. But that's the thing, they brought this comp in, they've gone for something a bit riskier. We've talked about teams basically keeping within the norm this event because of the fact that firstly, they want to work on fundamentals, but secondly, you don't get a second chance. They feel like they needed to do something a little bit more aggressive here. I'm all for it. I want to see it because they did something normal last map and they got banged out anyway.
Yeah, well, look, I guess that's it's one way to look at it. I'll say that. Another way, a way to look at this round, I suppose, is that you're probably going to see it going to Giants. Super passive play. DFM don't get aggressive. They don't take the map control. They're super passive on B as well. I mean, 3 players on that side of the map, still utility covering mid at least. But a lot of this relies on them finding that opening pick. Something we've highlighted again and again has not been a strength of theirs in this series. And Giants' patience has worked out time and time again. You can see them slowly taking the map control. They've been spotted, moving up in towards Kitchen. That's actually working out well for DFM with a lot of presence on this side of the map.
It's a good shot as well from Rater. There is that advantage taken. The rest of the team now looking to try and pressure in, but they're not going to have any of that Viper utility anymore. Definitely going to make things that little bit more difficult. In fact, it looks like Vitinho wants to try and almost take this into his own hands. He's going to go straight towards Snowman. Rater traded on, eliminated, obliterated, and now the spike looking to go down.
And there it is, planted in the 4 versus 4. A Blade Storm, a Rez, and a Hunter's Fury crucially online for this attacking side with DFM attempting to use a lockdown. You know that's going to be called in right away. Hunter's Fury fired out and not catching it. Not catching players, not doing a whole lot, and as they try to leave, they're all being picked off.
Oh, there's a res available, but they need to get in a spot to even deny this in the first place. Nuke, he has managed to get a couple, but he expects someone on it, and they will stick it all the way through. A nice attempt to get back him on the site. But that lockdown again, as said, when DFM have ults, their plans seem to work wonderfully. And the thing I really like about that, there is one tiny gap that is left by that lockdown. So just swings and is spraying it the second he comes around the corner. That was the only danger.
That's the thing, you know, if Zamfree still has his nade, you're popping it in. I mean, there's a ton of utility here that you can play on the back of that Anthem, even having 3 nano swarms in some rounds for that position, you'd imagine. So, altogether, well handled. It came close. 1 bullet through the smoke would have taken down Takage on the defuse, but the reality is, Giants had a lot of utility to fire back at, or back with as well.
Yeah.
Like, this is a round where DFM used ults, but it's not even as simple as that because there were counter ults to come through, because there was so much utility and the time on their side with that in mind. So, altogether, that's a stellar round to bounce you back in. They're going to also call a timeout. Make sure they take full advantage of this opportunity. Remember, their credits aren't terribly healthy on the Pacific side, so it makes sense that Detonation focused me are thinking, okay, let's just take stock of where we are and make sure we capitalize. We need every round.
But that's the thing as well. This is a sort of round that you really can't allow your opponents to get into an afterplant. You got a Viper's Pit and a Rez. So even if they lose someone in on the entry, you're going to be able to get that player back and sit within an ultimate that gives you huge benefits. So with nothing on the other side that can really do anything about that, unfortunately, I'm expecting it to be another round where they have to get aggressive. And that's been the sort of brink. Like, the retake they had in the prior round was fantastic. We saw them also utilize the lockdown. That worked out for them. A Viper's Pit, where they were able to gamble on that. That worked for them as well. But when they've tried to sort of retake without those aspects or without certain control, they failed miserably and been slaughtered. So I want to see what the plan is in this round and if they can finally get one of these sort of aggressive set plays to work.
It's almost like we've been hurt before, you know? It's
Yeah.
a close start to the game. We saw it last time, and Giants ran away with it. Half two, there's a serious possibility for that to happen as well. DFM got to have their heads screwed on the entire time. And this has caught them off guard over on Haven, the straight blitzes. This time, they're playing retake, and they have a ton of utility. Problem is, you mentioned, you don't want to play retake against these ultis.
No, I think they wanted to fight this more, but unfortunately with Zimfree being tagged instantly, it becomes difficult. He's actually gone within the pit. He's going to try and catch someone. He was hoping maybe that Rhyme shows his face a little bit too early. There's 1 or 2 corners to be checked. They know roughly where the gaps are going to be. He's making a play through. The spam is good, but it's an instant trade. The pit goes down at least and turns it into a 3v2, but still the advantage since with Giants.
Yeah, with no spike planted, though, they've got to at least expose themselves to get that done. A chance for DFM to close the gap, move towards the site, find the angle. Concealed behind the wall here. This could be everything for Hoodie. The timing as it drops, and he'll catch the kill. A little bit more needed. It's only Takage in a 1 versus 2. He doesn't know where both players are. Well, now he does. Found out the hard way with 6 on the board for Giants. They're guaranteed to be at least neck and neck coming out of their attack side on Icebox. Their map pick. A ton of advantages stacking up for them now, and no doubt, Detonation focused me in the back of their minds. They know every single round they lose is a step towards elimination, and they're only a few steps away.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. They're not even going to come in with much for this round. They had the ability to buy on a couple of players, but they just don't have the finances on the rest to risk it. And again, normally you might have an ult or 2 that will sort of pad the gaps, but they don't. There's nothing online, so it leaves them in a bit of an awkward spot. Res as well versus an eco, it's a great tool to have, and I'll be real, I'm not surprised that didn't work again. It's the same firing squad as we had in the pistol round, and the same patience from Giants that I've been thoroughly enjoying so far.
It really is refreshing to see, especially with the players that are on this roster. You would have every right to say, hey, let's just play crazy, let's just style on them, we're better. And I wouldn't be able to argue.
You would get a slap around the back of the head from Pimpson if you did that.
Absolutely would. You would.
No.
But you'd have to call the timeout first.
No.
The thing is, you know...
Oh, no, he's running up those stairs. He must,
Do you know how far? The coaches are quite far away. I don't know. That's quite a sprint in this weather.
I don't think... If you annoy Pipson, I reckon he can get there in 0.5 of a second. He just appears.
Yeah, that does seem like a trait he possesses. Omnipresent. Well,
also Milan can reach you from 45 miles away.
That is true. Patience sometimes is key. This time, I'd suggest you shoot a little bit earlier.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. That could have gone better.
It could have. Yeah, I can see a few ways.
Yeah. Well, not expecting much in this round with the weaponry in play. Taking a moment to get that spike down, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. Raytory's been good with the Sheriff, and hey, I think that was actually a collapse through someone's shoulder to get that kill, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scale of things. Again, the economy's starting to build for Giants. 7 rounds on the board as they look to run away with this once again. And we're going to get the operator back onto Zimfree. The issue is, though, and it really is as simple as this, every time he's tried to play an aggressive setup on A, they've just droned him or, like, darted him out of there, and then he's had no impact. So I kind of want to see him go somewhere else. He's not.
Nope. Yep. I saw him towards spawn. I thought maybe we're going to... Nope. Right back to the A site. But if at first don't succeed, just try again. This time with a few more teammates to back up, but look at how much damage has been done. There's like a sliver of health left on Suggest. Raid has gone running to drone from the spawn, and they're closing in on Suggest the entire time. The man's isolated, didn't stand a chance in that fight. Good attempt by Anthem, but he's shut down immediately. And any inch that they're able to find on the DFM side is immediately returned by a trade. That's a good nade, though.
Yeah, it's going to move the position with the spike planted elsewhere. The swing from Takage, there was no one else really taking a fight, and Zimfree, the first man in, looking like he'll be the last one out. At least the operators finally managed to get a kill, but they've got the res. finally able to use it, and Cloud's going to connect the shot. It's the same problem. Just the utility from Giants forcing them back at the beginning of the round is just too good. They're not allowing them to swing off the back of the slows being placed in as well. It just looks very easy for them to go, oh, you're aggressive. Goodbye.
You know, I gotta give huge props to Pips and Milan, because in all honesty, I look at this roster, this is the last kind of play style that I'm expecting to see out of them. Like, they're so, rather, I don't think it's wrong to assume that they would come in and try to play like this. I just assume that a minute 10 into the round, someone's getting itchy and peeking. It's what happens with a lot of teams in the EMEA historically. But they are so patient. They're so diligent. A 1 versus 5, he gets a kill and they go, let's res. Let's res it, or 1v4 it was, he gets a kill, res it up. They're just playing safe, and how demotivating. Can you imagine? It's a 1v4. You get the kill, you're like, okay, maybe there's a shot. Res, and it's done. And now come into this final round. Again, advantages, sitting. Actually, maybe down the middle. Zemfree's got his showstopper. There could be something to be found by that, especially with the way those A plays have been coming in. But you'll notice the A play isn't coming in this time, because they're aware of that.
Oh, they're taking their time. Yeah, they've had a very good read on the ults in most rounds. They've been prepared for them with whatever counter that they've needed. The other thing as well is with a lockdown, he would almost have to fall back and play out. And again, this drone, it's not going to get anything this time. But they know there's someone aggressive. In fact, the Hunter's Fury is going to try and force them out completely. But it gets nothing this time.
Last round, right? Sometimes you just throw those in, and he knew there was a player close. I can see the idea, I can see the plan. Great kill. Rhyme down, wall out of play. That was on B, though. The intention is the A site, but they know that on DFM. 4 players here. Flash. Oh, it's a beautiful flash. He might be able to get so much damage, but the lockdown's still up. They need to push forward. They've got to deny it. 1 second, and there it is. That means we have just seen the Viper's pit go down for no reason. Takage completely canceled out of the round. They still need to get that spike planted, and but he's on runabouts. Oh, pick up the spike!
No, it's not going well for Patino. He's going to be able to get it. It's done. It's done. That just got so messy towards the end. Sure, they were forced out of position, but there was no way he could capitalize. I think maybe hoping the player detained was still within the sight.
That was exactly it. That was exactly
it. wasn't the case. Still, an 8-4 half for Giants, a very good position to find themselves in. And while we're going to send this one back off to the desk to try and, again, at this scoreline, tell us if there's any hope.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. You know, I would have been actually a little hopeful if it was 9-3. I don't know why I would have felt a little bit better going into that, weirdly enough.
Screwed them completely.
Just ruined it completely. But don't trust me for predictions, because I was off with the Super Bowl yesterday anyway. But Seth, I mean, look.
I was on point.
Yeah.
You're just a hater.
It really feels like DFM, they are left out in the middle of the ocean without a paddle, without options, and
without a boat.
Without a boat. Man's just flapping around. This is tough out there for them, and credit to Giants for shutting them down.
It really is. But again, I think the biggest issue that we're seeing right now is that all of the just standard protocols from TFM just aren't in place right now. It seems like every single time they go into a round, they don't really have a solid game plan. They don't really know what they want to do. And then when they do figure out what they want to do, this guy screws it all up for him. Nukia has been playing absolutely phenomenally on this stage. He's going full battle sage mode on the attack. Obviously, the wall's always pretty good when you're just trying to get a safe plant down, but even when you get ready to go over to the defensive side, he's going to be able to wreak havoc by just cutting off access points. So it's been a really wonderful performance from him thus far, and I'm looking forward to seeing Nukia just continue to just rock out here.
Yeah, again, DFM is, I think, trying to lean into playing some of these retakes, but the thing is, Giants has been really well set up every time they've gotten this post plan, and Nukia, he's been the guy who has been doing a lot of that, but the Battle Sage, that is not an option for the side of DFM, because they have made some wacky choices with the composition, and they do not have that agent as we look towards the second half. Instead, they've replaced it here with Zenfree on the Raze. He's done fine, had a couple of his moments, but right now my question is it worth it? Because for me, every time I watch a Sageless team, the few times I have seen it work, the teams have to be so incredibly coordinated, so well put together to make up for the lack of that wall, because the wall really is what unlocks the B site on this map. They don't have that, and that has just kind of sucked so much faith out of the room for me around DFM.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about them maybe throwing a curveball to try to catch Giants off guard. Raze, fairly uncommon on this map. I kind of would have preferred, if you're going to go this route, not go for the Sage, maybe something like Arena where you can play a little bit more aggressively and you have that dismiss to get out. Either way, what's done is done. We have to see if they can run it back.
Yeah, you know, they made their bed and they're going to have to sleep in it, but let's see though. Stranger things have certainly happened. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Top.
Have they? Maybe if they could recruit the Demogorgon, they'd have a chance of taking them down. At this point, without a Sage, well, maybe just a Sage. That's all they kind of need.
87%.
Post-plant win rate across this series so far. Well, they've had a pretty strong win rate just in general.
I think it's gone down though. I think they were 9-9. So
yeah,
you know, they've got worse, but still quite comfortably winning it. I will say, I'm not expecting that stat to change now. It would be quite impressive. Maybe if we get to a third map.
How beautiful would it be for Detonation Focus Me to come in here and just prove us so wrong? Everybody's doubting it. Without the Sage, it's a crazy play. You're 8-4 down as well. You're a map down. It's your opponent's map pick. Giants are absolutely fragging right now as well, and solid on the defensive side. But if you ignore all of that, I think it's a pretty much neck and neck.
Right. Yeah, I'm not. I guess if you do ignore everything, then yeah.
There you go.
It works out, but Rhyme is almost just waiting to try and deny their plant. Like, he is playing above, flash coming through. They've got so much utility ready and waiting, and when the full force of their team can come back around, as we mentioned, there's no walls, so they either have to plant more aggressively, and that's exactly what they're doing. They've blinded themselves, but somehow well, I was going to say the trade went okay, not for long. They've just been blasted. The pistol round again goes to Giants, and well, 9-4, that didn't look great.
No, I wouldn't say that. It was unfortunate for Suggest. I mean, it's a very finite timing between catching the perfect window on going through that wall with the flash and
but genius of madness, you know?
Yeah, but look, at the end of the day, that flash blinded the player and his teammate behind him killed him. So it did work out. It did what it was supposed to do in a way. Wake up! There's Valorant happening! No, 9-4, and you know, at this point, I think we all know what's going down for DFM. So do they. They're on Sheriff's taking an eco. I do respect teams sitting back in this position. It is hard to deny that, to just say, oh, we're going to just accept 10 rounds to our opponents, but it is sometimes the right call. They have a sliver of hope in this round of getting damage in, but again, when you take a look at what they have in the shield department, Giants should be able to shred them in most fights. Fatino's running around with essentially a semi-auto op. It's just not looking great for them to get damaged. But if they can drop some weapons, you know, build up the foundations, I think that's even a tough sell in their voice comms right now. You just got to take it one round at a time.
Well, again, utility set up ready to try and deny them getting this plant down. We know as well that they want to try and play more aggressively into this, but ultimately, again, it's the same result. They give time for those rotations to come through. Now you can even see the distance being played by the side of Giants. They don't need to get up close with the frenzy anymore. Oh, this could do a lot of damage. Shock dart going through 2 players low. Doesn't actually kill off. It hits Anthem, unfortunately. The one player he didn't want to hit, so maybe Cloud will get an assist after all. It might not even matter. Finally, a kill comes through for Suggest, but that is it. One and done. 10 rounds on the board for Giants, and well, they're running away with this again.
Yeah, and in the last map, it was very much a story of Cloud just dominating. Right now, he's just playing a normal Sova role. In fact, I'd say pretty much everybody just doing their job. Nukia, 16-6. They've got reses non-stop.
This is the difference. It's exactly what I said at the beginning of the game. It's like, you put him on a breach, he'll put up numbers, but his assists and what he was doing to support, now you've put him on a Sage. It's like his role was put wall down, kill people.
Yes.
And
he does that.
That's what he did.
Pretty good at that, yeah.
He did exactly what it said on the tin. So, yeah, that's a scary prospect. I also think if we see his Raze come back at any point, I want to be casting that game.
Everyone's in trouble. Everyone's in trouble if that happens. Well, this round for Giants has a couple weaknesses, you know. Obviously, the Sheriff on Rhyme. Now, he's jump spotting on B, playing the info, and then late on, he'll be attempting to deny with utility. A snake bite on top of that nano, perhaps. Then I glanced down after I said that to check if he had a snake bite. I had a little heart attack, but he does. He's got 2. And it's good in this position. You're going to want to keep your economy high. Obviously, it's a bonus round. And he's the one that decides to take the weaker weapon, being the support.
They did win the last one. Bear that in mind, Hoodie with his triple kill. Nuke again, it's almost free. The repeat from Rayta just doesn't get anything. He's going to go in for more and wins that battle as well.
Free upgrade for him, maybe for a teammate as well. Rhyme might consider getting out of there, grabbing a weapon, but he's holding the control for now. The orb and just spotting them on the cross course. They need the information. There's the nano to deny. Hoodie's going to be dropped. Nade forces Rhyme out, but he gets a kill. A fantastic shot onto Zenfree. A head shot returned by Takashe. And this might be an opportunity. The wall going up. Anthem with the plant down below. He's safe. The peek from Fatino. They spotted the rifle be picked up, but they're not able to land the shot, giving him a chance to set back up into this and giving Cloud a teammate to play off. This could be dangerous. Now he's alone.
Oh yeah, the initial spray not great, but he is going to reposition, turn it back into that 1 versus 1. Takashe just falling all the way back, trying to play this a little bit more passively, but he is going to have to try and swing out onto this one. Wary that he could be defusing, but he plays the timing well. It is a round. It is at least something for them to play off of on DFM, unlike in the last map. The problem is one player surviving with a full investment versus a bonus, still not painting a pretty picture.
Yeah, no, it certainly isn't, you know, but Takashe at least able to put up that big play. We've seen massive rounds from Rayta. You know, these guys, quite a lot of experience, as we said, 2 international events under their belt. I think Suggest is the other guy on the team who's matching those numbers. The only other guy in the server with that is Nukia, I believe. No one on Giants has been to 2 international events bar him. He was with Heretics and with G2. Oh, he was with G2 twice, but one of them was a regional Masters. That's what it was. So 3 times at Masters.
Coutinho. they've heard the orb shot, they're gone. So I showed themselves initially and just instantly peace out of there. And instead, Giants are actually going to put the pressure in onto mid. Now the thing is, they've got that alarm bot close. It's something that is expected, flashing through so many players ready and waiting, and Hoodie might just have every player lined up. One's still there, caught in the corner, but he's expecting it. He heard the flash, he knows he's there. And already, 3 players in the dirt. It's again just another blip on the radar, and the rest of the players are like, well, we've got a little bit of space on A.
Good luck planting that spike, though. I don't think I've ever even seen it in that position before.
No, I don't think I have either, for a very good reason.
I don't know, maybe when Jonas was playing on stream or something, but other than that.
He probably has a lineup from there.
You know he does as well. Any position on the map as well. This was the map that we learned of those double shock darts the hard way. My God. But 10-5, a dominant score line, looking like 11 for Giants without a miracle or maybe a spin bot would be their best chance.
You know.
At this point, DFM, it's got to be weighing on them. It's got to be building up, and they get some ideas, but they were baited into that play. You've got a Sova on the ramp who's spotting you, making that little bit of noise. The alarm bot as they push through, and obviously the flash would push Sova back. At that point, you're almost 100% certain no one's going to be where Hoodie was. He was so aggressive out in mid already. He's not holding anything really, not anything that Sova can see on his own. And you'd imagine he's going to be playing a little further out, right? Towards the A site, keeping that alarm bot up from there. Instead, he's on that off angle. He's able to completely catch them off guard. And we saw it on the way in from, I believe, Suggest's perspective. And even as he was rounding the corner to look into spawn, he was still looking at the top of the ramp. Because again, Sova doesn't need help there, and he usually doesn't have it.
That's the thing. It's also just because they had Fatino locking down B. Like, you can play those gambles. You can have a couple of players on A, you can have a couple of players on mid. So I almost feel like part of that was that DFM needed to do more to force him back, force him off positions before going for that sort of play. But again, even still, you're not expecting Hoodie to just mow you down that simply. Now, financially, again, just in the bin, they've got those 2 rifles saved. They've got some Sheriffs alongside it. And Rayta is 1 away from having a Hunter's Fury. Res online for Nukia, but I feel like we've said that a lot, and it hasn't actually mattered.
So late on into the half, and you know, I don't want to say we haven't seen an evolution of this attack so far, but we haven't seen a successful one anyways. Definitely being pushed out of the pool. Okay, snake bite down,
That's
but
a nice
good
shot.
shot from Zenfree. Yeah, he's out wide around the back with the Marshall. They need to keep their space, but I mean, they're not going to be planting right now.
They're going to go back.
Yeah, exactly. They're full selling this fake.
Yeah, they've done well. They took the deeper control that they had done before, and they'd always taken their time and battled So instead, he's just selling this as a fake, just trying to get them to stick around, and that's exactly what he's done. They're so desperate to try and deny this plant from coming through on the B site that they haven't realized that the A site is going to go completely under the control of their opponents.
And you know what? If this is any other team, you're probably looking at this going, guys, how are you not reading the rotation? They don't have a Sage. So I actually think there's a world where DFM, if they fully intended to push B, would have waited back like that and said, okay, we need to find a pick first. We need to do something else, a mid push.
Also, they've been
instead,
very direct so far.
They have.
Anthem, oh, it's just going to get swung. Cloud just goes sprinting around the corner. This flank from Zimfree, I don't think it's going to be expected, but they need to get a move on, really. He needs to get in behind because his teammates don't actually have a lot to play with. They're left with just weaker weaponry. To half, it's likely to go, at least. And Vitinho is just going to continue to stick it. He eventually goes down. The problem is that time is now ticking away. They need to get back on the spike, and because of that hesitation on the other side, no, they're just going to stick it! Oh, no.
Of all the ways that this could have went, Tom, of all the ways.
That was the worst.
The plant position too close to the edge. He's able to defuse below. Nobody can see him from the angles. They had everything else covered. Every other pixel was spotted, was accounted for. And he found the one gap in their play. And this timeout, I would not want to be there for this timeout.
He only had 45 HP as well, and he dies a second later. Oh, that's not going to feel good. That's not going to feel good. The thing is, from Zimfree's perspective, he's won that round. He's already won it.
Of course he has.
Because the fact that his teammate manages to get the kill on the initial diffuser, it just made it easy. He could just sit there, sit back, and just wait. And instead, Cloud did the one thing that could win them that round with the amount of time that was left on the clock. If it wasn't heartbreaking enough watching this happen to DFM, they now need a pretty big streak of rounds. We're in the same spot as last game.
It was heartbreaking to see them as absolute Jupiter all the way back. You know, Takage, Rada, they come in and they beat Crazy Raccoon 2-0. They got a win under their belt. They lose the next game, end up facing Crazy Raccoon again, and then lose that 3-0. They got dominated. This time, it looks like we might be sending them home without a win under their belt. Without really a half one. I mean, this has been incredibly punishing. And Giants, yes, I thought they were a better team on paper individually. However, they are playing some incredibly clean Valorant as well, and you cannot take that away from them.
He hits that. That's a tag onto Takage just through the corner of the wall. They're looking for an all-in A take once again, although Zimfree might have other ideas. Starting to check in onto that flank. I think we just heard the Sage Wall go down as well, so the timing of this push might not be the greatest in the world. They're going to throw in that showstopper, but he's going to get stuck in the mud. And just look at the defense. They've just gone. He's now got a wall to run into. He's got to try and go all the way around. It's achieved the site being under their control, but no damage done.
It's not the worst, you know, not being fully denied, given a chance. Giants are playing a retake. What could go wrong? Maybe Hoodie could come in with his ultimate, deny that space completely, and you can see they're waiting.
As well.
There we go. It's come into play.
Oh, he's just been spammed out of there on the plant. Same position as last time, just trying to fight across the board. Viper's Pit available for Rhyme as well. He could basically just shut this down, make it incredibly awkward as the fight comes through though. One kill for Anthem, that gives
Hunter's
something.
Fury.
Lockdown in play as well. Hunter's Fury on the other side. They're making this one work. The spray down from Anthem, he's just doing it all on his own. Finally, someone steps up for DFM and leaves Rhyme with his Viper's Pit still standing, trying to get anything he can, and Anthem is going to be there to close it. 5 kills for him in the round, a 6th on the board for DFM, but they had to throw everything at them, Mitch.
And he stands on top of that same box to get that final kill of the ace. They might have lost from that position, but now they've at least taken it back. Problem is they're 6 rounds behind, a long road ahead of them, but I'm going to give you another thing we've said a couple of times. You know, they're pretty good at the rounds where they've got those ultis to play with.
Yeah.
And this one here, they force those players into taking those very
Also,
aggressive
just
fights with the snake bite, the Hunter's
scoreboard.
Furies. Exactly.
It's pretty much always single rounds. They've never been able to double up. Cloud, okay. You're not going to get anything from that. Was hoping to be that a little bit more aggressive. Look at the push on the other side, though. All the way down B. They can start rotating a player back. The turret will give them the information, but if they have a multitude of players waiting there, it might be a bit more of a problem.
They have droned A. I mean, at that point, yeah, you're going to get the counter drone out of DFM, sees the space, make sure there's no player up close, and they get at least close to the back of side. Ulti to play with here, Suggest going to be popping his null command, and if Takage can just find this orb, we could have a Viper's Pit from the attack side to get them on site. Could be a great round set up for them, and up against the pistols as well, there's a chance they decide not to even use it if they do get it online. If anything, I'd say a probability.
But that's the thing, it's like you almost need to have those for the future rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
You haven't been winning a lot of these rounds without those ultimates in play. The thing is, the longer this goes on, the scarier it gets. There's still the Sage Wall down on the right side of the site that they have to break through. Rhyme also within, and now they're coming in on that flank as well. It looks to get that little bit more awkward.
He's doing it.
Hunter's Fury through, but it's not going to deny anything. But the flank has been able to find one. A kill on another. Cloud's caught one more. This is starting to become very dangerous.
Cloud waiting that whole time. He knew that null command could be coming through. This could force DFM, at least it's already wrecking a lot of their rifles. And the time is the real constraint here, but if Vitinho gets the timing, it's a missed shot. That's all it comes down to. It could have been close to going home, but now Cloud surely not in the 1v2. Time limited so heavily. He's gonna give it his best shot, but that's all it comes down to. 12-7. DFM alive for a little bit longer, and they've managed to get out of that round with the Viper's Pit still in their back pocket.
It's never easy, though. That's the thing.
5 pistols.
None of these rounds ever seem to be easy for them. All that came down to for Giants was time delay. They kept using the slows. I think you have to give credit for Nuke just sectioning out his utility, Sage walling right towards the end, so they have to all go through the same angle. Then, because of that, you have the Hunter's Fury that's able to just basically connect onto the player planting, and some crazy shots connected from Cloud as well. It hasn't done anything to the economy of their opponents, at least. They're not going to have any vulnerabilities or weaknesses, but it has to shake the confidence.
Knowing that you need 5 in a row as well, it really is where you're looking for those clean rounds. You're not looking for these hiccups, bumps in the road up against pistols that almost punish. That said, it was a very smart play from Cloud. He waited in their spawn the whole round. He knew he wanted that Hunter's Fury to deny once he saw 40 seconds on the clock when they're pushing. Okay, maybe we can deny the plant. Maybe we can just get a couple kills. Maybe we can buy space for the flank. You never know. And it was Anthem that went down. That did take their turret out of play.
Oh, what?
No.
Rhyme. He goes through. They've been delaying in every single round. Instead, they fully rotated. They gambled. They threw their players into this A site. The small amount of success, but there's a kill back. A 2v3, a possibility.
There it is.
And a Viper's Pit now thrown through to grant them access to the site.
You know, that should be it now. So hard to fight back in, and Cloud's already used up his drone, so clearing out this pit is so difficult, but they've got the numbers, and we've seen wild sprays land massive value before. Cloud, patient as can be. There's the spray. It's coming damn close. But for now, Suggest survives. The last man standing. The pit's down. The spray. It's wild. It's out of control. And so are Giants. They have done it. 13-7, 2-0. And they have won their opening matchup. Moving on in this tournament. Rhyme is an IGL. He has impressed me beyond belief. The patience of this squad. Almost untested in this series.
Yeah, almost completely new roster. Vitinho, the only man still standing from the old Giants squad. You brought in a couple of players that definitely had their struggles on rosters like G2. You brought in a young star from Natas Vincere, and you brought Rhyme all the way back from North America. And it's looking very good. The structure has been fantastic. I think, as you said, the calling has been great as well, but it's also that patience as well. And unfortunately, for Detonation Focus Me, it is a very short trip to Brazil. A team that, again, it has just been built up, coming through from old rosters like that at Zeta Division, like from North Epsion, even on Rejects themselves as well. They've got a lot of work to do, but I think they're a team that can come back from this. That's the thing. You're in the very, very early stages of their build for Pacific, and they've come up against a team that many, including myself, consider a dark horse in this tournament.
The reality is this is a team that we have seen individually make it to this level time and time again.
Yes.
For a lot of these players, in fact, for half the roster, this is their third international event. Third time going home early. I'm sure that stings, but they will have their time. For now, it looks like Giants are a serious contender here. Their play style was near perfect, and the individuals they've got, some of the best that we've seen in EMEA. You want to keep your eye on these guys.
But that's the thing. The fun thing with their side of the bracket is they're going to have to run an absolute gauntlet if they want to make it through to that semi-final spot and go into the best of fives. You've got the likes of NRG now in there. You might have the likes of someone like Loud as well, who are on their side of the bracket. So they're going to have to basically prove themselves from the get-go. And let's be honest, Mitch, this was by far the easiest of the games they're going to have going forward.
The Giants fans getting hyped up in the crowd, you know, looking at Rhyme on the stage there. I gotta say, he's at least avoided the curse that came to catch him back in 2021. He was at Masters. He's coming up against Ascend. They beat them 2-0, and just like I said in the Crazy Raccoon game, they ended up coming back and Ascend beat them. Ascend also won the grand final. Rhyme was hard done in that event. Losing to the winner of the event, certainly forgivable. That's not a possibility this time. They're not going to come back to bite him. He's got new teams to look forward to, and there's Milan, their analyst, joining them on the stage. We've got Pips in there too. No doubt elated to have this under their belt, but look, that was the easiest game first, in theory.
Yeah, I think the main thing to look at here is also just, firstly, individually, it's clear that everybody's on point. They got the depth throughout the roster. In fact, Vitinho, I think, was the one lower down the board, meant to be their sort of like talisman as that jet player. Wasn't necessarily needed too much in that individual role because everybody else stepped up. In map 1, we were looking at Cloud, Nuke showing it as well. Hoodie having a fantastic second map, so it's definitely clear that there's a lot of depth. The main issue we had, main worry we had, was is it going to be that sort of blitz roster? Is it going to be someone that can cause upsets but doesn't have the overall structure, doesn't have the leadership? Well, at least from this match, they definitely look like the more controlled team. The team that were calm within these rounds. They could play late into the round as well, use their utility well. It is a good sign for Giants, but it is a small step of what is, as I said, an absolute gauntlet of a tournament for them. I still think it's a very good first sign.
It absolutely is. Look, they came up against a team that just could not find an answer to their play style. And
yeah.
One thing I'm enjoying is seeing the cheers coming out of that team, the laughs from the Japanese side, even when they were losing the rounds. Even towards the end, they knew eliminations coming. They're chuckling away. It's a stark contrast from what we saw before. When we opened up the international scene, we had the Japanese teams coming. It was heartbreaking to send them home, as it is this time, but good to see them with a smile on their face as they're locked in. This is really tough. You know, you've got Cloud and Vitinho, who are first-timers here at the international event, and then Nukia, who might be the most consistent player in EMEA. This guy,
they're giving it to Cloud.
Good for you. He's gone through 4 major events so far, 3 internationals now as well.
When they scan,
he's got accolades,
they're picking
but they should probably pick Cloud after the performance, in all fairness.
Like, Nuke was very good on his breach.
I thought we were staying impartial this time, you know? You just throw that out the window.
Cloud. I like Cloud.
Cloud it is. So Cloud's your MVP. Now, obviously, you guys got to scan the QR code down below if you think Cloud was the MVP. If you disagree, you can vote for whoever you want. Don't listen to the Angry Bald Man. Talking about Angry Bald Man, I heard we've got one who's waiting by. I'm sure he's going to have a ton of opinions about this game. But the reality is, we're going to have to wait a minute before we hear from good old GB, from Balden Boy. For now, we're going to toss it off to a break.
set here. So let's go ahead and meet our two squads. It's Detonation Focus Me and Giants Gaming.
And he might have it. It's going to be so tight. One bullet needed on the diffuser. It's halfway. He'll get the kill on the second.
Nice.
Closing out a round that they desperately needed. It's going to be a tough one, but the good thing is you're seeing players quite far away. But he just walked in and sprayed.
Come on, boys. Hey, step up, boys.
The teammate ready, holding the angle, and just not missing a single shot. Okay, there's the one. At least a little bit of damage. One rifle on the deck. If they can get rid of, an extra player, they won't be able to save it. There you go. Easy dub for Giants. They won themselves 9 rounds in a row to close out this game, and they are looking very good on day 1 of lock-in.
Well, look, weaponry disadvantage, and you're up against Nukia. That's the end of that story. 2-0. They're checking it, and Hoodie needs to go huge with the Sheriff. He's got 2. Even more damage. This is unreal. Nukia then comes up from behind and rips this round out of their hands.
So they either have to plumb more aggressively, and that's exactly what they're doing. They've blinded themselves.
Well played, boys.
So many players ready and waiting, and Hoodie might just have every player lined up.
It's wild! It's out of control! And so are Giants! They have done it! 13-7, 2-0! And they have won their opening matchup, moving on in this tournament.
Welcome back, everyone. Those were your Prime Gaming post-match highlights here. And, look, very straightforward. This was a rough day at the office for DFM. They tried some things. They tried to throw some uniqueness at the wall. But, Mimi, I think ultimately it just came down to, who clicked mouse better. And right now, I do think, as far as strategies as well as just aiming, Giants look on fire.
Yeah, the individuals were all popping off. But I also think as a team, this was a pretty solid debut for the side of Giants.
Yeah.
I thought they were well coordinated. Even when DFM was getting weird, getting hyper aggressive, they kept their cool. They played well coordinated, and they dealt with that one quite easily.
Yeah, quite easily. And that's one of the reasons why I'm like, how much can I really glean from this? I do think Giants, as far as their synergies and everything, and, just raw aim, very much on point. But I do want to see them against a tougher opponent. And luckily, we will. Yeah. Because now they get to play against Energy, and that's going to be the real test for this team. If they can take down Energy, oh boy, Giants, they are absolutely
Then you're on the Giants
They're
train.
going to be riding that Dark Horse train all the way through. But unfortunately for DFM, they got a little bit of steam at the end of this map on Icebox, but it was far too late for them to really get back in. That hold to get that defuse, I think that just kind of broke everything for them.
Yeah, it was really a tough one. You cannot just spin to win like that. But we talked about this at the halftime, but the lack of the stage was definitely a struggle for this team. You can see here, when you don't have that stage, you have to be fighting deep, but they kind of mess up the KO flash, blind with their teammates. The spacing's not there, and Giants is just ready for it, and that's what it felt like this entire map. Giants knew the weaknesses that DFM had. They had solid setups that weren't leaving gaps to be exploited, and when it came down to those kind of big fights for site control, the individuals were showing up and winning it pretty consistently.
Yeah. And I think it's also, I credit to DFM for trying something new, doing something to try and throw them off. But I think after the strategy gets shut down a few times, you're trying to go deep into the site to try and take space, and it doesn't work out. Chances are they kind of read you.
It's like the only option you have. It's just so hard. Like Sage, you just kind of you lose the ability to play B without fighting deep unless you're doing it in the late round. It's just really puts you in a tough way.
Well, unfortunately, that means we have to say goodbye to Detonation Focus Me as they get ready for their stint in VCT Pacific. I'm looking forward to seeing what they could do there. I hope that they could grow and learn from this experience, because being exposed to this much talent, Seth, surely you'll pull some things away.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see performances from people that we know play better than this. So Justin in particular looked like his KO was really rough, self-flashing quite a bit. Some of the sprays were very much out of sorts. Feels like overall it was just very, very off for these players. So I'm hoping that once they're settled in for VCT Pacific, give a little bit more time to practice, to get scrimmed up, to get ready for that competition, that we can see them have a rise, can see them climb up the rankings over in Pacific. We know that all of these players have that capability. It's just whether or not they can make it happen.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a thing we always say when teams go home early, but you can look back at that VOD and learn a lot if you're DFM, make those improvements and hopefully be better in the Pacific League. Also, just playing together in LAN, in person, in a new environment is always good to get those reps in. So this is in no way a failure for DFM, even if it was a pretty brutal matchup and even if it is that quick trip home.
Yeah, and also you got to come out to São Paulo. And
Honestly, that's a win all of in itself. But here, before the break, though, we actually asked you guys to vote for who you think the Inzone player of the match is, and the votes are in. So let's go ahead and bring that up. And the winner is Cloud. Very well deserved. I think that first game, Seth, just gave everyone just the Cloud, I guess, hopium, or no, not even hopium.
Yeah,
That,
I mean
helium.
He was present in both of these maps, more so in the first one for sure. I thought it was actually going to be a little bit closer between he and Nuki, because Nuki had such a strong performance as that
Across
battle
the series.
stage there on Icebox, and also a very firm performance on Haven. But Cloud, yeah, I mean, it was flashy. It was brilliant watching him play on Haven, and there was just nothing that Detonation could do to try to get, just kill this guy. Cloud was just immortal.
GB, I'm glad you didn't take the opportunity to say he was playing on Cloud9 or something.
No,
like
because they're in the tournament. So I'll use that pun for later.
Sure.
Okay, but don't think that I'm not going to make that reference.
I'm surprised you didn't say we have to say sayonara to Detonation.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I think that I probably would have gotten in trouble for that. So I decided I'm just going to keep it low key, keep it nice. Just my first day. All right, I haven't done a hosting gig in like 2 months at this point. So let the boy ease back in. Don't worry, everyone. The wrestling references, they're coming.
I forgot about that.
They're coming.
Oh no.
In any case, though, I believe we have one of our players actually standing by, because we have Yinsu, who's actually going to be joined by Rhyme for our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. That's right, I've got Rhyme with me here. Hi, Rhyme. First of all, congratulations on the win. I've interviewed you a few times over the last few years, but never here at a LAN. So, first of all, how does it feel after grinding for this many years to finally make it? What was kind of going through your mind as you were walking down that stage and playing as well?
I mean, the first time is always unique, right? Coming onto the stage, especially here in Brazil, right? People here are known to be more emotional. The fans are great, etc. So honestly, it felt pretty good. But I wasn't really nervous. I was more excited, oh, finally I'm here, right? So it's been a long time. I've grinded for 2.5 years, and here I am.
Yeah, it's really nice to have you here for sure. But I wanted to ask you to kind of explain to me about behind the thought process of some of the roles, because you have a couple of world-class raised duelist players on your team, yourself included.
Definitely.
But coming to this tournament, Nuki is kind of playing something that he doesn't normally play. You're a controller now, but Coutinho at least is still sticking to what he's doing. So why these particular roles for your players?
I think it's more about what comes natural to people. For example, for Nuki, he's a great guy with a lot of experience, and he can bring kind of a lot of ideas. He can help people, set up people, etc. in game. So I think the initiator role just fits him perfectly. And then you have me. Honestly, I can play whatever. I don't mind. I can play it all. So for me, it's more about just letting my team be comfortable, and I'll take the role that's needed. And I said before coming into VCT, when we joined Giants, that this is the time when your career starts. Before this, it hasn't really been a career, and when you have to define yourself as a player, right? And for example, that's why I chose to be an IGL. I'm okay, this is the time when I have to sit down and say, what do I want to do the next 5, 6, 7 years, right? And the roles kind of came like that. Rudy wanted to play Sentinel because that's a role he's played in previous game. And yeah, Cloud and Fitty is happy they're on their own role, and the 3 of us are on new roles.
Well, how would you like to be defined then? What are you looking to achieve?
I want to be the best IGL, for sure. Angel is probably retiring in a year or 2, or maybe even 4. I don't know, the guy's a beast. And Boaster is also a great IGL, so I think I'm a bit younger than them, right? So whenever they get a little bit older and start to phase out of the game, as soon as they maybe transition to coaches, it's my time to shine. That's the time when I'll be 28, 29 years old, so it's my time to be the best, But hey, we have a couple of years left.
You're playing the long game. You're waiting.
Oh, yeah.
You're waiting.
Yes,
And just last question before I let you go quickly. You're going to go up against NRG, and they have one of those IGLs you just mentioned. A great player, been around for a long time. What are you expecting from that game? Is there anything you'd like to say to them right now?
I expect a good game. They have individuals who are experienced. I get to play my boy Artis. I'm looking forward to that. But I think it's going to be great to play against FNS. I think he's one of those IGLs that I actually look up to. I think he's one of the few good IGLs in Valorant, and I think that I can learn a lot playing him, even if we win or lose, doesn't matter. I think that the approach of the game from such an experienced background can really teach me something, right? So I think that's going to be a super, super good experience to push myself and try my skills in IGLing against someone that's already been IGLing for
God knows how many years, like 7, 8 years, I don't know.
Hopefully he's not going to retire anytime soon. But
I mean, you never know.
yeah, well, thank you very much, Ryan, for
Thank you.
joining me, and we'll see you in the next game.
Yes, thank you.
And that is Rhyme. He wants the Boomers to retire Golden Boy. I feel like that's personal. What do you make of that?
Girl, I'm just sitting here right now, okay? I'm
support this.
just living and thriving, and I'm out here just catching strays out the
You
wazoo.
can't say that. You're like only like 2 years younger than him or something. You're close
Yeah,
too.
but he's still technically 2 years younger than me, so he can still call me an old
My
man.
spirit is significantly younger.
Yeah, you know, I remember when I was in esports when I was, anyway. Point is, though, it was great to hear from Rhyme. And actually, I did like that he was looking to play the long game there because, you know, to have that title to be the best IGL in Europe, maybe even the best IGL in the world. Look, if you take down a player like FNS in your next game, Mimi, you could probably make that case even right now.
Yeah, he really good. I mean, he is building towards kind of creating a team where he could achieve that legacy, and maybe we have the first step towards that here with this win on Giants. Also, shout out to him for wearing shorts. You know, very utilitarian. It's quite warm in the venue here, so I think he's got the meta down already for lock-in.
He's definitely got the meta down. I think I'm going to be joining him starting tomorrow as well. I get the desk to cover me, so I don't have to worry about it or anything.
Oh, by the way, do you guys feel that? You guys?
What?
Oh. My sponsorship senses are tingling.
No.
That means it's time for a HyperX reflex moment of the day. And this one's actually going to go to Shados with this nasty 2K flick that we saw earlier on today here. Turned around the corner, popped Crashies, found some. Crashies had no idea what was happening, came around the corner, and whew, my goodness, look at this. That was actually absurd. That actually is a reflex moment.
Flawlessly executed transition, by the way. But yes, this was crazy. It's one of those moments where I don't even know if Shados fully realized that he got that kill, because I certainly didn't when we were watching this live, and then all of a sudden the kill feed pops up and you're like, wait.
He got 2?
Rewind the tape. I need to see this again. Slow it down. Yeah, just a really quick flick. I mean, granted, the opponent was already pretty low HP, so the chest shot kills.
Don't take away from it.
Don't
It was
take
cool.
away. We're trying to.
I'm just saying. It was one of those, it was just so fast.
Yeah,
That's
but
the point.
if it was on DRX, I mean, he's just going to go on and have a monologue about it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, isn't that right?
Yeah.
This guy
I
can't
don't even,
trust
don't bring that up.
Can't trust this guy.
Don't open that wound.
All right, guys. Well, look, with our first 2 matches that are in the books, let's actually take a look at the alpha bracket and see where we are right now. And as we had mentioned before, Mimi, this is going to lead us to Giants NRG, which is awesome.
Yeah, that is going to be an exciting matchup. A pretty brand new EMEA team versus one of the best team from the Americas coming back with their new roster. That should be a great one. And then tomorrow we get more of these debut matches. We get 2 more teams going home every single day this week. We get 2 teams heading home, 3 in fact.
3.
So happy about that.
I'm happy because it means the matches should be close and they have stakes.
That's true, and everyone loves steaks. You know, unless you don't, eat meat. But Seth, any thoughts though on how Giants should fare? I guess here going into Energy, because I'm on the Giants train right now. I'm very big on this team. I think that Rhyme.
You bought your ticket after 1 match.
There was just a lot of passion on that stage. All right, and I love that. But furthermore as well, I just felt like we just saw excellent fundamentals from them.
We did.
They seem very prepped, prepared. This is a team that looks like they want to make an incredibly deep run in this tournament. They're playing to maybe get this win here.
I mean, I think that their fundamentals are fantastic, and that was one of the things that DFM was lacking the most. It was very chaotic. They never really had a game plan going in. I think if Giants can maintain their game plans, if they can have some new ones, study what they saw from NRG, and then maybe prepare some new stuff ahead of that series, they'll have a pretty good chance of taking them down. But they are going to be playing against a team that does have fundamentals in and of
some of the best.
Yes, exactly. We saw the run back there that NRG had. Crazy little turnaround from them in that first map, and then from there we're able to take it 2-0. You're not really going to be able to fluster NRG the same way that you can fluster DFM.
Yeah. And also this NRG core, the deeper we get into a tournament, you heard it earlier in that interview with Victor, when they have tape, that is when they get good. When they can prepare, that's when this team comes towards their best. So it's going to be really difficult for Giants, but they did look solid today. It's not enough for me to get on the train, but it will get close.
Look, the fundable ticket is purchased.
Okay, see, refundable tickets. We can all buy refundable tickets.
I'm not, no. Not worth the investment for you.
All right, folks. Well, that is going to do it for the first day here at the VCT Lock-In in São Paulo. This has been an incredible day of Valorant competition, but don't worry, baby. We have so much more to come. More matches. You want to tune in right here on the channel. We appreciate you watching, and we'll see you next time. Take care, everyone. Have a great evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, Valorant is back, and we are kicking off the year with a bang. 32 teams will debut on the world stage and make their first steps towards a champions run. We have a massive game coming up for you guys. It is NRG versus Koi. This is single elimination, do or die, and only one team can make a perfect run. Lock-in starts right here, right now. Let's go, baby! This shouldn't be a problem here, Mike.
No, definitely not. Should be a comfortable clean-up as well. Shados needs to find 3.
Rez comes in, do they get a punish? Huge from Storm, giving NRG the finest amount of hope. What a game. I bloody missed Valorant. How much more can they do? It's not looking likely. Wolfman, desperate, and the jury has decided it's NRG somehow making it to 13. What a brilliant game that was.
You can never count these guys out.
NRG unable to back away from this. Might get the first on one. They line up a little, but actually it's called a Menta. Great trades for Artist. Finding 2 being pivotal to this round. Make it a third, Artist. He's still doing him dirty. Victor's already. He ain't moving. He's looking pretty safe right here. Storm ain't gonna move. What? Trex! He got him off it, and now crashes. Trex! You absolute god! Nice. He has no idea they already cleared it earlier, but Storm's here. Perfect play from Storm.
Oh my god. Yeah, baby.
NRG battering them down.
NRG comfortably closing things out, sending Koi home on day 1 here in São Paulo.
I thought it would be fun to see if I can get you guys to represent me, you know, as a bald guy, actually. Let's actually take a look at how Seth and Mimi would look if they were bald. Hey,
I don't like this.
Wait, why do you look like Megamind, Mimi?
Look like Megamind.
We are set here, so let's go ahead and meet our 2 squads. It's Detonation Focus Me and Giants Gaming.
And he might have it. It's going to be so tight. A 1 bullet needed on the diffuser. It's halfway. He'll get the kill on this second. Nice. Closing out a round that they desperately needed. It's going to be a tough one, but the good thing is you're seeing players quite far away. But he just walked in and sprayed.
Come on, boys. Hey, step up, boys.
The teammate ready, holding the angle, and just not missing a single shot. Okay, there's the one. At least a little bit of damage. Rifle on the deck. If they can get rid of, an extra player, they won't be able to save it. There you go. Easy dub for Giants. They've won themselves 9 rounds in a row to close out this game, and they are looking very good on day 1 of Lock-In.
Well, look, weaponry disadvantage, and you're up against Nukia. That's the end of that story. 2-0. They're checking it, and Hoodie needs to go huge with the Sheriff. He's got 2. Even more damage. This is unreal. Nukia then comes up from behind and rips this round out of their hands.
So they either have to plant more aggressively, and that's exactly what they're doing. They've blinded themselves.
Well played, boys.
So many players ready and waiting, and Hoodie might just have every player lined up. Oh,
it's wild. It's out of control. And so are Giants. They have done it. 13-7, 2-0. And they have won their opening matchup, moving on in this tournament.
I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
In the program today, we hear from expert Samantha Bradshaw, the dangers of fake news. 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 Dangers of fake news. They are really looking forward to it.
Okay, well, we'll see if you feel the same way afterwards.
From BBC Learning English, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
In the program today, we hear from expert Samantha Bradshaw, the dangers of fake news.